Tour.
Welcome to Tottenham on Tour. It's Friday night with the two Bryans. Woo, we got a lot to talk about tonight. It's been a crazy week, and we've got some breaking news that we're going to discuss. We have some special guests on the show. I'm going to get to them right away, right now. I want to welcome the one and only Matty Hayes. Welcome to Tottenham on Tour, buddy. Absolute pleasure to have you here. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Despite everything that's happening with Tottenham, I'm good. I'm just pretending it's not real. But a pleasure to go on the show with you two guys and with Sean as well. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure, mate. And of course, Sean Snow, the one and only Sean Snow, he's been on the channel before and is a great supporter of what we do. Sean, welcome tonight. It's great to have you, brother. How are you? You're muted. You're muted, by the way. Remember, you gotta mute and unmute because of
oops.
Look at that! Look at that view! Look at that view, though. That tree behind you is gorgeous.
Oh, do you guys really want to see a view? I'll get you one in a minute.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm less depressed than I was yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, I get that. Fair shout. I'm also obviously with my partner in crime, the one and only Brian Daigle. How are you, good sir? What's happening?
It's all good. It's all good. As you know, we had a little bit of snow here today. Very, very minimal. But
snow? I didn't have snow.
We had snow here, and I've just got another warning on my phone. I hate these mornings. Snow imminent at 8 p.m. our time. So lucky we're in the indoors. Look at that view from Sean.
Look at the view from Sean. That's where he's at right now. Brilliant stuff.
It's incredible, sir. It's always a pleasure to have Sean on the show, and it's fantastic to have, of course, Matty Hayes, Matty Hayes making his debut on Tottenham on Tour, and it's great to have him back on YouTube. And yeah, looking forward to this today. And we've, I know the first topic of the day we have had manna from heaven, but before we discuss that, Brian, no one's asked how you are. And
thank you. Hey, look at that. Somebody's asking me. I'm going to do my why.
Oh yeah, it's very good with Conte there. Yeah,
I know Conte and I are in the same show. Hilarious. I am doing well. It is Friday night, and I'm always happy. I had a busy week at work, so getting to do this on Friday night is always just a bit of freedom, a bit of fun. And yes, we are in shambles completely when it comes to Spurs at the moment, but we're gonna enjoy it anyway. We're gonna laugh at ourselves because what else have we got? So it's kind of where it's at this point in time, and it's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. So yeah, let's get into it. Matty Hayes is going to be with us for a bit. He's, of course, time constraints and where he is in the world will mean that he's probably going to have to leave us shortly. So we're going to get into breaking news, and it's just Spurs, right? Like this is the world we live in now. As Spurs fans, this just come out, so I'm going to read this. This is about Fabio Paratici and his time at Juventus, and something that sounds pretty dodgy when it comes to the finances. We don't know for sure. Of course, we're speculating at this point. This has just come out. It's the internet. Things come out and things are being said. We don't know specifically what his role is in this. Having said that, he has been was for a period of time in charge of the finances at Juventus. So it's not great. So I'm going to read it, and then we're going to have a quick discussion, and of course we're going to get everybody's opinion on the panel. Since today's afternoon, on the orders of the Public Prosecutor's Office, soldiers of Guardiola da Finanza have been carrying out local searches at the Turin and Milan offices of Juventus Football Club SPA. The financiers of the Turin Economic Financial Police Unit delegated the unit investigations were instructed to find documentation and other useful elements relating to the company financial statements approved in the years of 2019 to 21, with reference to both the purchase and sale rights of the sports performance of the players and the regular formation of financial statements. At present, the activities are aimed at ascertaining the crime of false communications from listed companies and issued invoices for non-existent transactions towards the top management and the managers of the business, financial, and sports management areas. Investigation opened in May. There are various transfer operations, professional players, and services rendered by some agents involved in the relative intermediaries under consideration. The profile of administrative responsibility for a crime is also assumed to be borne by the company provided if a legal person has benefited from the commission of certain specific offenses. To protect the financial market, the searches were started after the closing of the weekly trading of Italian Stock Exchange. Wiretapping. The investigation, called Prisma, started in May 2021 and is entrusted to the pool of magistrates to the Economic Group. made up of deputy prosecutors Ciro sorry, I'm going to not say that, Santoriello, Mario Bandoni, and deputy prosecutor Marco Gianoglio, and making sense of communication interception techniques. So, I mean, I know that sounds like a shit ton of jargon, and I'm going to quickly ask Matty Hayes, because you broke some of this news, right, when on Twitter, like when it first popped up. It seems to me like our current director of football has been involved in some dodgy financial dealings, and of course what I just read was, for many people, is probably a bit difficult to understand. Maybe you could break it down to what we're actually reading there and what he potentially was involved in.
Yeah, look, just to start, a lovely disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer. I studied law for 2 years.
I get that.
Yeah, so essentially, reading into what Alfredo Padula and Gazzetta have said, there's this entire investigation that they're going in is aimed at approximately 62 transactions in Italy over the last couple of years. There's one transfer that has been named as Victor Osimhen's move from, I believe it was Napoli to Lille, or Lille, whichever way, Lille to Napoli. It's worth about £60 million. Of those 62 transactions, 42 of those are linked to Juventus between the years 2019 and 2021. Now, of course, Fabio Paratici was the director of football at Juve between those years. The exact kind of detail of it seems to be that with these transactions, with these 42, the amount that was publicly put out there, the amount that was circulated, these transfers was below what they were actually worth. So let's say they bought a player for 40 million, they maybe bought him for 50 million.
So they cooked the books, essentially, is what it.
Yeah, that's what this investigation is claiming, and the kind of structure of Juventus and how they work with all these transfers is really important, because Giuseppe Morata was the kind of the head of what was going on at Juventus up until 2018. So he came into the club with Fabio Paratici in 2010. Morata left in 2018. I think that is when Andrea Agnelli came in, if I'm not mistaken. But the change that was made was Paratici was involved in kind of the scouting and all that side of things at Juve up until that point. Then when Morata left, Pracci took a bit more charge in the finances. And look, he did struggle a little bit with that. You got Aaron Ramsey on 350 grand a week. That was also the same summer they brought in Cristiano Ronaldo, which was a massive, massive financial obligation for them to buy into. But look, it is concerning. Juve, it's not the first time they've been subject to.
Yeah, I mean, we all know what happened to Juve. They got dropped down two divisions because of match fixing and other dodgy shit, right?
Yeah, look, it is worth saying a lot of those, a lot of that is disputed, and there's always going to be disputes and arguments and everything from both sides of those things. But it's not the first time an investigation like this has happened at Juventus. And while in the official statement you just read there from the public prosecutor, there was no individual named, it is believed that there are 6 individuals at Juventus who are specifically under investigation, and Alfredo Padula, and I think Gazzetta as well, have named them as Andrea Agnelli, Fabio Paratici, and Pavel Nedved. So I don't know if that's them just kind of saying, well, look, these are the people that were in charge, so this is probably who it is, or if the investigation is solely going on them. And I tweeted this out a while ago, just kind of quote from what Padula had said, and there was a good reply in it, and said, if they're making this public, there's a damn good chance they have a good bit of evidence that this is real, and it's concerning. It really is.
But before I get Sean and Brian's opinion, like, if you were gonna consider what this might mean for Fabio Paratici at Spurs, does it change his position? Does he end up getting the sack to some extent? I mean, how does it affect our club?
I don't know, really. It's not unheard of that people get out of, and I'm not accusing Paratici of anything, but in football in the past and in everything, we've seen people be corrupt and get out of that by being corrupt.
Happens a lot, especially in football, right?
No, it really does. Again, depending on the validity of these investigations and the accusations that are being made, I really don't know enough about it to say whether, I see people asking on Twitter if Paratici is facing jail time and all that. I personally don't know.
Yeah, it's a hard one to determine.
It's not a good look for the club either way.
Yeah, it doesn't, right? And it's like, this is a guy we just hired to sort of come in and sort out our recruitment issues, and if he has issues where he's basically, because of some of the recruitment he's done, he's created some of these massive issues. That it's bizarre. So I want to go to you, Sean, because I know that you have done some research on Paratici and Juventus, and you have a bit of a specific opinion on it. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this, and what do you think is going on here?
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I know it's loaded
I
question.
had,
There's a lot there.
yeah, I have it. I did not know about that statement. Well, first off, Agnelli came in 2010, and he brought Murata and Delenley and Paratici from where they were at. I forget which club they were at, but he brought all three of those together. Paratici was the head of scouting to begin with, basically right-hand man to Murata up until Murata left. And during that time, Murata built Juve into what they were, 9-time champions. Since Paratici got there, they've had nothing but horrible signings, terrible contract extensions. I mean, like the grossest thing I've seen was that Cristiano Ronaldo was receiving $1 million a goal.
Yeah, is that verifiable though? Like
That's verified. That's verified.
Okay.
Nice work.
So,
You get it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see I'm not discounting or denying that it's not true, but I'm always pretty skeptical when something like that sounds like something that the paper. It sounds like paper talk to me a little bit, but Sean, share that if you can share.
I will.
Like in one.
I did share articles.
Yeah,
they're on my feed. So
okay, yeah. Well, let's everybody go to Sean at Sean THFC on his Twitter and check it out because he has been posting quite a bit about what's going on and there's some useful information there. So definitely would like to read it. I haven't done that yet, and I will. So just let
you know the thing with I'm not accusing Paratici of doing any illegal stuff, but it's just how is Juve so broke now? I mean, really, granted, Ramsey was a bad deal, Rabiot was a bad deal, Cristiano Ronaldo was just a
ridiculous situation.
A ridiculous transfer, ridiculous. It was just a bank buster. I mean, it was almost. I think it was valued at $350 million for the time he was there.
Yeah.
So it's just like greasing palms. I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, there is a history, of course, in Italian football of these types of things happening, and Fabio Paratici obviously has had his hands in lots of Italian football in the last.
We don't call him the Don for nothing
in his career. Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of mafia reference there, which is kind of hilarious. But I want to get your thoughts on this, Brian. What do you think? When we see something like this, is this like a thing? Is it like, I hate using this term because it's kind of reminds me of stupid things in politics, but is it a nothing burger? Is this going to affect anything really? Or is it just one of those things that happens that, the papers are kind of buying into it and turning it into something that it isn't, and it's adding to our own stress. And here we are going, oh God, we're stressed already. But what do you think about this? Is it anything, or is it sort of a bunch of shit?
So first of all, I'm learning a load of new things, which I learned rope-a-dope, and now I'm learning what's that? A nothing hamburger? What did you say?
Nothing burger. A nothing burger.
A nothing burger.
Yeah.
This is yeah. Okay, I'm gonna Well, let's just slide past that because I haven't been able to speak
meaning it's kind of means nothing. Like
okay.
It's a thing that's happening. It's going to be brought up in the media. People are going to talk about it, and then nothing's going to happen. So it's a nothing.
Like Arsenal.
Yes, exactly. That's a good show, Matty.
So as I said, jokingly behind the scenes, I said, you know what, the penny's dropped. Now I know why Levy wanted him. So he can.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? What do you mean? Why Levy wanted him?
Because he can save some money and.
Do you think Levy wants a dodgy?
No.
Anything that could possibly save him money, mate, it's tongue in cheek. Listen, I all things like 6 degrees of separation. I would always try and get it back to him.
I know that.
Listen, you know what? It's literally. This news has broke again, and I don't know why, but this seems to happen with big games as well, where some kind of breaking news that concerns Tottenham Hotspur or a member of staff at Tottenham Hotspur breaks either after bad performances or just before big games. And this is just another one after a humiliating day yesterday. Obviously, if he gets found accused of these, I don't think the implications have anything to do with Tottenham unless, like Jonathan Porter said, the Romero deal has had anything dodgy about it. But obviously, Matt will know a lot more about that. But it will question the transfers that have been made since he's been there. Not saying that there will be any irregularities, but from what I get from this, it just won't be good. I mean, all the implications will be pinned on Juventus and Paratici. I don't think Tottenham can take any responsibility for it, and it's just it will just look like another stupid appointment, and due diligence hasn't been done properly.
Yeah, it's not so much about like how it affects us
Oh,
specifically.
before you go, sorry, he's in the chat now. I posted it before. I said it wrong yesterday at midnight, but I haven't got it wrong today. I know for a fact, to one of the nicest and greatest men to walk under God's hot sun, and a brother of mine who I love more than life itself. Happy birthday to the piss off merchant himself, that man there, Bobsper.
Well, mate, what's up, mate? Pleasure. Glad you're here with us. Amazing. And I just want to shout out to all the comments because we've got like all the usuals and a few new ones as well. Absolute pleasure to have you here, and happy birthday, Bobby. You are, as Brian said, a piss off merchant and a lovable human. So we love you and fuck off at the same time. It only could go that way. I wonder about these stories, right? These stories come in. Brian, you just sort of mentioned like it's one of these stories that comes in and it's like and that's why it's paper talk, right? The papers they get into something. I'm not saying that there isn't validity to it. This was a statement from I guess I'm guessing it's a lawyer or it's an official statement that something is going on. What is literally actually going on and how it's being perceived and how it's being projected. And Maddie, I want to get your thoughts on it because is this believable? Is this something that like you think is something that's happened and how will it affect his career at Spurs if it is true?
Look, I think the statement is as official as you can get. It's from the public prosecutor. It is. There's definitely something to this. There's definitely an
but isn't it vague? Isn't it a bit vague though? Like there's no names named. It's sort of like this kind of like there's some fucked up things going on here, and we're talking about them, and we're going to tell you a little bit of fucked up things, but we're not going to tell you specifics. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's the kind of legal confidentiality of it all, and
of course,
they can't blow their whole case by putting it in an article or whatever, but
they can put it in the comments on our YouTube stream. I mean, come on.
just get the
check it in there. Tell us what's going on.
DM him on Twitter. Yeah, we'll get the info.
Where's Fabio when you need him?
Yeah, look, if he is found to have cooked some books or to have done anything dodgy, you question from a Spurs point of view. Can we keep him employed at the club? Can we like look at this and know what's been put out there and know what's confirmed if he's found guilty of anything or whatever, and then say, oh yeah, but like he's good at scouting, so we'll keep him. There is a moral side of it for Spurs, if it does come down to that. But yeah, look, if we're talking in terms of how real this is, I think it's as real as it can get. But again, within that statement, they didn't name anybody in particular. It's just from what we can gather from kind of the structure of Juventus in the last couple of years, is that Paratici was kind of involved with the finances towards the end of his tenure there. And also look at a few of the transfers that haven't made. Is it the Miralem Pjanic and Arthur? Is that a swap deal? I think that happened with Juve. There's a lot of I think from minute one, really, there was a lot of confusion and a bit of suspicion going on. Yeah. I mean, it was the kind of the publicity around that transfer to me was really similar to the the World Cup bids for Russia and Qatar and the Olympic bids as well. It just seems so there was something not quite right there. Yeah. And then look, I mean, it's Italian football. With all due respect to them, a lot of dodgy things have been happening. Yeah,
reeks of corruption, but we should sort of expect it to some extent in these situations because it's what happens in that, and it's the reason why the Serie A it's hard to take seriously at this point. But do anybody else have any more comments about this specific topic, or are we ready to move on to the debacle that was our midweek patheticness?
The only question I've got, and I'll throw it open to Matt, obviously you as well, Brian, but Matt and Sean, because they seem to be a lot more in the know about this kind of this topic that we're talking about right now. Is surely if he whilst this has been done, do you reckon people are looking into our transfer activity since he's been here. Not saying that they're like, could that be from whether it be Italy or now the English Premier or authorities think, okay, now let's have a little dive into it. Is there any implications to our transfer activity since he's been here, do you reckon?
I could totally see Scotland Yard piggybacking on this investigation and hopping on and looking into it, because Levy hiring Paratici would probably, would be like, so I get this guy who's slick with the books, who can cook the books, save me some money, make me look good like I'm spending money, get the fans off my back. I think it's win-win. And I save a little money and I can get a tax write-off and, blah, 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 blah. That's just all hypothetical. Okay, I'm not saying that that's happening, but
yeah,
I mean,
you got to wonder to some extent, of course, and I don't like to be conspiratorial. I like to base judgment on facts and evidence. I think it's important.
Exactly. But I mean, if you want me to go hypothetical, that's where I go.
Yeah, and it's fair, and I think it's a fair position. I think this is I want to just put this comment in from Cody Mack. What's up, Cody? We love you, buddy.
Hi, Cody.
Yeah, happy to have you here. How do you think this will affect our ability to do business in Italy? And I'll start with you, Maddie, on this question, because I think that's key, right? If there is issues there with some of the businesses being done, and we obviously are focusing most of our transfer rumors and the things that we're looking at are through Italy because of Paratici's connection with Italy and connection with the players in there, and is this an issue?
Look, I still want to say, first of all, the corruption and cooking the books and all this, it's not just Italy. Like,
I agree. Yeah,
this is
true.
just like,
but Italy are bad. Italy are just bad at it. They get caught.
they get caught. Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at like Manchester City and PSG, there's rumors all the time about that.
State-owned bullshit for sure. I agree.
It's just not just Italy, but in terms of doing business within Italy, I know it's probably contradictory after what I just said, but do they really care? Will a club look at Paratici and go, "Oh, we're not doing business with him. He cooked the books." If it is a thing that's common over there, and if
they just want a good player, they'll just do it. They'll do whatever it takes to get the player.
Exactly. I personally don't think it will affect that business within Italy. And just on the question a second ago, how from Brian there, if they could be looking into Tottenham's dealings, if we're looking at that Arthur Pjanic swap deal as one of the kind of the biggest suspicious ones, we've had two swap deals. Is it two swap deals? We've had one swap deal, Guildford Lamela.
Yeah,
they were trying another swap deal. They're trying to get that done. Maybe that's something that could be investigated. And they mentioned there the Christian Romero deal earlier. I don't think. I think if Paratici managed to do something corrupt or something suspicious or something a little bit dodgy a year in advance of making the move to Tottenham, that'd be so damn impressive. They should just let him get away with it with that. I mean, if he could,
it's a good shout.
I don't think Romero deal is anything to do with that, but of course it's something that could be investigated because of Paratici's links in bringing him to Juventus, putting him to Atlanta, and then bringing him to Tottenham.
I also think that the structure, and you could correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the likelihood of doing a dodgy deal in England is a lot harder with the Premier League and the sort of the fact that they're going to be paying attention to this shit and making sure that dodgy stuff isn't happening in the Premier League. It's quite different than what happens in Italy, and it's likely not the case. Like even if it's the same people, they're not going to be able to scoot around different things to make different things happen the same way they might have done in Italy. So I look at this and I'm kind of like, I don't think there's anything in it. But I do think that, there's probably some dodgy stuff done, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to hurt Spurs dealings in the January transfer window or moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, the thing I see happening, I mean, like, if let's just hypothetically say Paratici is guilty, the most I can see would be fines and repayment, and because you're taking away from profits, and I believe Italy is publicly owned because they vote on boards. So yeah, I don't see it affecting Paratici serving jail time, but you also have to look at, I mean, I don't think it would affect his standing in England either. Now, does it affect the transfer market coming this January? Yeah, we might not want to go do business in Italy right now, and they might stay away, and they might go and look at French League again, or La Liga, or let's go to Belgium or Amsterdam, Netherlands. Let's go find some boys down there.
Sure, it's brilliant you say that, mate. So avoid transfer activity from Italy when we've got an Italian master
I know,
manager
and that's
who
what I'm saying.
scouts
Like,
Italy religiously.
we just literally lost all the things that we want the things of from the things. It's kind of like,
I know we're losing our Kessie, we're losing our Brozovic, and you guys need to stay away from.
all the rumors we love, all the rumors we know and love are gone.
And you guys need to stop linking my Inter players with Tottenham. Stop. Leave them alone.
No, we'll take them all, Sean.
Brozovic in.
No, Brozovic is signing. Brozovic will sign before Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't even need the transfer window because that's how dodgy we are with the transfers. Good stuff.
No, I said he re-signed with Milan. Inter.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we've had enough of this conversation. We'll update as we go because we'll see what happens if it's anything or if it is like I said, a nothing burger. Brian learning new things about the world.
Yeah.
Let's get into the debacle that was Thursday. I mean, I don't even know where to start with this mess. It was absolute disaster. I want to start. Okay, I mean, here's where I'm going to start. I do know where I want to start. I want to start with the Conte's decision to do the same thing that both Nuno did and then to some extent Jose Mourinho did, and try to play this B team that we supposedly have that is non-existent.
I'll answer that.
And you please do. It's absurd to me a little bit to think that somehow it's going to change, and maybe it's because he didn't do enough research to see what had happened previously. But our depth is non-existent, and we've all known this for some time. There's a ton of players there that aren't playing up to snuff. I'll let you, Sean, respond to that. Like, what, like the starting lineup there. Looking at it, you're kind of going like, it's Conte. Maybe he'll fix it, but most of us were kind of going, oh, this is going to end poorly.
Yeah. So what I think Conte was doing was just basically looking at talent in game situation. You had Sessegnon, who hasn't had like any game time. He might as well get a run out. He's our backup left back. Might as well get a look at him, or left wing back. Skip needed to play because he didn't play at the weekend.
Yep, fitness
against Leeds.
Yep.
Hill needed a run out. He hasn't played in like 3 games. He's been about 3-4 weeks out since he's last played, so he needed a run out. He needed a little bit of match fitness. And Ndombele, he's one of Conte's favorites. Wanted him at Inter.
I don't think he is anymore after that performance.
No, I think he's out, and I'm done apologizing for him. No more Tanguy #1 apologist. Not here.
Yeah.
Do I think Conte can change him? Yeah, I still think Conte, might get through to him, but I'm not going to try to justify him playing anymore. Still don't appreciate the snide comments about our players at all, ever. I don't like name calling. It drives me nuts, and I think it's uncalled for.
Who name called? I missed you.
Oh, Tanguy gets. Oh, they do a bunch of burger references to Tanguy because they think he's overweight when he's not. He's just a big boy.
He's also just fucking lazy, and let's be honest.
And he's lazy. No, I get it. I don't think he's lazy. I just think he doesn't want to do.
That's literally lazy.
I think he's
I don't think he's lazy. I don't think he doesn't want to do. You literally
think about this:
lazy
Maradona, George Best, Roberto Carlos.
You can't compare.
I can go on and on and on about players who don't train, but yet when they get on the pitch, they perform. The thing with Tanguy is he hasn't performed. Yeah. But so don't tell me that you have to train hard to perform hard, because that's a fallacy. You look at what he did at Greek camp, what he did at Lille, or was he at Lille? I forget where he was at. He was at Lyon.
But that's
I mean-
levels, right? That's levels of like he was playing at probably the level he should be playing at. Getting in the Premier League, he has to
Well,
try
that's
harder.
something-
He has not done that. He has
Can
not
I
done
just
Yeah,
that.
point
that's
out
something.
that-
That's something we discussed earlier today on Tommy's. I think was that that maybe he's maybe the Premier League is just too much for him, and he needs to go back to maybe the French League or La Liga. But a lot of the leagues now are pressing. So some people were saying, well, he doesn't get enough time on the ball, and I'm like, well, shit. All the leagues are pressing now. I mean, that is the new style of football: press, 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 press. The high press is in vogue right now, and players are going to have to be fit. Period. So
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to want to do it. So we don't have Matty Hayes for much longer. And Matty, you just
okay, yeah, Maddie, go ahead.
You just chimed in there. I want to get your thoughts on this situation because I do think it's blatantly obvious to most people who watch Spurs right now who are reasonable that most of our players aren't necessarily willing to commit to the team and play and to be to want to win. It looks like they're like, this is a tournament we shouldn't be in. Like if like we're better than this tournament. That's fucked. Like you're only better than that if you earn it. If you've shown that you're better than it. Just because we got in the Champions League, a few years back, most of these players were lucky that they had a good manager, and we arguably got lucky to get there in the first place. It's a bit absurd to consider their sort of how they're performing and their body language, the way they get up, they show up in this game against a team that's like been around for 9 years in its existence. This is the biggest game of their fucking careers, and they go out. The Spurs players go out. Dele Alli, Tanguy Ndombele, Doherty, like you could just across the board. Pathetic. Like what where does that come from? What do I say?
It's we can sit here as fans and have our heart and soul thrown into every single game, every single match. We could go out and we could play more in the Intertoto Cup again, and we'd still, as fans, would love every single second of it and want the team to win. That's not been transmitted in the players. What I was going to say a second ago on Ndombele was he was released from the Guangdong Academy for being overweight. So it is a trend in his career. I was watching the Cheese Room podcast earlier. I don't know if you watch it, but I
watched it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, HG was on there, and he made a very, very interesting point that kind of, it to some extent, sums up for me the problems that we're seeing with the likes of Ndombele, Lo Celso, Sanchez, and the players like that we kind of brought in when we were at that top level to try and bring us to the next level and the next level, and it's those players that have kind of flopped for us. And the point he made was, if you're looking at that team that brought us to a couple of second place finishes in the league, Champions League final, all that. If you want to identify the players that were key to that, there's Toby Alderweireld, Jan Vertonghen, Christian Eriksen, Hugo Lloris. You could maybe even put Dele Alli in there. When they came into Spurs, I'd put this mainly on Alderweireld, who of course had played in the La Liga with Atletico Madrid, had a season in the Premier League with Southampton as well. It was essentially a stepping stone for them because Tottenham.
I watched him say that. Yeah, Matty.
It was so fascinating. Like I'd never thought of it before, and I'm sure you agree. Where he was saying that stepping stone for them is like they were coming in maybe 2, 3, 4 years to have at Tottenham, and then afterwards they would get that move up to maybe a City or Liverpool.
And then we ended up being really good in that period.
Yeah. So
can I add to that? Mm-hmm. I just want to interject that during that time, Chelsea, Man City, United, Arsenal, Liverpool, they were all in a rebuild at the time that we ascended. So we kind of caught the league at a down spike amongst the top teams. That's why Leicester got in, and it took Conte an extra year to get Chelsea good, and then we had the Liverpool come in. And so, I just wanted to interject that.
I don't disagree with that. I think that's something to consider. Absolutely, timing is everything. We got a bit lucky. We got lucky with our manager, who, overachieved with a bunch of players who half of them are still with us, who we now look at as shit, but at the time we thought were amazing. So I completely agree with that. Matty, you want to finish your point before you roll off? Matty's got to leave us, unfortunately, but I just want to get your last thoughts before you do.
Yeah, just to finish that point, when those players came in, of course, the success we then had in the years after that led them to staying at Spurs and led them to becoming even better at Spurs. But when they came to the club, they had a point to prove, because for them that wasn't the pinnacle. For them, there was another step to go. if you look at the players we're bringing in now, take Ndombele for me as the prime example. I love that man to absolute bits. I think he's an insanely talented footballer. When he gets in the ball and does what he wants to do, there's not a player out there that I think can stop him. Yeah, everything about him, his technical ability is crazy. But for him now, he has his 200 grand a week. He has his what he came into Champions League finalist team. Champions League should be regularly. It hasn't happened because all those players that have come in have taken the foot off the gas a bit, saying, I don't have anything to prove. I've got my big move. I've got my big paycheck. And there's been that culmination of so many players coming into that system and all that at the same time that we've regressed. We've gone backwards. And I think that is even more proof that 18 months when we didn't invest under Pochettino is now even more of a problem. Because when you have so many players coming in the same cycle of their career to this club and all having the same regression within their abilities and the passion and all that, well, you're going to go backwards. And I think to answer your question about Conte playing the B team, I think it's a mistake that the next manager will make. If things don't work out for Conte, the next manager will make the same mistake, and the next manager, they'll all make that same mistake, because from the outside looking in, as you said, and for all fans, what we see it as is a lack of passion and a lack of heart and a lack of desire. And any manager that's going to come in, if you think you're worth the money that you're getting, you're going to think you're going to be able to motivate those players. And I think to some extent, from what Antonio Conte said, he feels as though he has motivated those players. But then he's come out and said, well, you can have your car
driving with the best ability.
Yeah, but it's the quality isn't enough. The car can't drive fast enough. I think Conte believes he motivated those players, and they were fighting last night, and they just couldn't do it.
They're just not good enough. Yeah, which is scary as fuck. Like, if that's the reality, it's like, oh my god. Which I actually think most of us know. I think here's my thoughts on this, Maddie, and before you leave us, I've been saying this for a while. I think the new training ground and the new stadium and all this like glitz and glam stuff has been like really, from the outside, looks very positive for the club. But we've spoiled these kids. We've given them way more than they deserve, and way more, an opportunity to kind of just like sit back and go, look at me. I work for this club. The best training ground with the best stadium, and I got a contract and they don't understand work rate. They're not sitting. Yeah. They're not sitting in a scenario where they're like, this wood is hard and uncomfortable. I'm going to go out and train. I want to earn to get to another level. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like all of these things that have happened that look good from the outside, that have been good investments for the club, haven't been a good effect on the players and their attitude and how they're going to respond to wanting to win stuff. It's like, I don't need to win stuff. I make 200 grand a week. Like, I don't give a shit. And if you're young, if you're 20, if you're 20 years old, 21 years old, 22 years old, if you're a young fucking player coming into this league and you make that much money playing for fucking Tottenham, and you don't really have to do a heck of a lot other than sort of show up. That's where we are. That's what we've given these players. We've spoiled the shit out of them. Conte said at one point, when I forget the interview it was a few weeks back, he said, the stadium is beautiful. The training ground is beautiful, maybe too beautiful. And it was like, I was like, that's the point. You don't get players to put like energy into something, to care about something, if they don't have a physical reason to do so. If it's comfortable and simple and easy. Mora said, there's another interview where Lucas Mora said, is like, he was talking to I forget which player it was. There was a player that came in, another Spanish player that came in, and there was an interview with him, and he was like, it's a great place to work. And it's just sort of from a mentality perspective, it's a great place to work. That's the attitude, right? Yeah. And so that they're so fucking cozy. They have the beautiful fucking training ground, and they can stay overnight, and they get all the, pat on the back and high five for just being there. I think that's a massive issue. And I think that these types of players in the world that we live in now, the younger players, their expectation of what they want is different than what we experienced growing up. And of course, Maddie, you're younger, so you're seeing it from a different light. But I think there's a massive issue. I think it's a massive issue that we're not, that hasn't been brought up, is that these players have been spoiled, and they've been spoiled like insanely, and now they're just riding that spoiling, and it's not good for the club. It's not, and that's why we have to clear them out, get them out, bring in new ones who have the mentality, and go, we're going to give you professional. We're going to give you a scenario where you get the best gear, the best training, the best coaches, but you have to perform, and we have all these leftover kind of residuals of the transition from where we were at White Hart Lane and the training ground before to where we are now, and that all of those players who were still kind of like, oh my god, I can't believe I made it, are still just taking advantage of it. And I think that's a massive thing. It hasn't been talked about a lot, but I've thought about that a lot, and I'm bothered by it. And I think the Delis, the Tanguys, there's a few players that have just been sitting on that.
Serge Aurier, I think was
Serge. Yeah, he was one of them as well.
Yeah.
Bunch of them. But yeah, it's a frustrating situation, and the performance from Thursday, it just highlights that, and it makes it really, really obvious. And I think that Conte was like, oh shit, it's way worse than I thought. But yeah, sorry, I've been rambling for a bit there. I had to get that out of my system.
No worries, though. I completely agree with you. Just to respond to a comment there as well. Stella's put in my opinion, fans who blast the Celso and Dembele Gill need to see them playing fluid attacking teams. They're all great.
Sorry, because I would bring it up. Which one was this?
This is still at 37 minutes past. I don't know what time it is your side. But I completely agree that Lo Celso and Dembele and Brian Hill are players who have insane talent. Like I said about Dembele, I'm a massive fan of Hill, and I hope it works out for him at Tottenham. And I agree that if they play in good attacking teams, they probably will be really good. But the issue with that for what we're looking at Tottenham now is we need a very specific type of player. Yeah. And I kind of made this argument when we were looking for the manager, and to kind of make it clear, I brought it to the extreme, and I said, imagine you put Pep Guardiola at Burnley. That's not going to work out. Burnley are going to get relegated. They're going to lose games by a lot because
they can't do what he's asking them to.
Exactly. That's not something like Guardiola is used to.
Kind of where we've been if you're the last three managers. Well, two and a half.
It's very possible. But like, if you're a Burnley fan in that moment, you want Guardiola to be sacked. But just because you want him to be sacked doesn't mean you're questioning his ability. You're questioning how good a manager he is. You're questioning how he is suited to that particular situation.
It doesn't work, essentially.
It doesn't at all. And if you have players like Dembele, Gill, Lo Celso, we're going to give out about them in the team because they're not what we need right now. But that's not always an overall criticism of their ability, in my opinion, anyway.
No, I agree. I think that's spot on, 100%. Brian, did you want to add to this chat? Because you,
do you know what? I don't think I've ever been so quiet in my life.
I know.
Matty
Hayes has an effect on people. He's just kind of like, I'm going to talk.
He's captivating. That's it.
No, in a good way, Matty. That is not a bad thing at all. No, we appreciate your insight because it's important. Go on, Brian.
No, I don't even know where I'm coming in at. Are we talking about the performance? We're talking about players. We're talking about Parasite. What are we doing?
We're talking about Thursday, and we're talking about the attitude of the players, and we're talking about how spoiled they are, and whether or not, not even whether or not, the fact that we haven't moved on. I think this is the biggest issue. That we talked about this rebuild that was supposed to happen, and of course, we all know the quotes from Pochettino and what he said. No, Pochettino.
Oh, okay.
When he said. Okay. This team needs a rebuild. It's a big rebuild. That was 3 years ago, and none of those things have happened. There's been no rebuild. We brought in players, but there's been no the players that we need to get out have not left. And you have to cycle. If you don't cycle, you fuck yourself, and that's what we've done. And it's a massive mess. To be fair,
I just think we brought in wrong coaches.
I agree with that too, Sean. Lots of bad mistakes in the coaching decisions. Well, go on.
Mate, we've had so many fucking rebuilds. I've got to go to a speech therapist. I cannot speak.
Brian's struggling. It's Friday night. It's
I don't know what is going on. We have had so many rebuilds. We could have built a town in a desert with the amount of fucking rebuilds we've had. This sodding word goes right up there with Spursy for me because it's such a fucking joke. Let's talk players' attitudes.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, I'm going to bring out the first person who, if he ever wears a Spurs shirt again, it will just show how pathetic our club is.
Brian, I'm going to let you roll with this quickly. I've got to use
okay, yeah, we're talking about the walking, talking, as the Irish Hotspur says, Crayola Crown, Dele Alli. Jesus Christ. I know why I was quiet now because I cannot speak. Dele Alli, who is pathetic, disgraceful, spineless, gutless. The only thing he tried to do is tried to start a fight with someone, and if everyone saw, he tried to push his six-pack out, which he did so well building up in Dubai in the summer. I'm sick and tired of people having excuses for him. I'm sick and tired of the thing is as well, Matt, and I'm sure you'll agree as well, Sean, is I've said this many times. What we do is you see clubs that get to managers, or managers say to clubs, I've taken this club as far as I can go, and they leave. Mm-hmm. Well, what we do is we have players where they get us to finals or get us into top four or into Europa or the great Conference League as it is now. and they don't get the job done. And instead of saying, "Do you know what? I've had enough of this. You've taken us as far as you can go. Out you go for whatever we can get for you." We reward them with new contracts. That's all we do. We just regurgitate. I mean, we had, I think it was, We Are Tottenham TV brought up a video, our last win, not our last win at home, when we beat them 2-1 when Ericsson scored in the last minute. There's still 5 players, I think maybe even more, that are still there. This club is going absolutely nowhere fast. And to think, last year it was Zagreb. This year it's Mura, and the great thing is, and Cody Mack was talking to We Are Tottenham today, Zagreb are going to be in the Europa League or the Conference League, so it looks like they're going to be knocked down. If we have this second place, we have to play, and you know it's coming. You know it's coming,
Yeah,
and there's some tough teams in there.
Again.
So Zagreb's going to go down. And whilst I continue my right, I just got to do one thing because I can see someone in the chat, and I think everyone knows what's coming.
Too. Yeah.
Danny Kiriakou. Danny Kiriakou. Right, back to it. Sorry, I have to do that. I just have to do it. So it's just
another quick transition.
Oh, mate, you should have seen it when I was on someone's show. I think it was Bob Spurs when I was in mid rant and he appeared on the screen, and I stopped mid rant, did it, and then carried on screaming. But yeah, it's just another load of games for the team that can't do anything. They just can't do anything. I was talking on Chris's on Let's Talk Tottenham. Literally, Lloris, Romero, Skip, Højbjerg, Son. The rest can fuck off. For all I care, the rest can fuck right off. I don't care, and that includes Kane. I'm absolutely done with it. And the one thing I've got to bring up as well is this is how ridiculous our fan base is. What's his name? Pierre-Emile Højbjerg deactivated his socials yesterday, or his Twitter at least.
That's a chat I want to talk about.
Because of goddamn abuse he's been getting from the fans.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know what it is that people are now going to him of all people. Now, everyone knows I love him. I think he's my favourite player. He hasn't had the best of seasons to begin with. He's not the same, but he's literally played every minute of last season.
He's like one of the only players who gives a shit, though.
Exactly.
It's
and you attack him,
right? That's
what
we want.
I've kind of got to the point now that I'm kind of trying to get around my head that I think this is what it's become now is I think fans are so against us being Levy out that they know what the goddamn situation is, but they don't want to say that we were right all along. So they start attacking everyone else apart from the actual culprit. And I think it's absolutely horrific and disgusting that they've attacked him. This is a guy, remember, who played every single Premiership minute of every game last season, then went off to the Euros, then had to deal with Christian Eriksen and that whole situation, which would have had an effect on him mentally, then got married, and still came back to training 2 days early.
He's the only one who gives a shit.
And it just,
when you put it like that, that's
Skip maybe Lloris you'd throw in there, like gives a shit about the club, about showing up. Like
it blows my goddamn mind, and I'm convinced that so many people don't want to say Levy out because we were right, or we are right, that they're now picking on anyone else just to avoid saying, do you know what, these people were right. I'm appalled by the fan base.
Yeah, I mean, I that certainly could be the case, and it's easy to sort of bring up like, oh, this could be happening, this could be happening, speculative, and that's fine. It's for good reason, but it's shocking to me that anybody who watches this Spurs team in this season, just this season, you could use it as a framework, but you could also probably use the last season as well, would call out Højbjerg as a player who like, okay, so
I'm flummoxed. What has he done wrong?
No, I want to say, well, you know what he's done wrong? He's been overworked and hasn't responded to being done wrong. So Højbjerg is good enough in view on Spurs, and I'm sorry, I completely disagree with you. He's been overplayed. He doesn't have good players around him to do the things that he's being asked to do. So he's trying to do too much. We've all watched it. He literally tries to do 4 different fucking jobs of midfielders because we have no midfield. So he's the only midfield. Other than Skip, though, who's come in this season, has kind of given him a bit more freedom to kind of get forward, a bit more of a box-to-box. He scored a couple of goals. That's what we need. We need another midfielder. Skip has done that. What we're missing in that midfield of those three is a fucking playmaker, somebody who's going to pass once he gets the ball and be able to hold it up. I think Højbjerg is, if he's getting abuse because of this, then we've lost the plot completely as fans as well. I think it's a shambles. I mean, you could say that, yeah, he's not technically good enough. His passing isn't good enough, or he all those sort of details that we want to be specific about or annoying about. Fine. Yeah. He isn't the best passer of the ball, but he is being forced to try to pass. He's not a player that's not his in his wheelhouse. What he normally does is break up play, gives it to the person who's supposed to pass. We don't have one, so he ends up trying to do the things of the other players that aren't capable of it. He's done the most of with every the last three managers that we have, of any manager or of any player in the team, and cares the most. And has shown that with every manager that's come in, has always been stepping up and trying to be the best version of himself, and looking around at all the other players going, why the fuck aren't you doing what I'm doing? I know I'm not technically gifted, but you guys are. Get your fucking shit together. Like that's Højbjerg. I love that.
Well, he's a lot more talented than people give him credit for. His stats are almost exact as Kessie, and everybody's in love with Kessie. But if you look at, straight up, if you look at Kessie's stats and Højbjerg's stats, they're practically the same. Long balls, short balls, passing percentage, goal chances scored or goal chances created, just on and on. They're all the same practically. Yeah. Just 0.5% off of each other. They're identical. So we want Kessie. Nah, I think we have Skip and Højbjerg. I think that's two that we need. And we only really need two of those players for Conte's systems.
We need a creative goddamn midfielder who can pass.
We need a Fabregas, and we need a Pedro.
Whoa. Sorry, Sean. Just to stop. We've been saying it for about half an hour.
Does Matty actually have to leave?
Matty has to go. No, Matty. He has to go. We've been trying to ignore the private chats and try. But,
I was ignoring it. I was like, oh, there's a red dot over there. I'm sure Matty's saying he has to go, but I'm going to just ignore it.
Get some matchsticks in your eyes, Matt. Put some matchsticks in your eyelids.
I might.
But Matt, honestly, thanks for being on, brother.
My absolute pleasure. I'll save you with this reminder that only three players played every minute. Three outfield players played every minute in the Premier League last season. Thomas Soucek, James Ward-Prowse, and Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. And two of those are idolised by their fan base. And
that says everything. It says everything, Matty. And that's a great stat to leave you with. Again, thank you for coming on, mate. And we have some stuff coming up that Matty's going to be a part of on the channel. So look for that, and we'll announce it soon when it happens. But always a pleasure, Matty. You're a fountain of knowledge and a wonderful guest, and thank you for coming on.
Matt, before you go, what have you got coming up on your channel? Because I know you're back. Which, like I said,
please.
The birds are singing louder. The sky is.
Matty doesn't promote himself, which is hilarious, but he should do.
That's why we're doing it.
Yeah,
no, I appreciate that. I'll probably have a preview for the Burnley game coming up tomorrow, and I'll have a transfer show next Monday or Tuesday, just going through a few of the rumors that are about there. I'll probably look a bit into this Paratici nonsense and maybe do a show on that.
Yeah, give us a little bit of understanding of it, because none of us have the time to try to figure out what the fuck is going on. And you want to do that, so looking forward to hearing it.
Hopefully it lives up to your standards.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, Matty. Always does, brother. Thank you for coming on. Absolute pleasure, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you soon, guys. Pleasure meeting you, Sean.
See you, Matty. Take care of yourself.
So sorry, I just want to say one thing as well. Do you know what really pisses me off with this whole situation we're talking about Højbjerg? I don't care. Forget it being Højbjerg and people saying he's great or he's not great or he's next captain or he's not. The fact that the fan base are targeting players, yes, they deserve some stick because of their
criticism is different from targeting.
Exactly,
abuse.
And they're going out and targeting them. So much so that he's deactivating his account. Now, Højbjerg, he would be like, he didn't even celebrate a goal.
He's usually the only one who stands up to these fucking idiots and says something.
Exactly. But the fact that they're doing this just goes to show how ridiculous this is getting. First of all, Bobby K, my very near and dear friend from Toronto here. Enjoy the rest of your shift, brother. We'll speak later on. So yeah, but the very fact that they're targeting players, Now, there's some whether they deserve it or not.
Cheers, Manny.
I just don't understand why it's been this way for years. It's been this way for years, and why. I really just don't get why people aren't doing the right thing. And at least if you're going to direct your hatred or your and I don't even condone going that like patronising to Levy and insulting his family. Like obviously I'll insult him I would never dream of insulting his family or anything like that. It's just not the way I am. But to target players, and they haven't been here for the whole 21 years. They haven't been here where we've seen this come and keep continuing. Yet they just turn on the players, which is just sickens me. Absolutely
for sure.
sickens me.
I do want to just chime in here quickly, and Cody Mack makes a good point, and we don't know for sure why he's done this when it comes to deactivating his account. I think it's probably based on what is likely because
look at Bergwijn.
Well, no, and that's my point. We've seen it, not just Bergwijn. We've seen it from many footballers who go through a scenario where something happens, and we all saw what happened with Spurs' loss last night, and how bad it was, and arguably he's going to be one of those players that's going to end up getting abuse for it. So it's an assumption, Cody, and you're right that we should be questioning whether or not it's 100% true. But there's a likelihood there, and we brought it up for that reason. And we should also consider that it isn't necessarily 100% true, but it is something to think about, because whether or not it is true, it is still like the social media and the abuse that people get, especially players, is pretty heavy, and it's pretty ugly. So it's hard to think that it isn't that. It's probably something to do with that, or it's probably him just being so pissed off about how shit we are that he just like, I don't want to do this right now, whatever the case may be. So I think that's enough to talk about what happened last night and sort of where we are as a club in that situation. I
just want to add one thing, and it's not really about the
game.
All right,
you added. Hey, I should have asked before I said it.
No. It's just obviously I want to talk about, obviously, like Bob Spur has his acronyms for till they hold the shirt. Obviously, I announced it yesterday, and I spoke to you as well about this. I'm coming back in February. And it is to protest. And I've been using the strapline. I'm coming to cause chaos. And that's what I'm doing, because this is just going to continue. My plans, I'm going to say them now, so I don't care if whatever gets back or whatever. And I know certain things happen. My plan is, if people want to join me, I don't know the dates there to be confirmed, but I'm going to get one of the placards we have from the group that I'm a part of, and one of the banners. I will be outside the training ground every single day, and I do mean every single day. And I will be staying there till after training. I don't care if it's me by myself or some of my group are there or other people want to join me. And I stay there. And then my plan is to walk. That's right, walk from there to the stadium every single day. And again, it might just be me, but hopefully by the end of however long I'm there for, it will get some media exposure, or other fans will want to join me, because it's enough. Like I said, the numbers when I was there weren't brilliant. I know Graham's still in the chat, and he was there with me all the time, and there's a few others that were there with me, but I just can't do this. I can't do this. Not saying it's going to make a difference, but I can't sit back and watch this anymore.
If they keep performing like they are, you're going to have tons of people with you.
I just can't, honestly. I don't care if it's me by myself and I get memed or whatever by opposing fans or whatever, or certain people in the Spurs or the Spurs trolls, let's call them. I'm not going to mention names.
Please don't.
I'm not going to. I've gone past that. I'm just sick and tired of this. I'm sick and tired of this. And do you know what? Like I said, it's because I put a tweet out yesterday and I said, do you know what? Yesterday's performance had absolutely nothing to do with Daniel Levy. These guys are professionals. The reason that they are even associated with us, allowed to wear the shirt, allowed into that training ground, and allowed onto that pitch, has absolutely everything to do with him. And I just cannot stand back and allow this anymore. I can't. So like I said, I'm going back. I don't know the dates, to be confirmed, but it's happening, because I know what I think is going to happen in January, and
Brian,
there we go. Yeah,
I'm going to counter what you've just said because this is, a balanced YouTube channel. I'm going to say that I think you are getting a little ahead of yourself, and I understand why, because I understand that performance was good reason for why you feel the way you do it. I'm not going to discount that, but I do think we, as a reasonable person, that we need to wait at
I've
least
waited 21 years.
Well, I get that.
I've waited 30.
Guys, can I finish my sentence, please?
No.
I'm gonna.
I'm joking.
I can mute you if you want. No, I'm gonna wait until January, because I do think, and like we've talked about this on many streams before, on a podcast earlier this week, on podcast last week. I think most Spurs fans would agree. Currently, in the situation we're in right now, Levy is in a position where his back is against the wall. If he doesn't do the things that are required to push this club forward, based on all the investment he's done with the training ground and the stadium and all these other things, if he doesn't back one of the best managers in the world, Antonio Conte, that he hired, if he doesn't back him, he is like, his back's against the wall. He will be either forced to sell, or nobody's going to show up anymore, and he's not going to make any money, because the fans will revolt. Not just the Bryans of the world, who is clearly not your average Spurs fan who's somebody who pays attention to the problems. Most average Spurs fans probably are like, it's fine, we got all these lovely things, and ching ching ching, it's great. This will eventually become toxic to a point where something will have to change, and whether it's him getting the sack or him moving on and selling it, or whatever the things will happen, it will have to happen, because if you don't back one of the best managers in the world that you've hired to do the things that we clearly need to be done, you will look like a complete fucking idiot, which he already does. I agree, but it will be out there in the open for everybody who is still on the side of like, oh, this guy, he's done all these things, he's done these things, he's done that. It will be so blatantly obvious that he's a fucking twat and he's completely failed miserably, which we're on the same page on this, but we have to at least go through January. And if at the end of January, and I know you will, you'll be like, I told you, Ireland, I fucking told you, I'm going to England. I'll be fine with it. I'll put my hands up and I'll actually fucking come with you. And, you guys can count me. If I can afford it, if I can find the way to fucking pay for my flight, I will go with you and I'll protest. But I think we got to give it that, because that's what we've seen so far.
I just want to make this clear before, obviously, we're not sure. I'm not booking my ticket tomorrow. This will be booked in January.
I know.
So I'm just saying, this is saying just
it's a consideration of what we already know about the situation. And I get that.
I just want to address the comment. Sorry, Sean. I'm just going to do this one because the anger. Don't worry. This is me being very, very mild.
He's not a violent person. He's a sweet human being. Chill the fuck out.
Exactly. It's only when it comes to this topic where I go nuclear. And believe me, Jonathan, thank you for the concern. But if you see me over the year or year and a half that I've been on YouTube, what I'm saying right now is me like being as chilled and relaxed as possible.
It's also just passion. You care about our club. You care about Tottenham Hotspur. You want the best for it, and we've consistently seen not the best for it for a long period of time. And that it's a reasonable position, based on the evidence. I think we have to accept that.
Look, the statement my dad came out with, and I'm sure loads of people have said this or heard this, and not just my dad that came up with this. But my dad, he always said to me, do you know what? Your parents come and go, your friends come and go, family come and go, jobs come and go. Everything in your life will change. Like there'll never be one constant throughout your life, apart from your football team. Now, my football team, I've told this story before. I don't know if people have heard it. I actually, before I met my beautiful, wonderful wife, when I was living in Israel, I was actually engaged beforehand to a woman, and we were engaged. It was the Jewish festival Passover, and the day after was after it finishes, it's a high holiday for Moroccan Jews, and that was what my fiance's stepfather was. And this day just so happened to fall on a Spurs Arsenal game, and people know I just don't miss this game. But this was the season with Martin Jol. It was the 1-1, the last game at Highbury when there was an injury and Jol and Wenger squared up to each other. And I started speaking on the phone a couple of days before saying, obviously I'll meet you at the pub at this time, yada, yada, yada. She goes, what are you talking about? And I said, I'm going to Spurs Arsenal on Saturday. And she's like, well, no, you're not. And I was like, I beg your pardon. She's like, well, it's this high holiday. We're going to my family's house. I was like, okay, well, I'll join you after the game. And this is when I was still drunk, drinking. She goes, you'll come back smashed. And I was like, no, I'll go nice and easy, which I wouldn't have done. But then she said she gave me the option of either you go and watch Spurs Arsenal. Sorry, you come to this festival, and we're still engaged, or you go to Spurs Arsenal and we're over. And the next sentence that came out my mouth was, I'm going to the pub, leave my place before I get back. So that's how passionate and what Tottenham Hotspur mean to me. They literally are so rooted within inside me. It's beyond a joke. And like I said, this is something, as everyone knows, that I am extremely, extremely passionate about. And I want to try and make a difference any way I can.
For sure, bro. You know, most people who know you understand, whether agree or disagree, that you're a positive person. You're a loving, wonderful human. Care about you. Sometimes we disagree, which is totally fine. But I think most of the time we agree. And in this case, it took me a bit to get to that point. Before you move on from that comment, I wanted to shout out to Matt Barr because. He says, still early days with strategy led by Paratici, which is essentially what we're saying. If the team doesn't change with Conte leading, Levy will be out. Anyhow, Conte and Paratici is the last word for Levy.
That is not true.
Okay, wait. It may or may not be true, but I do think that it might be true for the fan base. And so, let me finish on. But I just want to shout out to Matt because Matt's a very good friend of mine. Him and I played football together for many years, and he's a massive Spurs fan. He's been in Canada for some time. He's part of our Bryce, part of our Spurs Canada group that on the WhatsApp, and he's joining us live. Like he rarely gets this opportunity, so I just wanted to shout out to Matt and thanks for being here. I agree to that to some extent, but Sean, please respond to what you think about that.
Well, Levy is Tottenham. People say Lewis, but Lewis has absolutely zero. He is absent. He is an absent owner.
He's money. He's money. That's all he is.
That's all he is. That's all he was. Now he just owns a percentage of Spurs. I think it's like 55%, and then Levy owns everything up to 85.5% on top of Lewis. And ENIC is owned exclusively by Levy and Lewis. So that's 100%. No shareholders. They're not, it's a shell company for all their businesses that they own. So ENIC will buy those companies and they'll use that as a shell company and siphon off funds as dividends to fund themselves. So and Levy, the board is stocked with nothing but executives of Spurs, which are basically going to be yes men to Mr. Levy. So the board doesn't have a say. Levy is his own boss.
Levy is essentially Spurs. Like he will do whatever he wants. Is what you
he'll do whatever he wants. The only thing that we can force on him is not show up and not buy kits. You know, don't buy merchandise.
Yeah, don't
watch the game.
Yeah. Don't have season tickets, all those other things. I mean, that's like what you can do, and of course that makes complete sense.
But that's unfortunately we're never going to be able to force Levy out.
We're also yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree with you here, but at the same time, I also think you can maybe not necessarily force him out, but you can potentially get him to make different decisions. And I think that's the key. You know, he's going to be there. But if you do enough, if you say enough or do enough, or you get enough people revolting or responding to the bad decisions that are being made, there's potential for him to maybe make a different decision because he's afraid of losing money. And that's just essentially what you just said when it comes to like spending money on shirts or whatever for the club. If you can take money out of his hands, he will find a way to not make that happen because that's what he cares about. He's a businessman. He wants to make money. And so I appreciate that. And I agree that, you know, that I've said from the beginning, for the most part, my position has always been like, I don't like Levy. I don't like what he's doing. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to get him out of the club, especially since he owns a large percentage of it. And the only way to affect change is to get him to make a different decision based on revenue or based on perception of revenue or perception on what people think of what he's doing. And I think that what Brian is doing and what the negative impact that fans are doing in the stadium with leave you out chants and stuff like that, despite it being like, yeah, that's never doing anything. I think his ego is big enough that there's effect being had there. I'm not saying it's going to be enough for him to like sell the club, because that's a massively different scenario. But I do think his ego is big enough that he might make different decisions. And I do even think like bringing in Fabio Paratici is somewhat to do with that to some extent, where he recognizes like, I have not done a good enough job. And this is the one thing about his statement that he made that I actually thought was good, is like, our recruitment hasn't been good enough and we need to fix that. And now whether Paratici is the answer or not is still up for debate. And Sean, I know you don't necessarily think it is, but the fact that it's being addressed to some extent is a recognition of that failure or those failures, and that there's something needs to be done that needs to be different, that we might see something different if it gets bad enough. And there's potential for that. If Conte fails, if this Conte project fails, fucking hell, like it is going to be like an absolute mess. And all the people I think who are on that sort of fence sitting kind of, I don't know, maybe, I think there's a bit of like, oh, that's fucked, dude. How do you fuck up Antonio Conte? Give him everything he wants, make sure he has whatever the fuck he wants, and do whatever the fuck he needs. If you don't do that, you failed. And that's it. And I think that's where we're at right now. And I think that's a good thing. And it could get messy. It could be an awful thing, because it means that the club is just going to fall apart to some extent. But maybe that's what needs to happen. And that may be what will end up meaning we sell, or he sells.
Should we move on to Burnley?
Yeah, probably.
Let's move on to Burnley, because it's on with me, especially with me in the.
Yeah, I had to get that out of my system. I hope you guys were okay with that. I was.
No, I totally love that.
Yeah. So John Fitzpatrick, thank you for the comment earlier. I appreciate that. I saw that you had mentioned me in my my balanced view, because I do try to be as balanced as possible. All right, we got Burnley at the weekend, Bri. Let's start with you. Burnley away. Turf Moor has always had this like sort of, it's Turf Moor. It could be like anything can happen. It's got all this kind of thing about it. They've actually, like, over the last few years, if you look at the statistics, they've been pretty shit at home. It's not really it shouldn't be as feared as it, like, I think sometimes is in the media. But I think after what just happened last night, there's a bit more to it now. Like, Burnley are better than Murrah. Like, they're a better side. They are much better side, and they're arguably going to do much of the same thing that Murrah did to Spurs, which is like, isolate them, attack, press, make us uncomfortable, and then look for opportunities on a dead ball. What are your thoughts on Burnley, and how do you feel going into this?
So first of all, just remember, Burnley have hit a bit of form now, and they've
been good. They've been scoring goals too.
They've recently got a draw against Chelsea. So it's
they were 3-3 last weekend, right?
They scored Palace, yeah,
3 goals against Palace. Palace are a good side.
Was it Palace or Brentford? It was Palace.
Either way, they scored.
Either way, they were in a 3-3 draw. But what you got to look as well, I remember saying when Conte had his first game against Leeds, I said, you know what, this is probably the game he would pick in the Premier League, because of Leeds just obviously just playing one way, and after the 2 weeks, it probably would have been the ideal fixture for us, especially with their injuries. And then I looked at it, and we spoke when I was on the other podcast, the North End, and we spoke about the Chelsea Man U game, and I said probably Man U probably were thinking the one game they don't want is Stamford Bridge without a manager. And I'm thinking right now, Burnley away is like that for us. Do we really want to be going there after this kind of defeat? At Burnley, it's a test of physicality and a test of strength. Shabbat shalom,
get us to 1K. We're 225 or something like that.
Yeah, we're on the push to 1K. We're on the push to 800. We're 25 away from 800 last time I checked. So come on, like and subscribe. That's the next milestone. But yeah, Burnley is a test of strength, a test of desire, and obviously we know that's been lacking, or it has been lacking. And I'm just hoping we get the backlash from Thursday's debacle comes through. obviously with this game as well, what we've got to look at is the players he's picking. He's got to look at this Christmas period as well. So it's not just about the players that have let him down. He's got to think game management and who he wants for what game and recovery, because this is
we're about to get real busy, right?
Exactly, and he's got to keep an eye on that as well, especially with the Romero news not looking very, very positive. So this is a real tough game, and there's a Burnley player that I would take in an absolute minute, which is Dwight McNeil. I think he's a great little player, and I think he's going to cause us problem. I've said we're going to get a draw, but I may say a win. But this is, do you know what? If there's no backlash after Thursday, then I'm going to be absolutely beyond apoplectic.
Yeah, here's the thing I think about this, and you know, Sean, we'll get your thoughts as well. Of course, in the comments, I'd love to hear what people think. We have a really good first. I wouldn't say really good. We have a reasonably good first 11 that, if well coached and have an understanding of system and what it is that the coach wants to play, can respond to that. We saw that at the Leeds game, right? You know, the coach said, here's what we're going to do in the first half. It didn't work. The coach said, here's what we're going to do in the second half. It worked. We ended up winning the game. We saw on Thursday that doesn't work with a bunch of players who don't necessarily get that. They have to understand. They have to have a football brain. They have to understand we have to change, and here's how it works. They didn't do any of those things. They failed miserably at it. It was an utter shambles in the league. And I would, you know, as much as I know that like winning trophies is great and we want to get a trophy and the Conference League is a trophy, I would just love to just fuck off with the trophy for that trophy and just focus on the league. And of course, we've got the League Cup and the FA Cup. We're still in those other two competitions plus the Premier League. Can we like the teams that succeed generally when these situations, if you even just look at Conte's Chelsea, in that when he came in and ended up winning the league the next season after they had finished 10th, they didn't have European football. European football is confusing, and Conte does not have a good record in European football.
Yep.
He's actually quite shit at it, to be fair. Wouldn't it be just good if Conte just said, you know what, I don't give a fuck about this. This is what's important. We're going to get rid of this Conference League thing that is causing a lot of trouble with the squad and the players that aren't on board. Get rid of that. Remove that from the club and say, fuck off with this shit. Here's what's important. If you want to get into this first team in the Premier League, because we're going to try to finish 4th, and that's our goal. Everything else doesn't fucking matter. And maybe get a trophy in some of those other games. Focus on that. For me, I hope that Conte is thinking that way. And I arguably think he is. Going into a game against Burnley in this situation, the goal would be just to go in there and dominate them and win, score goals, make it uncomfortable for them. We have the players and the first team to do that, as long as the first team is up for it. I do think they are, and I think that there's 8 or 9 players that are up for it, and there's maybe 2 or 3 within that maybe aren't quite there, but I think we should do okay against Burnley. I think we should get a result. It's not going to be pretty. It's like a 1-0 or, you know, whatever it might be. Sean, your thoughts on Burnley at the weekend? Post Thursday? Do you think that the first team, the 11 we know are likely going to start in this game, should have enough to get it done, and will they be motivated to get it done? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that the first 11, well, besides Romero. Yeah, that's a big question mark. Who are we going to put in? I would say if we can put Tanganga in there. Granted, he was pulled in the Leeds game, but against Mura, he looked fairly good. He was better than he was in the Leeds game. But against Burnley, they're just so darn stingy. Sean Dyche sets his teams up so well against everybody. He's just such a phenomenally good manager. I mean, if he wasn't so defensive, I mean, just from our views, because I actually think Sean Dyche is probably the smartest English coach there is.
I think he's one of the smartest coaches when it comes to how to how to stay in the Premier League as a team that doesn't have the resources that other teams have.
Like I almost go so far to say as if he had Man City, he would win the league too, or he could probably win the league with Manure this season.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. But I get why you're saying it. No, I think that he is very specific to a specific situation, and he's been in that situation for so long that he knows how to get it done. But I don't think if you gave him really good players that they would be better. Like I think those players would be like, what? You want me to do that?
He's done a lot with so little.
I know.
I mean, their transfer budget is like 13 million.
That's my point, Sean. Those players aren't at the level you get when you're at a Man City or Man U or Chelsea or wherever.
Don't you think it's relative?
No, I don't. I don't think it's relative at all. I think it's actually like very specific to money, and like if you can afford a certain player and you can build a profile around the style that you play, especially if you think of Pep. Like Pep wouldn't do well at Burnley, and neither would Sean Dyche do well at Man City. It's a profile that suits a certain type of player and a certain level, and I just don't think he would do well at a team that has quality. I think does well at teams that are like that need a structure, and he can take a bunch of players that are like pretty well like functional and make them much better. I don't think he takes like a Man City team and makes them remotely better. I think it probably makes them worse.
So like Poch at PSG can't get the front three to press. That's why he's having a hard time down there.
Yeah.
Think about it. I mean, really, honestly, I mean, he played a high press with us, and those front three, Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar are not going to press. So that's why Poch wants out, because it's one thing to have like one luxury player, but to have three.
I struggle with this idea that Poch wants out of a scenario where I'm not saying that he's happy, but he's 12 points for the good at the moment and will likely push forward in the Champions League to some extent. I don't think he's. They
fired Tuchel after winning 6 months after winning the treble.
I know that. I'm not saying he's not going to get sacked. I'm just saying whether he's happy or not. That's two different conversations.
You're not, but you're not going to win the Champions League with three luxury players.
You might. It's a fucking tournament. Tournaments are.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, no. Anything can happen in a difficult tournament. It depends on the draw. Like, oh, we ended up with this team that we can manage that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I just don't think you could compare that scenario. But anyway, Sean, your thoughts on Burnley and Spurs on the weekend? Do you think we have enough in the 11 that we have that he's going to start and then we'll be motivated enough to beat Burnley?
I think our first 11 with Romero, if he was in there, I think those guys want to work. I don't have any issues with our first 11 that Conte brought in. It's the second team. It's just we haven't reinforced. We got stagnant, and players lost motivation, and you don't have any leadership in the locker room. I don't know how Laurie's. I think he's he's more of a don't he doesn't say much, but he's just kind of like follow me, but I don't know. I don't have any faith in our second team.
I know, but we're not playing our second team. It's the Premier League. We're going to play our first team.
I don't have an issue. It's just we always have a tough time at Burnley against Burnley. Period. It's ridiculous. I think we're 6 draws, 1 win, and about 2 losses. I think.
Wow, that's damning.
I
haven't
looked at that statistic, but that doesn't sound great.
You know what? I think it's time. We haven't done it for ages.
Yeah.
I think we should have. We'll give the link out so if people want to come on and talk about anything.
Yeah, we can
have a conversation. So let me just post the link. So guys, we haven't done this for a while, so we want to spend some time with you guys. So I'm about.
Sorry about you guys.
Exactly. I think were we the first person that the first show?
Yes, I was.
I think Sean was. Yeah, I think Sean was. I think it's some history there, Sean. I'm glad you're here with us tonight. Yeah.
So the link is now there. So if you guys want to come on and talk about anything, like I said, I think we're going to do it that when a guest comes on, we'll let them dictate the narrative to begin with.
For sure.
But yeah, I'm thinking 1-1.
Yeah, so this is the thing I was thinking. So just to give you guys a bit of it's just a bit of a story. So my girlfriend and I are part of a prediction, like a pool, like a football pool, and she loves football like I do, not as much, but she likes it. So she is part of this pool, and we have to pick the score lines of all the Premier League and have to see where we're at. Where I think we're second in a group of about 7 or 8, which is pretty good. We just started really well. But this game came up for me. Of course, Burnley Spurs. It's a difficult one to decide, and so she was like, "Are we going to win this game?" And I was like, "I have no fucking idea. I have no idea if we're going to win this game or not. Like, I just don't. Like, I think if yesterday didn't happen, I probably would have been like, yeah, we'll be fine. Like, if we won yesterday and it looked like there was some fucking energy in the team, like over and above just the starting 11, I would have been like, yeah, we'll be fine. But now, and of course with Burnley's form, and they've had very good form, like whether or not they've won or lost, they've played well and they're scoring goals, that like they are a different team. I'm nervous. And Sean, you just said a 1-1. I think that's a good shout. I rarely, unless of course like it's obvious we're playing City or Liverpool or a big team, we'll say that the Spurs are gonna draw or lose, because it just doesn't feel right to me. But I think in this case, if we're going to be honest about the situation and where we're at, I don't know. I mean, I think it's either we lose or we eke a point, which is fucked against fucking Birds.
So
I know it's painful. I know it's painful.
Sean, why did you do this to me, Sean?
Well, no, the thing is, I have to say, Sean, it's a full house. I was saying yesterday, I've been saying all day today, with the manner of the game that this is and the importance of it. When I say importance, I mean to repair the damage, or go to some extent of trying to repair the damage of what was yesterday. We need a win, but I can't see past the draw. And if I'm going for the same scoreline as well, 1-1. And if there is to be a winner, obviously, please God let it be us. Please God let it be us, because then it'll be 2-1. But do you know what people keep saying? And I heard Cody say it when Cody was going for a 1-0. And Cody, get in here, man.
Yeah, Cody, hop on, brother. You're up. I see you're up. We see you here.
So Cody said 1-0.
You need some coaching. Come on, and we'll give you some.
Cody said 1-0. When they said who's going to be the goal scorer, he was like, "Yeah, do you know what, Kane?" And do you know what? I said Kane. I thought was going to get a hat trick against. Was it against Leeds or against Moor? I think it might have been against Moor. I'm done saying. I understand why everyone's saying. I completely get it. Whilst everyone's saying Harry Kane, but I can't say it anymore. I can't say it anymore. Do you know what, one thing we haven't spoken about? I don't understand how last season Kane and Son were telepathic. Like they didn't even need to look at each other. They didn't even need to look at each other. They knew where each other was.
Where did that go?
This season,
I can tell you.
Go on.
Kane left. Kane left in his brain.
Yeah, Kane quit.
Kane left
until Conte got here. I mean, like literally, Kane pulled an Ericsson. He quit on us.
He left. He fucking left. In his head, he was gone. I mean, that was obvious. Yep.
And then when he came back, he just didn't play.
Yeah.
He just didn't. I mean, if you look at the games, he would walk back to the front, or he would like drift.
He saunters.
Like ever so slow. Yeah, he's just so slow. And you watched that game yesterday, that boy was running his heart out for balls in the corner. Running as fast as his big ass can run. But I got a good one for you. Last week I needed I'm 63rd in a group of 1,000, and I needed I picked Watford to beat Man United. So I hit up Ben Foster.
Oh.
Buddy, gotta win this match. And he's like, I'll save one just for you. Man, yeah. That penalty save, brilliant. Loved it. But yeah, I picked that one. That's my favorite pick this past week.
It's just, like I said, I mean, we'll go. It's just I can't see. Oh, here he is.
Oh shit!
There's a guest. It's Danny Kiriakou. Danny Kiriakou. You know what? I have to say, I what I love now is when I go onto streams. Sometimes I go onto Matty Hayes' stream, and I see people saying Maddie Hayes, and Danny would have seen it now, and I see it all the time when he's either in a stream or in a chat, and I'm not even in it, and I look at the live chat. There are people that are going
Singing the songs.
Oh, mate, it's honestly, it makes
Danny,
my,
you're muted.
you're on
Danny,
mute,
unmute
brother.
yourself. Yeah. Well, welcome to the channel, Danny. Absolute pleasure to have you on. There's only one bun, and his name is Danny Kariakou. Thanks for being here. How do you feel about the Burnley game at the weekend?
Can you hear me now, right?
Yeah. You're good.
Perfect. Glad to see you guys. Brian Island's first.
Mate, it's been so long.
I
feel like I've been like, I see you on all these other things. I'm like, when am I gonna fucking hang out?
I know it's been too long, mate. Do you know what? To be honest with you, Brian knows. I'm non-stop working, man. I'm non-stop.
Hey, you know what? I'm in the same boat. I when the sort of the pandemic isn't over, but when it eased, I've gone back to work and I've been like ridiculously busy. I've been trying to say, Brian, I have no time for this shit. But it is what it is, It
is what it is. It's annoying, but look, you kind of got to try and get in when you can, really. So
exactly.
I saw you guys and I just messaged Brian. I was like, if you're still going for longer than 10 minutes, I'll probably come on for a little bit.
Mate, you get on here, man. It's good to have you, brother.
Yeah, it's nice to be here.
Yeah,
I hope everyone's well.
Everybody's well.
Yep.
So we've got another.
I'm freezing, but other than that, I'm good.
Yeah.
Where's your heater, Sean?
At home. I'm out at the park.
Oh, okay.
so before we get talking, I mean, Danny, we'll pick your what you want to talk about first. Then we're going to bring this other person on now, and I've got to say to you, he's coming live from Palmer's Green, so I'm just going to bring him in now. Live all the way from.
I knew Stelios was coming.
What's up,
live
Stel?
from Palmer's Green. So when he starts with the what Wi-Fi, but
when his gear doesn't work, we'll know exactly what's going on.
Shalom from Golders Green, everyone.
Touche. So first of all, we're just going to quickly bring up Danny's question. Danny, you're going to have a question or something you want to discuss, and then we'll go around the table. Then we'll obviously discuss what Stel wants to do. Then we'll have a free for all, sir.
Yep.
So Danny, rock the mic.
Okay, so in what month is Conte walking out? Next year.
September.
What a question.
September.
Danny, like you're fucking killing me, mate. I mean, I don't want to answer it, but it's fucking true, isn't it?
So do you know what? Sean's got September. Sean's got September, and I do you know what? I want to know, and with this, it's kind of. I think we had this discussion before, Ireland, where I don't know how the winter transfer window is going to work next season with the World Cup. I know the World Cup is November to December, and obviously then it doesn't affect.
Good shout. I don't know.
January.
It's the exact same. I checked it out because I had this. Yeah, it's the same. The season's going to start earlier, but the transfer window is the same.
So, because what you got to work out is that with this transfer window coming out, listen, if he doesn't get backed in January, I don't think don't get wrong, he's not walking out in January. He will call out Levy again and say, "Listen, I wanted this, and this didn't happen."
Didn't happen.
And then, he won't walk. But I'm really concerned because obviously with this World Cup, with this market coming up, obviously you look at it, and these players, you've got to try and think. With these players, do you want to try and get them now before January? Because if they have a good World Cup, these players that you've identified that could be going to their price skyrockets in the World Cup. It's the biggest shop window. So he's got to back him in August.
I think he walks in.
I'm going with September, like Sean.
And I'm going to go. He walks in the summer. I think he gets to the summer, and if the things that he's been told are supposed to happen don't happen, so January doesn't happen, and then summer starts to happen, and he's like, "You're not giving you or saying what you said is going to happen." That's when he'll go. That's 2 times. Fuck off. I'm out. I think he'll do he'll give us one moment, one transfer window, and if that transfer window isn't good, and then he'll say, if you told me this is why this didn't work, here's another opportunity. I need this, and you now told me that also didn't work. Go fuck yourselves. I think that's what he'll do. That's my position.
Okay, just before Stel answers the question, I just want to say Cody is in the background. We're going to get Stel's answer.
Oh shit!
We're going to get Stel's answer. Then we bring Cody. Then we bring Cody into have his answer.
Legends in the fucking
exactly. And then Cody will have his question after Stel. But Cody, you're coming in straight after Stel answers the question. So Stel. When are you?
When is Conte out?
When's Conte walking
on his own?
Get Cody in because I've got some golfing questions for for Caddyshack Cody. When he jumps on.
Save it for after Stel.
I have to say it first because as soon as Cody comes in, he's going to come in on me. So I just need to get my bit there quick. But that's fair enough, Brian. Fair enough.
So when's he leaving? Or when would you think he might?
I'm going to give you a Brian Island answer, kind of diplomatic response. Okay?
My guy right here.
I don't know if he's going to walk or not, and I'll tell you why. Because what we need, and I was thinking about this today, because everyone's talking about it. We need to rebuild the squad. They've all got to go, and I was thinking, let's say, do you agree we need about 10, 12 players? Is that fair? 10, 12 new players, right? Let's say each player, bottom of the barrel, £10 million a player. So 10 players times 10 million is 100 million. But
there it goes.
There goes that Palmer's Green Wi-Fi, people. There goes that Palmer's Green Wi-Fi.
He's just about to start explaining his answer.
And look at he's doing a karate chop as well. So whilst
let's all do it at the same time.
Whilst we're waiting for the Palmer's Green Wi-Fi to come in, this is the perfect time to bring Cody in.
Cody Mack.
Let's pop in Cody.
Cody, put your camera on, you bitch.
Yeah, we need to see your face, you.
Put your fucking camera on, you bitch.
Good evening.
We know you don't have the fucking beard anymore, but let's see it.
He only makes a appearance and shows the beard off for We Are Tottenham TV.
No, sorry. I will. It's because I'm on my phone.
Okay, brother. Yeah. Okay, so
Cody, still see that lovely face,
sorry, brother.
So that was pretty good comedic timing for Stelios to freeze up like that, eh?
Can't write this shit.
I just commented earlier that he's on dial-up, so it's perfect. I'm glad he took his big shot there before I came on. You know what, Stelios, if you're listening, I think you're just a wonderful guy, man. I love you to bits. Look, I think Conte is gonna walk in April.
April.
Yeah.
Is it this April coming or the April after?
No, it's going to happen this April.
Or next day, actually.
Ooh,
okay. Why, Cody?
Well, the January transfer window is obviously going to be a failure. Like
shambles, Cody.
It's obviously we don't even know if we're going to have a director of football at that point. He's going
to be in jail. He's going to be in jail.
He can go in jail with his Zagreb manager, mate. Being in prison is all the rage at the moment, and being a football backroom.
That's how you win games. That's how you win games. He'll be like, I'm going to go to jail, and we're going to go to fucking wherever and win away.
Right, prison FC just got a new director of football.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
So, yeah, the January transfer window is going to be an obvious failure. We're going to get knocked out of all the cup competitions, and the last straw is going to be the last. We're going to get eliminated in like the semifinals or the finals of a cup competition, and Conte is going to take a look around. The squad is beyond repair.
Cody, he's doing that right now. What makes you think it's going to take till April?
Because there will be just enough investment in January to give Conte hope, because his belief in his own ability is so high. But there'll be a critical mass point where it's just like this is the end. And you know what? The other thing is, just before Danny, April. He's gonna get sacked in April because my birthday is in April.
April Fools.
So before Stel answers the question and then Danny answers his own question, then we'll go to Stel's question. There is another guest to bring in, and it's a good one. It's good old Ricky Villiers, Jens.
Jens, what's up, mate? Can we see your face, motherfucker? Can we see it?
How you doing, mate? You all right?
All good. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
All good. So we're just gonna hear Stel's answer the question, then we'll get yours, and then Danny can answer his own question, and we'll go to Stel. But Stel,
how is your internet now working? Like, could you just do this
speak
all
quickly,
the time?
Stel, before it goes. Speak very, very quickly before it goes. You got to speak like this.
Brian Daigle jinxed me. That's what it is. As soon as I came on, he mentioned it, and it just jinxed everything. So
yeah, jinxing. That's it.
Listen, I don't know what you caught of what I was trying to say, but
we got the karate chop.
Nothing at all.
We were starting exactly where we were. You said about 10 players, 10 times 10 million, 100 million, and then you did a karate chop for some reason, and then you went.
Just Just before Stelios answers, Stel, how long were you just talking to yourself before you realized that none of us could hear you anymore? Because it took you a while to get back in, you know?
No. Literally straight away. The screen shut down. I thought the PC was going to shut down. I'm on my mobile phone now. That's why.
It's working much better than your other situation, by the way.
Stelios, you need to start closing Pornhub when you decide to stream, man. You can't run both at the same time. Close Pornhub.
How's your golf handicap, dude?
It is.
All right, get back on track. Get back on track.
Back on track.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. So if
I can hear that laugh. I know whose laugh that is.
I love that
Best laugh on YouTube. We can put it all together. Alex has the best teeth. Jens has the best laugh. We've got to put everything together. But still, answer your question before
What a stream. What a stream.
I'll try. If we need 10 new players and good quality players are going to cost between 30 to 40 million pounds minimum, then
no chance.
35 million times 10 is 350 million. That's what we need to spend. That's never going to happen in January, and that's never going to happen in August.
Can I interrupt you there quickly, Stel? And I know that this is a funny fucking answer to, or in response to what you just said. We actually have to sell probably 7 or 8 players, and they will. I'm laughing as I'm hearing myself say this. They will fund this. They will fund the purchase of these other players because we'll make. No, we won't make any money off them because they're invaluable.
Yeah,
no, they're not worth any money. Fucking Dele Alli, he's not worth any money anymore. What are you gonna get for Dele Alli? 50 million?
Just get rid of him.
No, I agree.
That's my point. Lager and a packet of crisps.
We need to sell. We need to sell to buy. But the value. Hear me out. So the value of the players that we need to sell has gone down so much because of how shit they are and how little they've fucking given a shit that we don't even have that to say if we sell so and so, we're gonna earn 100 million or 150 million, and we could put that back into spending, and then we'll only have to spend 150 million. We don't even have that. We don't have that because they don't have any value. Dele Alli used to be like 2 years ago. You could sell him for 90 million. You could sell him for maybe 20 if you're fucking 20, lucky.
Yeah, 20
if you're lucky, that's my point. Like we're fucked. This is so fucked.
Listen, I'm going on the basis that 2 things. 1, we need to spend roughly 350 million. 2, the season Pochettino got sacked, we spent 100 million in that window, and under Mourinho we spent 140 million. Whether we sold players to finance it plus a bit of profit, however we did it, I think we can find a way of spending 100 million a year. So if we need to spend 350 to fix the squad, that means we need 3 years of 100 million pound investment. So when will Conte go? Well, if he walks, it's because he doesn't agree to us rebuilding over 3 years. We are never going to rebuild in 2 seasons. No chance.
No chance. No chance.
So
we need to rebuild fucking 3 seasons ago. We haven't done any of it. So yeah,
we're coming to the end of the completion.
So why did he come? Why did he come?
Because
if
I
he
think
doesn't believe.
I think he was told some things. I think he was told some things he didn't.
I think he's going to get part of what he wants now, and if it's working, if the signs look good, then he'll stay on the agreement that Spurs continue funding the rebuild. But will that initial big start? We're gonna listen by the end of August. We're gonna have all the answers, right?
I think by the end of January we're gonna have all the answers. Honestly,
January's hard though. January's so hard.
I know January's hard, but you'll see whether or not there's some sort of understanding of like that we need some players to leave. My biggest position, or my what I think is the most important position, is that we need to get rid of players before we buy them. We're really shit at recruitment. We've struggled with getting the right players in for the right reason. The biggest problem we have right now, and we saw it last night, is the attitude of the players that have been here for far too long. We need to get rid of those players first. Find a way to get rid of them at whatever value, whatever the fuck we have to do to get rid of them first, and then start to create a different space within the club. It just doesn't exist right now. We're in a scenario where we have at least 7 or 8 players who are you're earning a wage. All you're doing here is just making money off the club. You're shit. You should not be playing for this club at any moment. We haven't dealt with that. That's been the issue from when Poch left. When Poch didn't get to do what he needed to do, when it comes to cycling players through the system, and he said we need to. That's exactly what he was talking about. We haven't done that for 3 years. All we've done is brought in like, maybe this player is going to be good. Maybe this player is going to be good. Maybe this fucking director of football is going to be good and is going to bring us players that we think are good. None of those things have happened. It's just been fucking nonsense. It's been nonsense. And it's
Brian, can I add to this? Can I add to this, right?
Please do.
In fact, a massive problem at this club, and it's to answer a lot of the comments that were directed to me in the chat earlier on. We do not play good football anymore.
Oh, and terrible! I don't even know how to pass anymore.
I disagree with what Matty Hayes said in response to what I said, and the reason I disagree with him is Graham Potter got Ostensons, a bunch of part-time Scandinavians playing good football. Right?
Nothing wrong with
a quality coach can get any group of players playing good football. He might not get results because quality players get the results. But when you've got good football plus quality players, that's how you win trophies. But as a club, our coaches that we've brought in are not playing progressive football, right? Conte needs time, so we can't judge him yet. But Mourinho's football was dog shit. Nuno's football was crap. Ryan Mason hasn't even got a coaching badge. We need a coach that knows how to develop a style of play that keeps possession of the ball, is fluid in the attack, is quick in the attack, and makes killer passes, very forward-thinking decisions, doesn't dwindle on the ball too long. I've yet to see a coach at Spurs do that. And I promise you guys, if a coach does that, you will see players like Lo Celso and Ndombele raise their game. But
step up then,
it's not going to make them great. Okay, I can't guarantee that. But these are good players that play in good football teams. We're just not a good football team anymore. That's not an excuse for their laziness, though. That's not. I'm not trying.
I'm struggling with it a little bit, but I get what you're saying to some extent. I don't totally disagree, but I agree and disagree to some extent.
Ask yourself this question, Brian. When you play football, right? When you play football, do you play better when you're on a team that's playing good? Or do you play better when you're in a team that's?
I mean, that's obvious. It's obvious. So, like that's an easy answer. I don't need to.
Yeah, it's the same for pro players.
It's a no-brainer.
Let's get Jens' answer before Danny answers his own question, and then we'll go to Stell's question because I want to try and keep it that we all get a say on each person's question. Or
Brian, I'm going to let you lead this for a sec. I got
to so Jens, over to you, brother, on Danny's question. When do you think Levy walks? If he walks,
Conte walks.
What did I just say?
Levy.
Trust me, that's not Jesus Christ.
Levy or
what is wrong with me today? That Levy will hopefully be February when I'm back.
He's haunting Ryan
on my
too
mind.
much.
It's quite exactly. Yeah, let me rephrase that. When does Conte walk? If he does walk,
Levy. Sorry, Brian. Do you ever say Levy when you're having sex by accident?
No. Do you know what? If I ever do that, mate, if I ever do that, the CN Tower and jumping is going to be the first thing that enters my mind.
Your wife's going to knock your head off if you do that.
No, I'll knock my head off, mate. I'll knock myself out. I'll go, it was a dream. Oh, it was a dream. But no, Jens, I'll repeat this again. Mate, I need to go get elocution lessons. I cannot talk. Jens, over to you.
Oh, come on, mate. You can talk an awful lot better than Cody. I mean, he comes from Canada.
Hello. Listen, say what you want about anything else, but don't knock his Canadian. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
I can't speak. I'm Canadian now, or will soon be Canadian officially. So I won't have anything said about Canadians. Code, got you back, brother.
Is there any chance you could repeat the question, please?
Yes. When will Conte? I repeat that Conte walk if he does walk.
I have a feeling in January, if the wonderful bald fella, as I am myself, doesn't support him. Do you lot really think that he's going to spend money? Yeah, he's probably promised Conte all this stuff, and he's probably thinking, well, I'm going to break my promise. Not really sure about that. Yeah.
So we got mixed views. Danny, answer your own question, and then the next topic is over to you still.
Yeah,
so, Danny,
I think it could be like after the January window.
Is
maybe
your name still?
Maybe February. I would say because
sorry, Danny. Didn't Brian say still?
No, I said, Danny, answer your own question.
Sorry. My apologies.
Do you know what, mate? You need to turn your camera on so you can see what.
Yeah, Ricky, stop with the nonsense.
Turn your camera on.
Get your shit together.
Come on, Jens.
Yeah, and then we're going over to Stel for his
sort
topic.
Out, mate.
Jesus Christ, Jens.
Come on,
Yeah, the next two people that speak, and I'm going to make sure I say this right because I might say that word again. Danny's answering his own question, and then we're going over to Stel to bring up the next topic that we're going to go around the houses.
Brian's in control of the situation, man.
And then it'll be Cody, and then it'll be Jens, your topic. So, Danny, over to you, and then to Stel.
All right, so I think it would be just after the window. So maybe not January, but I'd say maybe February or March sort of time, because it all depends. Because I think Cody's kind of right. This is what Daniel Levy does. He will give him a bit of a taste to make him believe, oh yeah, look, we're going to start doing something now, aren't we? And if the problem is, we've seen this all too many times before. Like, they might go and buy £150 million player, and that's it. They'll stop at that. They won't buy another one because we need 2 or 3 £50 million players right this minute, like right now, not in the summer. We need 3 £50 million players each. And what will happen is they might get one, and then Conte will be like, okay, then let's see what happens. Then they don't get rid of the players they want to get rid of, or they can't bring in the other players. They say they try. They're going to say, oh, we tried to get a deal done, but we couldn't. It's too difficult. It's just because, again, it's always going to be money. It always is. And then what's going to happen is he's going to, it depends. It's whether Conte thinks, do you know what? He's actually chatting shit. I'm going to walk. Or the other option is what Brian said in the summer, before maybe midway through the window, if he's not getting the sort of results that he wants. Because look, Conte has pretty much said it himself. He's evaluating the squad now. He's literally said it himself in words. He's saying, I am looking at the squad and seeing who is shit and who needs to get the fuck out of this club.
If I can quickly interrupt you, Danny. Danny, if I can quickly interrupt you, not only is he evaluating the squad, he's evaluating the club.
Yes, correct.
And I think that's an important point. He's looking at, this has been going on for this period of time. This is a massive issue. It's bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah.
And he's saying that, and I just think it's important. It's over and above just, the players are shit, or we got to bring players in. He's going, holy fuck, this is a giant mess, and that's basically what he said. So
100%.
Go on, Dave.
And I think
he likes to understand the situation.
I think
the level of the Tottenham is not very high.
Cody's Conte impression is fantastic, by the way.
But it's true though. Like, that's the thing. Like, our Tottenham are not at a high level at all. That you could compare them right now to
at the moment.
You compare them to like a Southampton right now.
We're a mid-table team.
We're a mid-table team. Is what we are. Right?
If that's even being a bit generous. If we didn't have some of the bigger players we had who've saved us,
we'd be terrible.
We would be 13th, 14th easy.
Yeah, easy.
Come on, you remember the 90s?
Yes, we don't need to think about that right now. We don't need to go back to that.
Could you imagine if you like?
Yeah, just like, do you remember how shit we used to be? That's not.
Come on. When in the 90s, we were
more 80s, shit than we are now.
Brilliant.
You know what?
In the 80s, we were brilliant. In the 90s. Jesus Christ.
What I've got to say about that, and then we're going to go. Dan, did you finish what you were about to say?
I was just going to say, no, I can't. Dad. I know, that's cool. I just can't see us going for like a Vlahovic, like the players that we kind of need. I can't see us getting someone like Kessier. I can't see us getting someone like a Skriniar.
The only reason we get them, Danny, is because of Conte.
It's the only reason. But the
Kessier is on the free.
But but he is on a free. But could you imagine if someone like Man United or someone like Man City go, do you know what? I'll have you. You're a free transfer.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they'll offer him far more wages.
Yeah, where would they go in that situation?
And would a player turn down Champions League football at one of the biggest clubs on the planet for a Conference League pushing, or a team that's just about to get eliminated from the fucking Conference League?
The only way
we've got chicken. whoa. We were going to do Danny's answer, and then we were going to go to Stell. Everyone's going to get a
It's
topic.
Friday night. We're going off, folks.
Yes, but literally, it's going to get all out of hand. So now we're going to go on to Stell's topic, and the way we're going to answer is down at the bottom from Sean. Then we'll do Cody. Then we'll do Jens, Danny, me, you, Brian.
Do I get an opportunity? No, I'm kidding.
And then obviously Stell will answer his own topic. So Stell, fire away with your topic, brother.
The two Brians are going to come in with the thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I didn't realise I had to have a topic when I came on the show.
Oh, get it together, man.
No, we said it literally. I said before you came on.
Okay, I can make one up. I can.
Yeah, make one up. Yeah,
you
go on.
I thought we knew each other. I thought you were aware of how things function on the YouTubes. Get it together.
Yeah. I've got a question. Okay, we can do this. So do you think, guys, and don't think from your heart, think from your head. Do you think Harry Kane is going to step up his game and actually score the kind of goals he normally scores for us, like the return that we normally come to get
Sean,
used with him?
Cody, Jens, Danny, me, you, then Stell will answer, and then it's Cody's question.
Sean,
Sean, off you go, brother.
No, he's not. I think he might get 12 goals in league this season. I'm done.
Short and sweet.
Sean's efficient.
See, this is how the question. At least 58 people. We haven't interrupted him. He said it, Sean. That was perfect, brother.
I love that though. That's
mate. For a minute, I swear to God, Sean, I thought you were just dangling a foot or something. I literally thought the way you just did that was someone's foot. But yeah, Cody, brother.
Codes, what do you think?
What's the question?
Put the camera on.
Do we think Kane is going to get the goals and hit the
height?
height?
Is Kane going to do what Kane?
No, he's not. Listen, December is going to kill Harry Kane. He's not going to. There's not going to be anything left of those ankles by the time that we hit 2022. So whether or not, it'll always be a debate as to like how much of what Kane is doing is down to, his tantrum there in the summer, and how much of it is down to actual just like straight fatigue from playing in Euros and playing so much for Spurs and not having a capable backup. Yeah. I don't think he's. I think this is a lost year at the end of the year for Harry Kane personally.
There we go. Jens.
What was the question, Brian?
About Harry Kane and will he hit the... My God, still everyone can't remember your question.
Quite frankly, I used to
the easiest question ever.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah, I used to love the bloke. I remember him coming on against Hearts
when we beat them 5-1.
God knows when. No, that was actually a home.
It was 0-0.
Yeah, and everybody was saying, "Oh yeah, if Harry Kane makes it, I'm going to eat my hat." And yeah, nowadays it really seems that he doesn't really care. He wanted to move to it seemed like he wanted to move to Manchester City. Wanted to go and win cups for those people. No.
Yeah.
There we go. So it's looking like this could be a full house, I believe. Danny, so do you want me to repeat the question to you again?
Yes, please.
So, do we think Harry Kane is this season gonna be able to reach the heights that we know he's capable of, and get back amongst the goals in the way that we know Harry Kane can?
No.
Can you elaborate, or that's just the answer?
No, he's going
to elaborate on.
I just think look, Cody kind of summed it up, to be honest. Like last season, right? I don't care what anyone fucking says, right? Having Vinicius there gave Harry Kane rest. That is what it gave him. I don't care if Vinicius wasn't good enough. Even though he scored the goals against the shittiest teams,
he didn't play in those fucking games that he shouldn't have played in.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, Danny. That's it.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And
imagine resting your fucking only striker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It allowed Kane to rest, and it allowed him to keep those levels, right?
But you should have told that to the manager.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
The chairman.
We're just seeing exactly the same thing we saw when Harry Kane was so overused, right? Yeah. And on top of the fact that he's had such a poor start, right, because of all the summer that happened, he's never going to get into full flow of things because he's just going to be overused, overworked, just completely tired out. And he's just not going to do it because he's not going to have any rest because he's playing every single match because we've got no other strikers. And that's the problem. And unless the striker, for me, is one of the key positions they need to bring in January because they need to be able to give Kane a rest. If you bring in someone like Avlaf, if they manage to pull that off, if they try to get him, then it's unbelievable and it'll be brilliant because we need someone of that class. But I can't see it. I can't see it happening. But that's what we need. And if they don't get someone like him in, they need to try and get a striker in because I mean, look, it's been how many years have we not had a competent striker? To be honest, this is ridiculous. And
it's absurd.
It's ridiculous. We're a team trying to fight. Like before, we were a team trying to fight for fucking Champions League, Premier League, and we had fucking Llorente. I mean,
hey, you know what? Fucking Llorente has done more.
That was what 3 years ago.
I know, but
I'm just saying, like, even Llorente, right? He never really was a good player for us. I mean, come on, let's be real here.
Let's be real. To the Champions League final.
The best thing he ever did was score that goal that kind of he mishit, wasn't it? Against Man City.
Wasn't it off?
That was the best thing he ever did.
He scored loads of goals in the Champions League,
but they were shit goals, but they were goals that mattered.
True.
Exactly.
So he did that. He helped us in that season. But then again, you could say fucking Sissoko was our best player in that season.
Yeah,
he was.
You could,
and that's fucking saying something.
Score, but he stopped people from scoring.
No, I know, but I mean, what I'm saying is, like, he's a shit player, but he had one of the most unbelievable season that he's ever had in his career.
Yeah, we got lucky as
right. I can't believe you said he's a shit player. He is a pretty good player, mate.
Who? Sissoko.
Good player.
Sissoko?
Sissoko? Are you mad?
He's a shit player.
He's a shit player.
He's on a wind up. He's on a wind up.
Yeah, he's got to be having. He's got to be able to laugh.
So yeah, all right. So
a shit player. Seriously.
Yes.
Do I get to chime in here, Brian?
We're going up with me and then you.
Jesus Christ, Ian.
Hey,
so listen.
Keep it together here. We're trying to run a channel. Right?
You obviously don't watch a lot of lower league football, Danny.
So the way I'm going to put it, I've had a problem. Everyone knows.
Right, can I just finish what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry, brother. I didn't know you.
But
everyone
knows. I mean,
so rude.
I mean, look, Harry Kane. I think it'll be unreal if he managed to get 20 goals a season in all competitions. So let's say Premier League, right? It'll be impressive.
He's already got like 14 goals.
So in all in the Premier League, right? In the Premier League, right, he won't get 20 goals. If he does, it's phenomenal. Like, considering the start he's had, the no backup and all this kind of shit.
It's the team he's in. He's not going to score 20 goals in this team.
But it's also, Brian, because
period.
The thing is, right, it's pretty much the same team as last season, right? The difference is that that Harry Kane hasn't tried it because he was the creator last season. He was doing everything, right? It was the Harry Kane team last season.
But also the manager last season, Jose Mourinho, recognized that he was the only one who was going to get that out of the team. And then Sonny was good. Sonny was good because Harry was good. That was it.
Right, let Danny finish. Then obviously when we have our go, we'll have our go.
I'm going to chime in if I got to chime in. Right?
I finished.
When you move it, Danny.
Okay.
Next year, Jens. Next year's the plan.
I'll see you soon.
My answer to Stell's question is obviously no. I mean, I've even heard people talking about, he's only a few goals away from catching Salah for the Golden Boot. If anyone thinks he's going to compete for the Golden Boot, you're very much mistaken. I mean, the only way I can say it is obviously, whilst I was over, I got to go to 3 games, and for those 3 games I sat with Danny. I had the pleasure and privilege of sitting with him. And for 2 of those games, which were
did you rub his bun, by the way?
No, I didn't. I should have done. Maybe it would have been. Maybe it would have been like Mr. Majika, and I could have had a wish.
I think you fucking should have.
Maybe that's what he needs to do to get Kane back. But
rub the bun for good luck.
For 2 of those games, Danny and I did like what Sky used to do, which was player cam, where we just watched Harry Kane, because we were playing so badly. He's just not there. He's not there, and it's through no fault. Listen. And I'm not blaming it all on him. It's the way Man City dealt with this. It's the way the club dealt with it. But as a professional, he should stand up and be counted, especially seeing the kind of stature that man has within the club and being the captain of the nation. He's just not there. I mean, against Leeds, he played better. I had this conversation with David Harris, who's a huge Kane fan. And people were saying, "Do you think he had a good game?" And I was like, "No, he didn't have a good game. He played better, but he didn't have a good game because." he was meant to stay up, or we were believing he was going to stay up top, like Conte had wanted him to. And yeah, he did a few good things, but his passing in the final third again was at times outrageously shit.
Who's making tea in the background?
He was. That's always Stell. If it's tea, it's
Stell.
Stell.
If you're making tea,
always Stell.
mute your
Yeah,
fucking
he's just
mic. Yeah?
Sorry. I'm
Fuck's sake, mate.
Mute.
So I just can't see him. I just can't see him getting there. I just can't see. I think this season is a washout for him. Maybe next season, if he's still with us or whatever, maybe he'll come back. But this season, I just don't expect. I mean, if someone had said to you, even at the beginning of the summer with all this shit, we'll be going into December, the last game in November, and he's got one Premier League goal. This is Harry Kane we're talking about. No one would put that bet on. And it's just ridiculous. I just don't see this season. Like I think someone said, I think it might have been Cody, seen about 12 goals. And I'll be amazed if he gets that. In all honesty, I'll be amazed if he gets that. Over to you, Ireland. Before
we'll move on to this from this topic after this. My biggest issue with Harry Kane and what we're watching and what it's blatantly obvious that he, despite, I think, has now shifted his motivation when it comes to having Conte in as a manager. The fact that we're just crap as a team means that he's not going to score goals. We don't have somebody who's going to give him opportunities. We don't have a 10. We don't have a creative midfielder. We don't have a player that's going to give him those chances that he got so frequently when we had Dembele and Eriksen to feed him, or even Dele Alli, who gave him space because of the moves he made and the space he created. We don't have any of that.
Dele Alli.
We literally are in a scenario.
Sorry.
We're in a scenario. That's fine. It's fine. Yes, we're in a scenario right now where Harry Kane was very good and still is very good because he cares and he tries hard and he puts himself in a position where he's going to be better. We don't have the squad or the team that's remotely close to good enough that's going to make Harry remotely close to what he has done previously. He will probably score arguably 8 to 10 goals this season, and that's high based on what we currently see at the club. Now, if those things change in the January transfer window, and we start to see players come in and Conte starts to get the best out of other players that have been shit, then maybe that'll change. But I don't really see it. I really think, for the most part, this is going to be Harry Kane's worst season as a professional.
Okay, guys, I just need to make a phone call about something very importantly. I'll be back, but I'll see you in a second. Okay,
Brian, who was next?
Stell's got to answer his own question, and then Cody's.
Stell, answer your own question, then we'll go to Cody.
And then I'll answer Cody's thing last.
Yeah, go Stell. Answer your own question.
I think if we don't change our style of play, then it's going to be more of the same. If we change our style of play, then I think Harry Kane will score the goals. But I don't know if Conte's system is going to change. I think he's pretty headstrong with what he's doing, but we don't have the players to play his system. So. Yeah. It's going to come down to how we're set up, and at the moment, the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think it's blatantly obvious. I think most of us agree. Okay, Cody, it's your choice or your chance now to ask everybody a question. Put at least your mic on, so we at least know you're here. If you're not, somebody else is going to get a question. Cody, are you still with us? You cunt. Sorry, that came out of my mouth. All right, Cody's not with us. Fuck Cody. Jens, let's go to you next. If there's a question you want to ask about this group of wonderful fucking Spurs folks, and to get an honest answer.
So, Brian, I feel really weird. There's like this pretty pattern of circles around me. I feel like I'm in some kind of hypnotic trance.
There's it's like Doctor Who shit going on here. Jens, what if you're going to ask any of us a question or about what's going on with Spurs right now? Like, give us your thoughts or your question.
I'd love to ask a question. Do you really think that Conte is gonna
change things?
Us? Yeah,
it's a great.
Is he going to win a? Is he going to win a? I'm not saying a title, but a cup.
Is he going to get us a trophy for the first fucking time?
Didn't we hear that with Jose?
I think Jens, I think most of us think that Jose was supposed to do that, but at the same time, there was a reluctance to think that he would do it because of where he is as a manager. But we literally right now with Conte, he's won 5 titles in the last 7 seasons he's managed.
Yes, he has.
This guy wins.
He hasn't had Levy as a chairman.
He also hasn't had a team that is bad as Spurs are. Yeah, so exactly. We'll start with you.
You looked at that last night. I mean, Jesus Christ. Did you look at that last night? How bad was that?
It's the second.
I agree. Okay, so let's go around.
Is Sanchez Bambi on ice?
Basically. I mean, I'm gonna throw in a little annoying thing about Sanchez. Sanchez was playing on the left side of a 3. He doesn't have a left foot. It was awful. No, it was a bad decision.
He still seems to.
No, I agree. I'm not. That's not an excuse. I think that was a bad decision from Conte to put him in that position. I think, but I also think that shows how bad he is as a player. Like he needs to be able to have a left foot if you're playing at this level. So it's kind of dog shit. So let's start with you, Stel. From Jens's question, what are your thoughts?
Jens, was your question? Do I think Conte is going to win a trophy at Spurs?
He forgot his own question. He's like, I don't even know if that's a good enough question. I should maybe just fucking run away.
When you asked the question, it cut out for the last bit. So I didn't catch the end of your question.
I was going to say,
that's the question again, Jens, please. If you even know what your question was.
Sorry.
You were basically asking whether or not I think whether or not Antonio Conte will win a trophy with Spurs.
Yeah,
right.
Okay. Yes, if Daniel Levy doesn't sack him 5 days before a final.
Antonio Conte can actually win a trophy with this Spurs
with this squad and with this setup, right?
Yeah, but only.
And come on, you're a coach, and we all know that.
Oh, we all know he's the coach. That's going to change everything.
Yeah, that won't change whether Conte can do anything. If he doesn't take the Premier League seriously, because I don't think we can get top 4 with this squad. I really don't. I said it last year that we wouldn't get it, and we wouldn't get it. And this squad currently is not as good. So, with Romero injured during December, that's a nightmare. So
it's a massive nightmare.
If he just focuses on the Carabao Cup and the European Conference League, then yes, he can win a trophy because he's going for something that we can realistically win. If he goes for the FA Cup and top 4 and tries to win trophies alongside that, then no, I don't. So only if he prioritizes them. But I think the biggest factor is he just needs to stop changing the squad around, which means he has to prioritize competitions because we haven't got the squad for everything. Like, I'll give you an example.
I think that's spot on, Stel. I honestly think that he should have come on and just been like, this tournament is not something we should be focused on. We need to be a team that does this. It's about the fucking the season. It's about Premier League. This is what I'm going to focus on. We'll try to do his stuff, but I don't care. Like I wanted to see that. I think maybe he's doing that, but he also recognizes that he can't necessarily do that without people being annoyed that he's done that. But it's absolutely the right thing to do. Sorry, Stella, I just needed to say that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, Davinson Sanchez came under a lot of criticism yesterday. What I will say though, but Dele Alli's the one that gave away possession that led to the attack.
Yeah, fair enough.
Was it Dyer or Ben Davis lost possession in midfield?
That's such a shit show.
but the thing with Davinson Sanchez is, and a lot of these players is, if you just look at Sanchez, he came on against Vitesse and he did really well, and he was even bandaged up and he carried on, and he came on against Leeds and he did well again. The problem is, in those situations we were winning and he came on to secure the win. He came on against Mora when we were in deep shit. That's not a player you can bring on when we're in trouble, and he just made the trouble worse. So
who was that still?
Davinson Sanchez.
Oh, Sanchez, yeah.
You don't bring him on when you're in trouble. You bring him on when you've got the advantage.
Yeah, he's not a stable player.
No. So I think he was a bit, slightly thrown under a bus. But yeah, he's not good enough going forward anyway. But at the end of the day, if Conte just sticks to his reliable players, like what Jose tried to do, once he realised that the second string was shit, and he just focuses on 1 or 2 competitions. I think the best chance we've got of a trophy this year is the Carabao Cup or the Conference League. And saying that though, now
still, we're not getting anywhere in the Conference League. We're going to get knocked out.
Well, you never know. You never know. We have to beat Rennes, and then we have to hope that
magic has to happen. Magic has to happen. That doesn't happen at
no, but it's okay. I live in the Netherlands. I'll go down and bomb their fucking.
Go on, yes. Go.
Anyway, that's my answer.
Fantastic. So where were we at there? So we were answers from people from Yen's question, which was somebody has to remind me here.
You're the host, Brian.
I know I'm supposed to run in the
whether
show,
Conte will win a trophy.
I've lost the plot. Oh, let's go to you then, Danny. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a simple answer, really. If he's backed, yes. If he's not, fucking no chance. It's not gonna win anything.
So give us an answer for both. And how does that look on either side of it?
Say that again. If
you said if he's backed, right?
Yeah. So
give me 2 answers. If Conte gets backed in January and we see the transfers come in, and we end up seeing I think arguably the more important thing is the players go out. They're either out or they're fucking playing in the under 23s. For me, I think that's the most important thing is to get those players that have been here since fucking Pochettino was we need to rebuild. That was 3.5 years ago. This is fucking old school shit. This is annoying that it's even a conversation. That should have been done a long time ago. That's the point. One of those 2 things needs to happen very quickly.
That's that's business acumen of Mr. Levy. He's so.
Oh, I came back at just the right time. I don't even know what the question
Brandon,
is.
come back.
No,
it comes down to recognizing that you're going to have a value. You're going to put value on certain types of players or certain players. You can say this is the value of this player, and then eventually the value of those players changes based on the performances.
Yeah, exactly.
We look at the players that we had that arguably had a ton of value when they were peaking, which you could say Christian Eriksen, who we waited to not make any money off of. Obviously, Dele Alli is the most important one in the squad at the moment, who has zero value right now. To even put him at 15-20 million is absurd. He doesn't deserve any of that value. There was a thing that came up in the yesterday when we were playing the value of each team, right? And they were saying, oh, this Mura is worth 7 million pounds, and the Tottenham squad are worth 750 million pounds or whatever it was. And I was like, how are you valuing Spurs at that? The players that are on the pitch right now, despite what other people might think, they're not valued at that. They're shit. They're not. Dele Alli is not worth the fucking thing that people think he's worth. He's crap. He's worth.
Brian,
but do you know what, Brian? I'll be honest with you. Can I say something?
We got 2 people talking. Who wants to talk?
I just want to say, right, because I want to answer that.
Answer.
Oh, I'm answering the question last and then obviously you have to tell me the question.
With Dele Alli, right? With Dele Alli, the thing is, to us Tottenham fans and to maybe some people from the outside, they'll see a player who hasn't performed as well as he could do. But you've got a lot of. But I know. But listen, you've got a lot of other clubs out there in England who I'm sure would pay money for Dele Alli because they've seen. Villa, they could pay 20 million. I reckon around 20 million.
He was worth 2 seasons ago 90 million.
I know, but listen, I reckon we could potentially squeeze if we're going to sell him to someone like Newcastle, because I reckon that's probably the best move for him right now.
I would agree.
A club has got money who wants to start doing well again, who's going to start building for their kind of dominance in the next 10 years. And I think someone like him, that's the perfect player to go in there because they could play the right way, with the right with Eddie Howe as well. Look, you could get him playing in a way in a team. Eddie Howe might utilize him.
I don't disagree with that, but that doesn't help Spurs.
Yeah.
No,
can I answer
25 million? Get him out of the fucking
25 million. You think we're gonna get 25 million?
I reckon they could squeeze maximum 25 million out of someone like Newcastle.
Cody, you want to chime in there, Cody? Let's hear what you got to say.
Yeah, I want to answer the original question from Jens about whether Conte is going to win a trophy at Spurs.
Yeah, no.
Listen to this, okay?
Oh, here we go. Ooh.
I will guarantee you that Antonio Conte will win a trophy at Tottenham. Okay? And I'll tell you how we'll do it.
Guarantee that.
I'll tell you how we'll do it, Jens. We get a new left back, a new right back, 3 new center backs, 3 midfielders.
I think he's
2
taking the piss. I think he's taking the piss.
2 wingers, and a new goalkeeper.
I think Cody's taking the piss.
And then we'll win a trophy.
Nice one, Cody. Nice piss take there, buddy. I wish I saw your face doing that. It would have been way more fun to see your beard.
Cody, big camera on.
If we'd had Glenn Hoddle and Gary Mabbott and that lot, I would have believed you.
Yeah, 100%. What a shit show. All right, so we've done questions.
I know. I haven't answered the question.
Okay, Brian, answer the question then,
What was Cody's question? I have to go. What was Cody's question?
It was Jens' question.
It was Jens' question.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Cody wins. Then it's Jens. So
do you think Conte will win a trophy with this squad?
With this squad?
Obvious answer. I mean,
with this squad.
Is that a yes, Brian?
Brian, we're into joke. We're in joke territory now, right? Everything's a joke at this point.
I mean, with this squad,
is the Intertoto Cup still going?
Mate, do you know what, mate? I don't think this squad could win the Audi Cup if we brought it back, mate. I literally, mate,
definitely not.
With this squad, no.
You know, we'd win like the Pinto. We'd win the Pinto Cup, is what we win.
Sounds like Nelson from Simpsons.
Mate, that's what I was trying to do. Right, it's not gonna happen with the squad. If he gets back, then he might. But no. So if that's everyone that's answered that question, Cody, mate, it's over to you, buddy.
Okay, my turn to answer or to ask a question.
Yep.
Come on, Cody.
I would like to know what your worst case scenario is for Spurs this year. What is the worst possible outcome in terms of league finish and managerial situation?
This is going to be fun. Thank you for turning into Tottenham on tour for like the most depressing moments in your life. Looking forward to your conversation about that.
I want to know how bad you think you can get, because we all just talked about whether or not we could win a trophy. So over to you, Brian Ireland, first.
Oh my God, Cody! You know what? Like I love you to death, mate, but that's fuck you for even asked that question. How bad can it get?
I'm sorry, mate. We are not going back to the fucking mid-90s.
I'll tell you how bad it's going to get.
We're going back to the mid-90s.
I'll tell you how bad it's going to get. Listen, guys, I'll tell you how bad it's going to get, and likely what we're going to see is that Antonio Conte is going to get as frustrated as we are as Spurs fans, and he's going to completely bail on the. And he's like, "What the fuck did I sign up for? This is stupid." Rightfully so, and we are going to be in a scenario where Daniel Levy will have to make probably the hardest decision of his life, because he'll have to sell a club at a loss, because nobody, not even no fans, nobody in any scenario will trust anything he does. And this is me being a bit wishful here. And he'll fuck off and eventually will rise again from the championship after being relegated. And it'll be a beautiful moment.
Okay, well, I only really wanted Brian Ireland's answer to that question.
so just before we go around the
Thanks,
horn,
Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate
just before we go around the horn, I just want to just quickly stop. Someone's joined the chat here, and he's going for a bit of a talk. I'm not going to go into details, but Josh, is who I just had to speak to, brother. I hope everything's okay. I'm with you every time you need me, and I hope whilst this show is going on, you can have a bit of fun and take your mind off things for a moment. So, Josh, love ya, and
yes, mate.
Is that big Josh, Brian?
So again, Josh, the one that's going to get the Tottenham "We Are Tottenham" TV tattoo.
Oh,
hey, Josh, what's up, buddy?
Is that Big Josh who came to Curry the
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, he's a good guy, Josh.
He's a good guy. Listen, he's just got some issues. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going into any kind of detail.
Don't even worry about that. Just good to see Josh.
Just Josh, listen, mate, love ya, and let's try and keep you entertained and put a smile on your face.
Okay. I have an
What?
idea. I'm gonna change my question now that Brian Ireland answered that one.
I figured I covered it, right?
Yeah, I was depressing enough. Look, I want to know if you could sit down and speak to any player in the Tottenham squad right now. Who would it be, and what would you say to him if you had a few minutes?
Good fucking question, Cody.
And Don Bailey, and ask why can't you perform with all the talent that you have?
I'll just ask him why you cunt.
Well, Jens didn't waste any time there with that answer. Let's go around the horn, though.
I'm sorry, but
no, don't apologize.
That bloke has so much talent.
Mate.
We'll go around the horn.
Why can't he perform? Why can't he actually turn up? He's being paid
250 grand.
Coaches.
Yeah.
So let's go around the horn with that question. Let's start with Danny. What are your thoughts?
What, as in what I would ask, or
no,
who and
player? If you're going to ask what player, like what the fuck, man, which player would it be?
So it is a very good question. It's I don't know. It'd be between Dele Alli and Ndombele. I think Dele Alli because I want to find out what the fuck is going on in his stupid head, right? But Ndombele,
too many video games, I reckon.
Yeah, Ndombele because like Jens said, I mean, the guy is he's just born with just supreme talent, and he just
absurd,
supreme talent. Like even levels above Dele Alli's talent. He makes when he does things, when he scores, when he shoots, when he makes things look so easy. Like the way he could beat a player, go past a player, but he can't sustain it for 90 minutes because he thinks about himself only. So I think I'd probably be on the lines of like I just want to find out. I don't know
what do you care
question.
about? What do you fucking care about, Tangy?
I would probably try to get into his head to find out what makes him tick in life.
What do you care about?
I'd probably ask him, why do you want to play football in a professional game? Why do you actually want to play professional football? What makes you want to become a professional footballer? Is it the money, or do you actually want to win trophies? Because once you find out his reasons behind why he got into professional football, then you'll know what makes him
tell
tick.
us everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Because it's either going to be one or the other. It's either, and then you can start going into him. But because for me personally, I don't think he entered professional football for the trophies and the honors and the glory. I think it's for the money. I mean, like at least someone like Benoit Asuakotu fucking admitted it. But he still gave it for us.
This is what I'm doing. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he still gave it. He still gave it his all when he did.
Yeah.
So
all right, let's get on to other people's responses. Estelle, are you still with us? I see you've gone black all of a sudden. All right, Jens, let's go to you.
Wait,
I love
what I love is you said Stell.
I love that bloke.
Yeah.
You just said Stell's gone dark, and then Jens came on light.
That's fine. Yeah, let's go to Stell. Let's go to Jens. Stell, get your shit together, mate.
He's going around the houses. He's literally going around his house.
We've
been
Jens,
in the kitchen, the study.
Your thoughts on Cody Mack's question. Your thoughts on Cody Mack's question.
Sorry, what was Cody Mack's question?
Cody asked the question again.
Basically,
don't let Cody ask it. Let Cody ask
player.
Okay, no, Jens already answered. He said Ndombele, and he said why. So it's either Stelios or Brian Daigle or Sean.
Daigle, get your shit together.
Okay, no, I'll get my shit together. So my question is quite easy. The person is going to, and here comes
Brian. Answer my question.
I'm answering your question.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Brian, answer his question.
So I've been saying I have a saying. The person will be Dele Alli. And I've been saying what I'd like to do right now is grab him by one of his dreadlocks, spin him around, and wherever he lands, they keep him. So my question would be, Dele, if I did do that, what club are you going to? That would be my question.
I like that. That's
because
just
I'd like to fly him to Newcastle. I wish I could throw him as far as Newcastle, and not because I want him to go to Newcastle. I just want to throw him really, really far.
Okay, Stelios, are you back?
Yeah. I switched. I had to come out of one app into the other.
Okay,
that sounds right.
Stelios,
yo,
if you could go and speak to any Spurs player in the first team right now, who would it be, and what would you say to them? It doesn't have to be a question, just so you know.
I'd got to Heung-min Son, and I'd say, why the fuck did you sign a 4-year contract? I'd love to know what he was thinking. I know he loves the club, but I don't get it. I'm not joking. This isn't a joke. Even when he signed it, I couldn't believe that he signed it. I couldn't believe he did it. I'm happy he did, but I just want to know what made him, what possessed him to think that he's at the right place at the peak of his career. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Brian Ireland. Who would you speak to, and what would you say?
But I would need to talk to Harry Kane. I would need to ask Harry Kane, because I think he probably, more than any other player within the squad over the period of time that, from Poch coming in and him getting his chances to Champions League to where we are now as a club, and why he wanted to go to City. What's your perception of this team and of this club? And is there any value in it? Like why like what the fuck, dude? Like and I think that he would probably tell us all the things that we already know to some extent, but also like hate the fact that it's true. And I think he would probably give us the most reasonable scenario. Not to say that I necessarily like his position or I'm happy with what he thinks, but I think it would be the most honest. And I want that. I want to know what the fuck, man. And I think Harry Kane probably knows what the fuck, man.
Yeah, cool. Okay, Sean, who would you speak to in the squad, and what would you say to them?
Markandi, how does it feel to get bypassed season after season after season after season?
Who?
McCandy.
He's like fucking 20 years old, dude. What are you talking about?
21, yeah.
Come on,
he's going on loan apparently.
Sean's having a laugh, I think.
That's harsh.
You know what?
Sean, I love it, buddy. I love that you're having a laugh. That's good stuff.
We've got a question from Josh, the man of the moment. We've got a question from Josh. We'll go around, and Sean, I know your battery's running dead, so you're going to go first. Then we'll go Jens, Cody.
Oh, sorry.
Stel,
Could I just quickly answer my own question?
Oh yeah, of course you can, brother.
Please do.
Okay, so I would sit down with Oliver Skip, and what I would tell him is be patient. You're
absolutely,
there's a lot of responsibility being put on you as a very young man, and there's gonna be a lot of criticism leveled against you. Just stick with it, be patient. Your time will come if you work hard. And then I would sit in the locker room and point at all these players that he is exposed to right now.
Don't be like them.
Don't be like them.
Yes,
Do
sir.
not stop working hard. Use these players as a cautionary tale to guide your way through your
They're
career.
a bunch of cunts. Don't be like a bunch of cunts.
Don't end up like them.
Cody, that's spot on, mate.
Yeah.
I plugged into my battery pack, so I'm good, guys.
Okay, you're good. Good, fantastic. So we're going to go to Josh's question, and then if anyone in the chat has questions, we want to rapid fire and go around the horn. We'll
I've
start
got one
Sean.
more question at the end.
What? Okay, cool. But the next question is from Josh. Who is the weakest link in the Tottenham squad? Not a group of players. Pick one player who's the weakest link. Sean?
Kane.
Whoa, Jesus. Okay, why?
His form, because all of our offense goes through Kane.
Reliance.
If Kane's not clicking, we're shit. So that's it. I mean,
I think it's a good shout, Sean.
I think that's a brilliant.
It's a very good shout. Yeah.
Okay, Jens.
Graham Roberts.
Jens throwing in the fucking.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's fucking 2021, mate. It's 2021.
Oh, was it? In that case, Niall John.
Fucking Niall John, dude. It's so funny as shit.
I haven't got. Yeah, sorry. My. Yeah.
No, don't apologize. You're fucking hilarious. It's brilliant. Welcome to Tottenham On Tour.
Exactly. So are we are you sticking with that player, Jens, or are you going to give us a serious one?
No, I was going to say Dele Alli.
Oh, fuck you. I was going to say that.
I was like, mate, I think I'm sure we'll have all different reasons.
Sorry, that bloke, I have never seen a Tottenham player who is so fucking arrogant when he steps out on the field and then does fuck all and then comes out and he's like, oh, do you like my hair? Have you seen my bitch? Yeah, I'm playing this.
Yeah.
I'm playing whatever fucking game.
Streaming Fortnite
This
tonight.
is a great Ali G
Jesus
impression, Jens.
Christ.
A great Ali G impression.
Chill out, my bitch.
You get me?
Yeah, like my
It's
beat.
embarrassing as hell, man.
West side.
But I just
Yeah.
want to chime in a little bit on
Sally
that.
side.
I want to chime in a little bit on that because I don't think that makes him the weakest link. He isn't
Yeah,
even a
fair
link.
enough, fair
No,
enough.
he isn't even a link. He doesn't
Yeah.
play. So,
Yeah.
like, I think if you're thinking about the weak link for me, anyways, and not everybody has to agree.
Oh God, you,
But the-
Brian,
but the-
whilst
you
you're
can't-
talking,
you
you do
can't
yours.
say
Then we'll go
the-
to Cody.
The weakest link would be the player.
players that actually play.
Yeah,
they're
that's my
not
point.
The weakest link. It's
But that's my point. Yeah, for me, the weakest link would be a player who plays on a regular basis and
Exactly.
isn't getting the job done
Yeah.
because they're there all
Yeah.
the time. So I struggle for the most part with right now. Currently, I would agree with the Harry Kane assessment,
Yeah.
and I think like if
fair enough.
if you're going to be honest about performance and how they're affecting the rest of the players around them, to be fair to him though, it's not his fault. It's literally the club.
yeah, but he wanted to. He
No,
wanted to
no.
go
Hear me
and
out. Hear
get
me out.
that
I get that.
money.
I get that.
He wanted to go and get that.
Yes,
money.
yeah. He wanted to go because we're shit, and he wanted to go because he would go somewhere else where he'd get to enjoy his football. I get that, but the
Well,
point
he'd
is,
go and enjoy his football. No, he'd go and enjoy his money.
and
that
his
is-
football because he'd score
yeah.
a shit ton of goals. My point
This
is,
show's off the rails.
fine.
Yeah, but this
We're gonna go
show.
off the rails. My point is that if you're going to point out the things that are problematic about the club in the
Yeah.
moment, is if you look at all the things that went on in the summer, and when it comes to Harry Kane and his quality and what he did for the squad across the board, assists and goals, he is the thing that's problematic. It's the nature of it. Stop posting things to make people laugh. So I try to make my
Oh, it's not that. Didn't you just see Cody? Cody literally just
He
turned
did-
his camera on for
He
a
just
second,
turned his camera
went
for a
right in
second.
that, and then turned it off. He did it. Basically, he did a Neil Warnock.
You know what, Cody? I'm trying to make a point.
Brian's like the school kid getting told off, trying to explain to the teacher it wasn't me.
I don't care. It's funny. I
Okay,
don't give a fuck.
right, Cody,
I think it's
your
hilarious.
answer to that question.
Lovely to see you. Take care.
Brian Daigle. Oh, naughty boy, Brian.
Oh, mate. Well, when will things change? Nothing will ever change, mate. I get the blame for everything, mate.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
Saturday
you're
today,
totally
and
fault of everything.
it's all my fault that it's Saturday today. Cody,
So who do I think is the weakest link in the Tottenham squad? I think
Yep.
for me it's Tanguy and Dembele.
No way.
He's just occupying resources that the type of club that we are and the way that we're
Not
run.
money.
We can't afford to be having our highest or second highest paid player
Yeah.
not playing football, not fucking even trying to be a professional footballer.
Yeah.
Pretty
and-
spot on
and-
there, Cody.
Amen.
It's just, I'm sorry, like, and it's weird. Like, you don't want to like hammer on Tanguy because I don't know.
Cody,
People
don't
get
you think,
defensive. People get defensive, right? But anyways, that's my opinion.
Cody,
No,
Cody
you're-
has not turned up. Well, he's turned
We-
up. Sorry.
I was going to say, Tanguy Ndombele was a centre mid stroke attacking mid. He wasn't an attacking mid. He wasn't a centre mid. He was a hybrid of the two. He played a very almost like a free role in the middle of the park when we signed him. He comes to Spurs and every fucking manager plays him in that holding mid role. Every single manager plays him in that two holding mid system they've come up with. The best Tanguy has done for Spurs is when he's pushed further up.
I
And when
agree.
he does, and when he does get
Amen.
pushed further up,
Yes,
every
Definitely.
single time,
definitely.
if he has a bad game,
Stelios.
one minute. When he is pushed further up, if he has a bad game, he's dropped for 5 games.
Yeah.
The same thing happens to Lo Celso. He gets dropped
Yep.
for 5 games. Yeah, go on.
Stelios, I'm telling you right now, it does not matter why. Okay, it doesn't matter why Tanguy and Dembele is not succeeding at Spurs. The reality is, you can put the blame wherever you want. I'm not putting all the blame on Ndombele for that. He is the weakest link because he's taking up resources that are not. There's no value
We're
to
not
them.
utilizing. Yeah.
I'm getting
So-
massive deja vu here.
you are.
Fucking
Stel,
massive
go on then.
deja vu.
Who is your one for the weak link and why?
My reason for picking this player is because as much as I don't understand why Bergwijn's at the club, and yeah, Tanguy isn't. Cody has got a point. Lo Celso, even Dele Alli, I'd pick him. But I've seen them all have good games for Spurs this season. At least one good game. The one player I've never seen him have a good game ever is Doherty. What a fucking tragedy
Amen.
of a signing that is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolute
yes, well
fucking catastrophe. He's shit.
Fucking
and he goes and
useless.
plays for Ireland, and he gets the number 10 shirt. Fuck off.
Kiriakou?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Doherty as well. He's the worst player I've ever seen play for
He's
Spurs. To
shit.
be honest, I mean,
Oh,
Paul
sorry,
Stout.
you
been
never
worse.
saw,
There's
you
been
never saw
worse.
Tremazzani.
Never saw Stuart Nethercott.
Stambouli.
Stuart.
Stabili was better than Doherty, mate.
Benjamin Stambouli, I nicknamed FIFA because I swear to God, after running 10 yards, it was like you pushed triangle too much and he'd run out of energy. And it was literally.
We've had such a good time supporting Spurs.
Oh, mate. But yeah, go, carry on, Danny. So you're going Doherty as well.
I'm gonna go Doherty. He's fucking like Stell said. It's true. He has never played one good game. I think he got one assist for against West Brom, where Harry Kane scored that goal.
Yeah,
He
the
won
first
1-0
game against Everton
last season.
He hit the bar.
Yeah, that's close.
And then after that was just.
He's had one assist.
He scored 8 goals and has 4 assists. So just stop that.
He's ridiculous. He's the worst player.
I missed the question, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
that
sure
was not the
Doherty
same
is,
question about worst player.
Doherty
who's the
is the
weak
right
link?
answer, probably.
Can I just add? Because I feel a bit bad on Cody now. I don't know why, but I do have
13 million pounds
If-
wasted
if-
on that.
If
14, wasn't it?
if the
Yeah,
question
a lot of
whatever
money.
it was.
if the question was
Ridiculous.
specific on money spent and wages paid, like what has been the lowest ROI, then yeah, it's down. It hands down. It's Ndombele. It is. If it was all about resources, then yeah, Cody's right. You can't argue that point. It's impossible. 200 grand a week, 65 million pound. Where the return is nowhere near any of that.
It's absurd, isn't it?
So I'm going to
it's
go
not.
with my player, and I'm going to stick to the player that I would have had a question to see how far I could throw him, and it's Dele Alli. And the only reason I say Dele Alli is literally because it's not what he's doing on the pitch; it's the toxicity and everything he's doing off it. He literally is the poison in there. And I swear to God, as soon as he goes, the attitude within the team will go up 10 notches just because of what he's doing. I mean, I keep going back. I keep going back to. I keep going back to the bloody Amazon documentary when he's on the physiotherapy, when he's on the physio's table, and the first thing he's talking about is name your favourite chocolate, 3 chocolates in fucking order. I don't know. I don't give a fuck, mate. How about we go do with the 3 fucking worst attitudes? And I know this is all scripted. My choice, hands down, take Dele Alli out of this club and half the toxicity, if not more,
Absolutely.
goes.
Amen.
Goes.
He put red in his hair. Red.
Yeah, red. Yeah.
Mate,
Dele Alli's the worst. Yeah, it's true.
But it's all right, people. We can go to Dubai and get a 6-pack to justify it.
What the fucking hell, Dele Alli? Fucking hell, mate.
Brian, it's your answer now. Brian, who's your weak link and why?
Dele Alli.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that. It really is. I think when it comes to the poison that is this lack of understanding of what is meaningful about football and why you want to perform. The point is to be to show up and perform and to be good at it in a moment when it's difficult. We just watched last night. The worst fucking performance on that fucking pitch was Dele Alli. You watched him like what the fuck are you doing? You're playing professional football, you prick. And you're being paid a shit ton of money to do it, and you're failing at it. You're failing at it. Not only you're failing at it, but you look like a complete prick doing it, and you're taking the piss. You're taking the piss because we all like, oh, Dele Alli, you know, we do the fucking songs and stuff. There's no song for you anymore. You know, there's no.
I'll never sing.
I'll never fucking sing for Dele Alli.
I haven't sung that song in a long time.
Not even never sing it in a long time. I'll never sing it again. Fuck him. Fuck him. He should get his fucking head out of his ass and never ever put that Spurs shirt on again.
Yeah.
Honestly, last night for me was I've tried. I've fucking tried with Dele Alli because because of what he did. Done.
You know what's really interesting about this question is that we had several different answers in the panel, and that is extremely worrying as a Tottenham fan because even if we do manage to get rid of one of these players that we regard as the weakest link, there's definitely other weak links just sitting there waiting to take over.
I was going to say, I can't answer it because that you just said, Cody, there's too many people.
Yeah, I mean,
there's way too many.
We got rid of Sissoko and Aurier, and we were told that.
I think you could name 4 or 5 players in that question.
Yeah.
And
So
they
I
would
think
all,
it's-
they would all
I've got a
arguably
question
all
now.
be
They're all
be
bad in
relevant.
their own ways. That they've
Did
all,
anyone
they're all
see
bad in their
Clyde
own
Allen?
ways.
Relevant, right?
I've got a question.
So can I
now.
just say something quickly?
Go on,
Very
okay,
quickly.
Danny.
It just like with a lot of these players, yeah, it's like so you know, like you can go to a team, you can say like there's a lot of players who are really just bad, like ability wise and stuff like that, right? But the problem is that we've got too many players who've got too many different situations, and they're all bad situations. So you've got someone who just wants to play for himself, someone who doesn't care about football, someone who's just a shit footballer, someone who just cares about money. And there's too many singular agendas within this team. And that is the biggest problem. There's no team cohesion.
Can I add to that? Can I add that
Yeah,
quickly,
go
Danny?
for it.
I actually think that like what you said is spot on, but it's even more than that. You have a bunch of players who think they're better than they are.
And there's that,
They literally, like, if you think of Dele Alli thinks he's better than he
Doherty
is.
as well.
Doherty thinks he's better than
Number
he is.
10 for Ireland.
Tanguy and Nabella. These players think they're better than they are. You're not the player you think you are, and you don't deserve the pay you're getting, yet you sit there and pretend like you do. That's a massive issue. And if you have that ego and you have that sort of position from these players, you're never going to get out of them the thing that you want in a game like last night, where you're going, hey, we need you guys to step up here. Yeah, we're playing a team that is, you know, like been around for 9 seasons and 9 years, and they're basically shit. You need to show up if you fucking care about football and care about yourself as a footballer, and own them, because I'm better, this much better than them. We did
Preach, Brian.
We did
Preach.
none of that. We did none of that. We
You know
failed miserably at that idea.
Let's have a bit of fun now, because let's try and be a little bit positive with Spurs.
Brian,
Yeah.
Hagel,
Oh,
sorry,
yes.
I just wanted to ask you: Did anyone see the Clive Allen interview on Talksport?
No, I've got it to watch later, where he
No,
said
why?
that Dele's got to go.
Heard about it.
And this is a guy that was in the coaching team in the early days of Poch. He was the one coaching Kane,
Yep.
so he knows Ali. He's come out and said he's got. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
What
I'm
did he
gonna
say,
watch that
Stel?
What
later.
did he say? Go on, say it.
Yeah, why you
Oh, yeah,
can't
go on,
bring it
Stel.
up and not fucking say it.
Yes, go on.
So everyone knows who Clive Allen is, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
All right. He was part of the coaching team in the first couple of years of Poch, and he was specifically coaching the strikers at the time it was Kane. So he helped Kane in his final years of development as he broke into the first team. Anyway, he was around all these players. He knows Dele Alli, he knows all the other players, and they were interviewing him. And then I think it was Ray Parlour said to him, "What do you make of Dele Alli? I mean, he's fallen. What a pedestal he's fallen from. What would you do with him?" And Clive Allen, without even thinking, he goes, "He's got to go. He's got to go."
Really?
And he just, and he said,
Why are you
"Get him out the
surprised
club."
by that, though?
I'm surprised that someone that is so Tottenham and so
That's
in that
why.
coaching.
That's why.
But when it comes from within, you know.
But I
He's-
get the opposite reaction. I'm like, yeah, duh. Like it's
But
No,
Yeah,
no,
but he
but it's
sees
more
what
like
we don't.
finally someone who's pure Tottenham can
Right,
can fucking come out and say he needs to go,
who's-
because
I
we
get
all
it
can
from that,
see
okay.
that.
Do you know
That's
what?
why I'm
Yeah.
shocked.
I
I
get
was
you.
going to say another
I'm
question.
not
but
shocked,
you know,
but I get what you mean.
do you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to say one question, but Eugene's come up with a great one, which is basically, let's see if this is all the same. Sorry, Sean,
Sean
what's up,
keeps
brother?
waving because he wants me.
Okay, so sorry I echo, but I'll try to make this quick. You guys flipped the subject or the question on me. I don't want to see Kane go. If I had my druthers, I would have Dele go. And to answer Kuva's question to Cody, Curly Ambrose.
There was
Both answers.
So we are going to change the subject, because Eugene's flipped it on his head. So we had loads of people saying different players, which Cody said was right, which was worrying. Let's see what this brings up. We've had the one person that you think's the weakest link. Well, now, who is the one player that you think, if you were there, that you would keep?
It's a great question.
It's a great one, and I'm going to
I
kick
like
it
that,
off
Eugene.
now, because I'm going to set the cat amongst the pigeons and say, Dele, no. No, for me, honestly, now, do you know what? I was just about to say it, and now I'm thinking, no, do you know what? Him. No, I'm going to stick with what I was going to go for first. It's Romero.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, with him, I was going to say Ollie Skip, but for me, this defender, I mean, he made his first team full debut when Danny and Stel were at the Chelsea game,
It's hard to argue with that.
and he literally Since he's come in, he has just, I mean, the greatest thing about him has been Danny. You can see the Luxor built line from space. You can see his boots.
He reminds.
You can see Romero's boots from space.
But you know who he reminds of us of is Jan Vertonghen and Toby Alderweireld.
Yeah, he's like a mix. He's like a
hybrid. It's world class fucking defender who understands what he's dealing with.
Yeah,
he's a
we haven't had that since those two, moved on.
I'm going Romero. Bright Island, you?
Rolls Royce, my answer.
Yeah. Can't argue. I would pick the same.
Kiriakou?
Yeah, Romero. There's no debate in that, to be honest.
Jens? If he's still here?
He said Niall John.
Fuck you, Jens. You're out.
Okay, well, Stel.
Brian, sorry, what was the question again?
Jens said Niall John.
So the one player.
Which player would you keep?
Which player out of the whole squad would you keep? It's like the one person that you must have.
Most of it, all of us just said Romero.
I know.
Not to try to influence your.
Still, I thought you said to me Ben Davis.
He's actually been good though. Give Ben Davies credit.
Do you know what?
Good.
Do you know what? I am gonna go Skip.
No, he has.
But
that was my
second. I'm biased to youth academy.
I think Skip was the emotional response and also a good one because I think he's our future captain. That's why I agree with you, Stel. I actually think he's been arguably our best player since the season started, and that's fucked. But I agree. I still pick Romero though because he's
Cody.
Class.
Yeah, Romero's good, man.
Ryan Sessegnon.
You're fucking with us. You cunt.
He's gonna come good. Build the team around him.
Stop it! Stop it, you prick!
Of course, it's Romero.
Stop it, you prick!
It's Romero, of course.
Big up the truth sets free. Big up.
Big up.
So no, Cody. Seriously, who are you going for?
You just said.
Said Romero.
Oh, sorry, brother. I didn't hear you, brother. Sorry,
they can't argue Romero. Romero was the first name that came into my mind.
He's also the best player this season so far, across the board.
He makes everything look easy. He's just world class. He
makes every defender around him look really good, and we don't have good defenders. We don't have good defenders, but they all.
The thing I love most about him is he's a fucking animal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eric Dyer looks fucking amazing with him in the
best defender in the league though is Royale. Stat wise.
Okay, so you're telling me. So
let's hear it.
Let's answer that question.
Go
So,
on, Sean.
Are you saying that's the player you would pick, Sean, if you had to pick one?
Yeah, the one I would keep is definitely Romero. I'm joking, but stat wise, the best defender in the league is Emerson Royale.
Royale's had good stats for sure.
Okay. Now I do need to change my player.
The story though, do they?
But my player that I would get rid of is Levy.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
I don't know where Jens is as well. I don't know if Jens is still with us.
Jens is gone. Jens is fucking bailed.
Okay, so the question I was going to ask before that is, let's see, because we're all different generations, the worst player you have ever seen for Spurs, but it has to be a player in your lifetime. It has to be, not that you've seen things of.
Kirikesh.
Okay, that's a good shout. Danny?
Matt Doherty.
You're deft.
Okay, what are you saying, Sean?
Gosh, I've seen so many bad players.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's such a sad story.
Maybe even Rebrov.
You know, actually.
Oh, Rebrov is.
You know who was really bad was Yunus Kabul.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I wouldn't say worst ever.
Yeah, Yunus Kabul. He had his.
You guys were jaded about Yunus Kabul. The only thing he had was height.
He had his moments though, where he did some things.
Yeah, Kabul had good games.
So did Sanchez. So did Dyer. They all had good games. Yunus Kabul, I'm not taking a game.
If you're gonna go worst player ever,
your worst player ever would be Stromboli. Period. He's just trash.
So you just answered your own question.
So there we go.
Rebrov, I think.
Rebrov
is up there.
Cody?
Stuart Nethercott.
There you go. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Easy answer. Brian, what's yours?
Mate, it's all day. I say all day. Stuart Nethercott, probably after a very close Raziak.
Oh,
Raziak.
Would be,
Raziak.
or Andy Booth. We had Andy Booth as well. So
Bloody hell,
so-
the shit players we've had, by the way.
Oh,
Let's just go with that.
Grigorts Raziak.
Let's go with that.
I-
How good are we in comparison?
No, but do you know what? Do you know what? I think I just.
I mean that doesn't say anything.
I think I just solely have to go with Stuart Nethercott only because I cannot. Every time I see it and say his name, I just see his fucking miss
What
kick
era was
against
Nethercott? I
Southampton.
didn't even remember him.
So Nethercott. So basically, Stuart Nethercott was playing when Jurgen Klinsmann was there. He was a defender, and literally, mate, Danny, I'll try and find you the clip and find it. We were 1-0 up. With Jurgen Klinsmann scoring this when he first came, and he just could not stop scoring goals. Then Campbell got sent off gave away a penalty, and Matt Letizia scored it. Ian Walker almost saved it. And then right at the death, and I mean right at the death, an innocent little cross came in like a tumbleweed going across the road. And Stuart Nethercott did the weirdest. He tried to do the can and did the biggest air shot you will ever see.
Oh, fucking we got lenses back with this.
Out of all people for it to fall to,
Paolo Travisani.
Matt Letizia. One-on-one, like literally this close to like within 6 yards, within penalty spot wise from the goal. 2-1. Bang, done. And every time I hear his name, also I might have to. No, Gary Doherty doesn't fall into that bracket. We've had some bad.
Ginger Pele.
Worst player you've seen, and obviously we're talking about yours and my lifetime.
Yeah. The biggest donkey to ever put on a Spurs shirt, hands down, was that fucking Anthony Gardner. Was the most horrendous.
Callum Davenport, mate. There's another one. Callum Davenport.
Did you not see that goal against West Ham?
Stell's trying to fucking
that
put
goal
it out there.
against West Ham from about 30 yards.
And Anthony Gardner.
He was
Absolute
so
donkey at the back.
That goal against West Ham.
Yeah, these dangly
trash.
Yeah, but you still.
Gary Doherty was pretty trash.
I remember when we bought Anthony
That's a good
Gardner. When we bought Anthony Gardner, one of the things they were saying, and they were so impressed with.
Oh my God,
yeah,
I think
Anthony Gardner we bought it from Port Vale. And literally, it was because he could run the 100 meters. I think in like a not Olympic speed, but he was very close to being like a national.
I think goal against West Ham.
He was fast. He was fast.
Mate, he was honestly, he was a 100
no touch
meter runner
whatsoever,
as well.
but fast.
Mate, that's a great shout. Jens, worst player.
Gregory Raziak.
Okay, yep. Sean's gone with us.
Yeah, he was shit as well.
Raziak was fucking terrible.
I think maybe Raziak.
Truth sets free. Truth sets free. Oh, there's some good ones. I'm gonna have to bring these up. Before we go to you, Jens.
Well.
Andy Gray. I loved Andy Gray. Fazio, mate. There's actually I might have
Fat
to.
Andy.
I might have to go.
I think Fazio. I think Fazio's there to some extent, but.
Oh, there's another. Mate, John Scales from Big Up Simon.
Big Up Simon. That's so true.
He was shocking for us, wasn't he?
Jason Dezelle.
Oh, mate, there's Jason Dezelle, mate.
You know what's sad about this conversation? You know what's sad about
but he scored that goal against.
Why do you know what we should do? Yeah. We should do the shittest 11.
Let's do it.
We should do the shittest 11 we've ever.
Worst goalkeeper for Spurs ever.
Okay, but wait.
Let's start at the back. Let's start at the back.
Yeah, but whoa.
Mims. Mims was the worst. Period.
Hold on, go on,
hang on. Let Brian talk.
Before we do this, how are we going to do? Are we going to say of all time period, or
all
we say
time.
from our?
Or Brian, do you want to do this on another stream?
No.
You guys are so negative, eh?
We're here right now. Let's have some fun.
We're here. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, look, it's negative, but it's also like a release.
Okay, do you know what? Let's do this because there's going to be obviously we've got to pick 11. We're just going to go round. No why. We'll just say a player's name, and the one that gets the most votes will go in that position. Okay. Right. So, Sean has gone Bobby Mims. Jens, just their names.
For which?
The goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper. Bobby Mims, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Cody?
I'll say Bobby Mims too.
Yeah.
Okay. Stel?
You weren't born when he was alive, mate.
Bobby Mims.
Okay, looks like we got a
Mims.
Cody's like,
let's
Bobby Mims, is that a drink?
Do we do Mims across the board? Like
I don't know, mate. I'm just trying to think. I think we've had a. No, go on, Danny. You going Mims?
I don't know who. I never saw him play, so I can't really say. But I'll just go with Mims because everyone seems to know him.
It's
So
hard to argue- it's
he
hard to
wasn't
argue
in
the
goal
Bobby
yet.
Mims.
So we'll get to right back in a second. Brian, I'm hard
Do you
to
remember
remember.
that QPR match with Mims when he let it roll through his fucking legs from half?
mate.
Oh my god!
He was
Shambles.
brilliant,
Others
wasn't
fucking
he, Shane?
shambles, wasn't it?
So Ireland, who are you going with?
Mims. So I mean, it's
Short-lived.
you can't argue. with
Okay,
it.
so it doesn't matter who I say, but I'm trying to think. I'll come back, but I will go with that. And I'm just gonna. There's a few in, but I just have to say, Sean Wellborn. Hell no. This guy against Arsenal, literally every single time against Arsenal, it should have been like 18-0. And if it was not for this man, he was
saved us on a few occasions.
Mate, without
He
a
was
doubt,
shit otherwise, though.
without a doubt.
Shut
And
up
now-
for North London Derby on a regular.
So we've got Bobby Mims in goal. So right back, and someone's already mentioned my one, so I'm going to say it right now. And he scared the shit out. I'll tell the story. I think I've said it before when I met him. Alan Hutton.
Oh yeah,
Alan, so
he was.
and his truth sets free. Now I'm going to tell you a story about Alan Hutton. I think I've
Go
said
on.
it on the street before, but there may be new people in the chat. So where I live, Stell will know this pub. Danny will. We tried to go there the night before I got my tattoo. There's a pub in Cockfosters behind the cricket pitch called the Cock and Dragon, which is a posh pub, but it's very discreet and hidden. And
Gastropub.
yeah, that's the word I was looking for, Danny. Thank you. And literally,
Fancy.
all the Hadley Wood lot, which is the very exclusive area near my parents, a lot of footballers live there, and Robbie King lived there. And it was the season that he went to Liverpool, so the season had just finished. I was still drinking. I'm in the pub, in the beer garden, drinking away. Robbie Keane walks in with Alan Hutton, and Alan Hutton is the scariest man I've ever seen, like that close in my life. He's a monster. But anyway, I was like, oh, it's Robbie Keane, is right, and I wanted to go up to him and say, do you know what, Robbie Keane, big up to you. This season you scored 100 goals for Spurs. Well done, blah, 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 blah. So I did the little, right, I'm down my drink. I was like, right, I'm going to go up. I started making my way, bowling down towards him. And obviously, that's what I was about to say. But I kid you not, the only thing that's different is I probably said it a lot higher than what I was about to say.
I remember this.
I went up to him and went, Robbie, great season, great goals, yay! I don't know why, but I said it. Mate, I sounded like Mickey Mouse on helium. Is kind of the height I want to get
I
to.
actually think you just nailed it, by the way.
Oh no, believe me, that was. And I'm telling you now. Alan Hutton looked at me like I'm going to eat you.
I'm going to
What is wrong with it? What is wrong with this fucking creepy hobbit?
I've never had a more I've never had a more terrifying look in my life than that moment. And mate, this guy was a psychopath. This guy was a psychopath.
All right, let's roll on. Let's roll on, brother.
So yeah, go on. You're right back, Brian Irons.
I can't argue with the Alan Hutton sentiment. I can't. I'm gonna go with it.
Kiriakou.
Ooh, but worst right back.
Sure, we'll come to you, brother. We'll come to you.
Worst right back, you said.
Yep.
I'm gonna go Matt Doherty. I'm still gonna go with it. I just think he's done.
Danny, I was about to say that, but I just don't know.
He's done nothing. Alan Hutton still had some good games,
but there's not enough of a sample size. But it's right there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go Doherty. He's just useless.
Paolo Tramezzani.
He's a left back.
Yeah, other side.
And he will be my left back of choice. So
I was gonna say that. We could just skip the left back and just go.
Yeah, let's just skip the left back then.
Well, in that case, I can't think of one.
Yeah, exactly. So just go with the fucking obvious because he was terrible.
I really can't think of one. Oh, what's his name? That geezer who played last night. Who?
Wait, you said you even said a player, but you said David Kerslake, and I can't believe you just let that one go. You even said David Kerslake. You said David Kerslake. You said David Kerslake for goalkeeper. You said a left back for right back.
Yeah. Doesn't know what positions teams players are playing. That's fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right
I don't actually support Spurs. I'm just
it's late at night. It's late at night. Nobody knows what's happening at this point.
It's like 4 in the morning again.
Just go with it. Just go with it. We're
He's
fine.
an hour ahead. It's 4 in the morning.
Right back.
Exactly. It's fantastic. Nobody cares.
What's his name?
All right, let's move on from Jens. Jens, you know what?
No, hang on a minute.
Oh,
Brian Daigle.
Mate, do you know what? I was not right back.
He's a shit right back for sure.
No, mate, I'm definitely seeing I'm left-footed. I was a shit right
Never
back.
played for Spurs.
So yes, I mean, but thanks for picking on me, Jens. Out of all the people you could have said, and it's just me.
I'm
Once again, it's
not
me.
picking on you,
Bagel.
man. I'm not picking on you. I promise.
You are, but
Mate,
you should, Jens. It's too much
I want to speak to the shelf side HR department immediately. Cody, you're right back.
Well,
don't have them
I can't really disagree with what Brian said. And on top of that, this is a pretty difficult question for someone who only really started supporting Spurs at the beginning of the Pochettino era, because unless you're going to go back and watch all the games, you have to read about what Spurs did before then, and they don't really write about the shit players as much.
Exactly.
It's a part of the history that I'm not really that familiar with.
Yeah, but that's why the question. That's why, Cody. It's about who the worst player is in our era. So
John,
in
you're
terms
yourself.
of who
Pick
we
your
have
era,
seen,
pick your era, yeah, for sure.
Well, and it's got to be Matt Doherty, because he's not
Okay.
really a footballer. I mean, my daughter is 3.5 years old, and I swear to God, she can get more elevation on a cross than Matt Doherty. Like,
Have you seen him play?
if she gets a good run,
Have you seen him play for Ireland? He's
Oh,
been
night and day.
absolutely
Bizarre.
brilliant.
He
Night
actually
and
looks
day.
pretty good as a 10.
Yeah.
I tell you what, let's get back to just saying names. I mean, I know
Yeah,
I started this by
Roll it
doing
up,
my
Ryan.
Alan
Roll it up,
Hudson
Ryan.
story.
Roll it up.
Stel, worst right back.
You're gonna hate me, but Paul Stalteri.
No.
Oh mate,
Oh, fuck off.
He's a Canadian, isn't he?
Exactly. Don't bring Canadians into
What the
it.
fuck
You got
are you
3
doing there,
Canadians
Stel?
here.
You trying to take the piss?
Take away that winner against West Ham.
Yeah.
He was shit.
Hey, you know
Mate,
what?
mate,
You know
you
what?
still-
You can't
He's
take the
worse,
winner
man.
out of
If,
my head.
if we go,
It happened.
Mate, do you know what? He scored a bullet of a free kick, a goal against Leicester in the FA Cup, and I love to say it's amazing how I said let's just say names and then still mention a Canadian, and woof, here we go.
I know, of course, I laughed because I knew it was coming at some point. Because Stalteri was garbage. Let's be honest about it. But he was
garbage,
Canadian,
yeah, it was
and he
garbage.
played
Listen,
in that level. So I was
Listen,
pretty happy.
Stalteri could be coming to Scotland Yard very soon, so
But
please don't say anything.
I'm not
because,
surprised that it was that
because
was the
I
choice.
don't want
Stel?
Stalteri to.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man. But I also agree.
Okay, man. I'll take it.
Well,
So
I
yeah,
also agree.
listen, Stalteri hopefully is going to come to Scotland Yard soon, if we can get this all sorted. So I don't want him to watch this. And here we just absolutely annihilated him. We love you, all us Canadians here. Stalteri, love you.
He was a cult hero, man.
Yeah.
Sean,
If you're Canadian, especially,
Sean, right back.
we've had very few.
Fucking Stelios. Stalteri, man. He cost us the 2005, 2006 season with all the goddamn errors. He let pass it. Absolutely, it's Stalteri. He cost us a Premier shit.
Listen, I don't think you just got the message of what I was just saying on the before we came to you.
We should all mute Sean because he's ruined my Canadian moment.
Exactly. So we've got. We're going to say. So right, Sean, we'll let you go first. Then left back. Sean, you're first.
Worst left back. Fuck me.
That's a hard one.
Damn. Hold on. Fuck.
Actually, I've got
Can I
someone.
go left back?
I've got no, I know who you're going, but I've actually thought of someone worse.
Probably
I thought of someone worse, and I think still might.
Jason Edberg. He's pretty fucking awful.
Who?
Jason Edberg.
Jason.
Never ever say that again.
I don't even know who he said. Jason who?
Justin Edinburgh.
Oh, Edinburgh. No.
Never say that again, man. He was a legend.
No.
He won the FA Cup, dude. He won the FA Cup, man.
One time. He was
He was not the worst. He was.
That's the last time we won the FA
The
Cup.
League Cup.
Okay.
The League Cup.
So yeah, he got sent off in the League Cup.
the League Cup.
But he won. So okay. So we've got Sean, Jens. I think you know who you're going to say, and we do mean left back, not centre midfield or right back.
Yeah. Ben Thatcher.
Oh no, I thought you. Okay, Ben Thatcher.
That's a good
Cody.
shout.
Yeah, that's a great
No,
shout.
What a thug.
No.
What a thug.
Oh mate, he was a thug, but I know someone worse. I know someone
really?
worse.
Okay.
Yep.
Pat Vandenhouw.
Oh mate, don't, mate. Psycho, don't, mate. Shh, he might hear you. Shh.
Oh, sorry.
Shh, don't wake the beast. Do not wake the beast. Cody, left back.
Oh, I don't know.
In your era, Cody, and since you.
Yeah, I know. My ears. Yeah, okay. I mean, the thing is, Ben Davies is actually like an intelligent football player. I think that Ben Davies has got a lot more
He's
out
not the
of
worst
his.
ever, man.
He's not the worst ever, that's for sure.
No way.
Well, of course he's not the worst ever, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, still sorry. I'm just going to say mine because Coover has gone and got it bang on the money with my one. It's this day all day long. Jill fucking Berto.
Yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt.
What about Tremazzani though? Tremazzani was.
Oh mate, Gilberto was worse. Gilberto
worse than
hold
Tremazzani?
on.
Gilberto was worse.
Would you say Gilberto is worse than Ben Thatcher?
Yes.
Then Tremazzani is fucking terrible.
Gilberto was absolutely. I've never seen anything like it.
Gilberto was. He was.
Tremazzani played like 7 games for Spurs.
Yeah, Gilberto played more.
He was the only.
I'm
He was
saying
the only
Gilberto.
summer.
One of the only people to actually see Tremazzani play.
Yeah, I didn't see Tremazzani play.
I was living in Denmark at the moment at the time, and Tottenham played Brøndby, and Tremazzani played, and Jesus Christ, they look bad.
Yeah, he was one of the worst. He played like 7 games for Spurs. He was the only transfer. He was the only player that came in the transfer window in the summer.
So we're going with a vote.
Absolutely garbage.
We're going with a vote, and so far everyone's chosen a different left back.
I'll go Gilberto.
Tremazzani for me for
so
garbage.
I can't remember if he was a left back, but honestly, I wanted to kill myself. David Kerslake.
Right back.
Right back.
Was he right back?
Those were the days, still. Those were the days.
Do you know what then? If he's a right back, then it has to be Ben Thatcher, man. He was fucking shot.
Yeah. Wait, Ben Thatcher's mate. So we're close. So we got Ben.
Was a left back.
We got Ben Thatcher. No, David Kerslake, I remember, mate. He made his debut for Spurs versus Everton when we beat them 3-2 in the last minute, and we had someone on the score sheet that day by the name of Darren Caskey. Now,
Darren Caskey, I remember.
Fucking hell, mate.
So yeah, but so Stel, who was it? You're going Ben Thatcher.
Yeah, Ben Thatcher, man.
So Brian,
Tremazzani is what I went with.
I remember more worse performances of Ben Thatcher than Gilberto, to be honest.
So you're going Ben Thatcher.
Yeah, he sticks out in my head as the first name to my mind.
So we've got Mims, Thatcher, and
Tremazzani.
Tremazzani wasn't right back.
We're on the right back now.
Yeah, we've got left back. Ben Thatcher's won the vote. Right back, we had.
I didn't know we were on right back.
No, we've done right back. I'm trying to remember the team. So goalkeeper, we've got Mims.
Write this shit down, man. What are we doing here?
We're
3 hours into this fucking stream, and you're like, I don't know what you're saying.
You know what, people? I swear to God, for Christmas, people have just got to can Jens laugh.
Right.
Because if you ever bowl,
Mims in goal. Doherty right. Who's right back? Doherty.
We didn't. Hutton was right back.
Guys,
Hutton is right back.
So far, does this worst 11 beat Mora?
No,
we'll discuss that after.
No,
let's get the first 11 first.
Hell yeah,
okay,
so
now
they lose horribly.
Okay, so let's do these 2 positions together, and we'll just go back to the same names in case this is going to be a 28-hour stream. 2 centre backs. Ireland, you first.
Worst centre back?
2, yeah.
Ooh. I think I said it earlier. What's his nuts?
I know who I'm picking straight away.
That's Brian's new thing. I love that phrase. What's his nuts?
No, what's the
guy?
Starts with an F.
Fazio.
Fazio, yeah. Fucking okay. Fazio.
We're picking both and the other one. So both centre backs.
I have to pick 2?
Yeah, we can just, rather than going round 1 and then round 2, let's just.
Can we just pick 1? Because it's going to take less time.
All right, you pick 1.
We're 3 hours into this fucking stream. Not to say that I'm not having a good time, but 3 hours into the fucking stream is a long time.
Anthony Gardner for me.
I need to go like through 2 shit center halves. I'm going to go with Fazio. I think Fazio was one of the worst signings in the history of that position for Tottenham.
Yeah. Okay.
Garbage. Such garbage.
I can't. I'm finding it very. I know I said Stuart Nethercott, but a name's just come to my head, and he reminds me from Guile from Street Fighter, and that's Kevin Scott. And Kevin Scott.
Oh yeah. Jesus.
What year is that? That's like
Kevin Scott, mate.
Guy Butters.
Oh,
I know, but what are we talking here, Kevin Scott? This is like early 90s, right?
Yeah, we're talking early 90s with Kevin Scott.
Fucking hell, mate.
So, do you know what? I'm sticking with Kevin Scott. I'm sticking with Kevin Scott.
No,
I can't. I can't say Stuart Nethercott, tell that story, and then go, no, Stuart Nethercott.
It's a good show, man.
Kiriakou?
What, centre back?
Yeah, just
worst
one.
center back ever.
Yeah, for me, from what my memory, in my time, probably Gardner. He was just ridiculous.
Okay.
He was. I remember.
Good show, actually.
Gardner. Every single time I watched him as a kid,
Failed
when I was
miserably,
young,
didn't
growing up. Right, I used to. He was one of the first players that made me so angry to watch. I'm like, why is this guy playing football? Like he was. It was like, I don't know how he made it to Tottenham. Honestly,
I fucking support essentially.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's I don't know why people. I actually like the song.
well. Yeah, he was
I
another
liked
one
him.
like that.
I liked him. The first
Guys,
season
we got
Champions
to make
League
this faster
Right,
though.
Gardner
because
for me.
Okay, let's make this fast. Okay,
we're gonna get through the whole fucking team here.
Okay.
So let's roll with it.
Stell, centre back.
I'm going to pick two. I'm going with Anthony Gardner and Ramon Vega.
Good shout. Good shout.
Okay.
Vega's not going to be happy with that when he hears you say it because he watches
so
these streams.
I'll put my
Yeah, he
teams
was
in.
shit. Doesn't matter.
Okay,
He's
Joe,
terrible. No,
forget the
I'm
position.
fucking with you stuff.
Forget creating the team. We'll just go round positions and name the worst one, and then when we get to the
Just
score,
roll
we'll
with
end
it. Just roll quick. Roll quick.
So yeah, Sean, defender,
Defender.
centre back.
Giselle and Vega.
Zelda midfielder.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Giselle was a midfielder. Yeah.
Fazio.
Okay, Ricky. Oh my God, Truth sets free. I think he's just won the bet, or not the bet. What a shout! What a shout! What a shout!
What did he say?
I'm sorry, I still think Gardner was worse than Rocha. Rocha still had his game.
Ricardo
Rocha.
Rocha.
Wow.
He was shocking, but
Mate, what a shout!
Gardner was worse, man. Gardner
No,
was worse.
mate, that's a great shout.
No way. Gardner
Yeah,
scored
Gardner
that
was
goal
worse
against
than
West
Rocha.
Ham from 30 yards out. That is,
Oh, he'll never do that
that's
again.
respect for that.
Okay,
Yeah, he never did that again, but that's
Yeah,
respect for that.
Jens, pick a defender.
Rocha.
Jesus Christ. Doherty.
Doherty's up right back, for God's sake. Are you understanding?
No. Gary Doherty.
Oh, okay.
The ginger fella.
He's got levels here.
My bad.
He's got levels here.
Okay, so now we're coming to midfield island. Let's go straight across from left to right. So left winger.
Left midfield?
Yeah.
Where did Demetriscu play? Was he-
Dominguez.
Oh, I love Dominguez, man. I love little Jose.
So did I, but he was terrible.
I don't know. I need a minute for that. Left side of midfielder, worst left side of midfielder. Oh,
Buddy.
let's talk
I
about.
need to
Wait a
think
minute.
about
Wait a
that
minute.
one.
Let's talk
Okay, go
about
on.
structure. Let's talk about structure here. Are we doing a 4-4-2? Just to keep it simple?
because we're going old school and we're bringing
Okay, so
everyone up, but
4-4-2.
4-4-2's
All right,
easy.
let me think about that for a second. I'll come back to it.
Okay, so you're going to come back to so.
Andy Sitton.
Andy said, you know what? He weren't bad. He weren't. I wouldn't say he's the worst, but I'm just trying to think now. People. I'm just trying to think of people. Oh man, left winger.
Raw Fox.
Raw Fox. That's a no. Raw. Do you know what? I can't. Do you know what? My first ever North London derby I went to as a season ticket holder.
He was
when
quality.
we
like
beat them
90
2-1.
minutes.
When it for 2-1, when the season after Naeem got Seaman Lob. Raw Fox destroyed Arsenal. And just for that, I can't have him as in this team. I just can't allow it. Left winger.
Oh, I've got the best left winger.
Can we
Go
go,
on.
can we go with I think Rohan Ricketts is a Canadian as well. Also,
No, he's proper English.
Is he Ricketts?
Yep.
Yeah, he's been.
So who's your left
Because
winger?
there are some Canadian players that have the last name Ricketts. So I was wondering if
I've got the best
No. he's
Still,
proper
wait a
English.
minute. Everyone, go on. Still left back, left winger.
left winger, Reto Ziegler.
There you go.
Oh
Done,
my
signed, sealed,
God.
delivered.
He was
Bye.
a left back.
Yeah.
And
Oh Jesus
also
Christ!
played
Jens,
as
are
a
you
left
sure?
winger.
You seem to have lost all contemplate of what a
He
formation
played
is. Are
left
you
wing,
sure?
though.
He
Yeah,
played
but
left wing
played
for us
left
quite a
back
bit.
mainly for us.
I'm going with Reto Ziegler.
Do you know what?
What about Jamie O'Hara? Did Jamie O'Hara play left?
Centre.
Oh, yeah, he was shocking.
Jamie O'Hara can go fucking.
But didn't he
himself.
play left
Sorry.
side of midfield too?
He did, yeah.
Mate.
Trash.
Listen,
Fucking
Jamie O'Hara
trash.
is the only pundit that backs Spurs on
No,
on
he
radio
doesn't
at the
back
moment.
Spurs. He's a cunt about
Really?
Spurs. He's awful.
Oh mate, he backs
What are
us all the
you
time.
watching?
on
No,
TalkSport.
dude, watch what he said tonight about. I mean, he's right to be fair, but he was fucking not backing Spurs.
I'm actually having to. This is the
He's
one
an
position I'm
absolute
actually
cunt.
having to
I
look
actually
up.
think he was. He played left wing, right? O'Hara.
Jamie O'Hara was don't know where he played. Yeah,
he was terrible.
Wing and centre mid.
That's my pick. That's my pick. Jamie O'Hara. Fuck him. He was garbage.
You know what?
Jamie O'Hara.
Amen, brother.
I'm actually having to check this.
I'm in like Flynn on that motherfucker.
Nope. Do you know what? I've got it.
Who's laughing so hard that
that's
you're
Jens,
making me
mate.
happy?
Whenever
It's gotta be Jens. It's gotta be Jens.
Mate,
I love that guy.
Aaron Dubs has just come up with 2, which are very, very close. But I'm going.
How do you even like? They didn't even play for Spurs.
What about?
I'm going the biggest way. I'm going Jack Clark.
Hold on. What about Matthew Everington?
Jack Clark.
Was Everington a winger?
Was who?
Matthew Everington.
Yes, he was.
Jack Clark is a right winger too.
Simon Davis at the same time signed from Peterborough.
Who? Everington.
His name was mentioned before. He was meant to be the one out of this transfer that was meant to be the good one, but our centre back was better. Andy Reid.
What about Matthew Everton?
Oh yes, yeah.
Everton.
And
he was a left winger.
That was Michael Dawson, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Andy Reid. Andy Reid walked straight back in.
Oh, you remember that? Do you remember the song for that? Brian?
No.
Is this the way to Hammer Villa? So Campbell's biting his pillar.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, anyway.
And actually, thinking about double deals, I want to change my right back opinion. I want to change my right back opinion to Carl Walker. I'm changing my right back. I'm changing my right back opinion to Carl Walker. But let's get through this. As Daniel Bettingfield would once said, let's get through this.
Keep it rolling, Brian. Keep it rolling.
Yep, I'm trying to. Okay, centre mid.
Worst center midfielder.
Worst centre mid. Yep, without a doubt.
Andy Booth.
He was a striker, bro.
Dele has
to be a striker.
Andy Booth was a striker. Well, yeah.
Simon Davies.
Striker then. Midfield.
Yeah.
Simon Davies.
I hate to say it, but
Stambouli?
Paul Moran.
Simon Davies was
Paul Moran.
Fucking Stambouli. Think about Stambouli. Like,
I've got it. Who's
the most useless center mid we've ever had at the
Still help me. It wasn't Goran Bunčević. There was another guy. He missed a sitter against Bolton. Asimovic.
Andy Gray.
Asimovic.
I know who you're talking about. I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sean, who's you going worst centre mid?
Andy Gray and Dozell.
Okay, Dozell was a close call. Brian, did you say one?
And Andy Gray.
I said Stambouli. I think just in modern era.
Okay, so
Stambouli was like, so fucking shit.
You know what? Let's try and get this done now because I think people are getting tired and it's like
nobody's tired. There's still got 42 people fucking participating.
Cool.
Keep rolling this shit out.
Rolling.
This is Friday night with the two Brians. We're 3 hours 20 minutes in, and we still keep the same amount of people. So thank everybody who's still with us. You're
exactly. And
you're
please
fucking
like
gold.
I think we should
Vayner.
call it Stambouli Dele.
I mean, come on, Stambouli. Fucking hell.
I'm happy with that.
Unless Brian, you've got anyone you can think of that's worse than Stambouli.
Oh mate,
Dele gets a spot there, no doubt.
Like I said,
I wasn't particularly impressed with David Howes.
Mate, please tell me.
Don't even know who that is. So
but he won the FA Cup.
Mate. Do you know what? Simon's just come up with a great one.
Garley.
But I have to say, with David Howes, mate, do you know what? That guy would bleed anything for Tottenham Hotspur. And do you know what? And he deserves all the respect in the world, like Frank Lampard did against Liverpool when he played when his mum died. David Howes in that 4-3 defeat at a very, very windy West Ham when Julian Dix smashed a penalty so fucking far.
Brian, what's our next position, mate? What's our next position?
Mate, I've just got to say, he played the day his dad died and literally played a mate, full up respect to her. So we're going right wing now.
Where's
David
right
Bentley?
winger?
Stell's nailed it.
David Bentley. Yeah, so I don't. Anyone else?
Say that. How do you argue that?
Bentley.
The expectation and the failure that is David Bentley.
18
we literally ruined his career.
He also ruined his career. I mean, he was fucking terrible.
Yeah, but he was doing so well at Blackburn, and then he comes to Tottenham, and then his career ended, and then he retired like really early, didn't he? Because he lost his love for football.
He was garbage. He's
got a bar in Spain or something now.
Does anybody have a better choice for right wing?
Not even in the comments. We've got Bentley. We've got
Bentley. No contest. I see.
So now we go to the front two. For me, Postiga, and Raziak.
Raziak and Rebrov for me.
Oh, Rebrov is a good shout.
Yeah, but Rebrov's goal against West Ham in the FA Cup.
Yeah, but you can't just pick a goal.
Yeah,
Paul
but
Mahorn.
Or Fraser Campbell.
Paul Mahorn?
Or Fraser
Yeah,
Campbell.
he was gonna
Fraser
be the
Campbell,
best.
Raziak.
You mean the brilliant replacements for Robbie Keane and Berbatov,
Yes,
those shit players,
yeah.
and then bring in the world class.
No, that was Rory Allen and Niall Fenn. Paul Mahorn was a couple of years before that, and everybody thought he was going to be and he was.
Oh, you mean when we were building for
Terrible.
the future again?
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna go Rebrov.
I got a couple I want to throw in here, but I think
Only Rebrov. I'd say.
Vincent
Lee
Janssen.
Barnard.
Vincent Janssen needs a shout of
Yeah,
one of the
He
worst.
does.
Okay, would you say Janssen was worse than Rebrov though? Because Rebrov
No
had so
way.
much hype because he was
Rebrov
a good
was
player.
bad.
No way, Rebrov was quality.
He was a
Just
good player.
didn't get the.
Yeah, he was a quality player. Came to Spurs and it was like looked like
This
one
is
of
a
the
good
worst
shout.
players you've ever
Wakey
seen.
says Janssen and
Didn't have
Soldado.
the,
I was
didn't
thinking
have
the same.
players
Both of
giving
these
him-
strikers. Soldado, you got to throw in there.
Yeah,
He never got service, man.
Oh, he was terrible.
he was
He
a good
got
player.
He missed sitters on a daily basis.
Yeah, I know, but he played as a by himself, didn't he? He never played it as a one.
He was a box player.
Where he made his name was playing with a two.
Yeah,
With
come
two up
on,
front.
man.
If Soldado had
He had options. He missed the
Ginola
fucking net
or
all the time.
Lennon
Yeah, because he
or-
didn't have his
No, no.
confidence.
He was
man.
given-
looked like
he was
never had
given-
confidence.
cross the balls
He was
over.
given good
Yeah.
balls and he missed the net.
Exactly.
That's finishing.
How about this, guys? Raziak and Gary Doherty, because he was shit at center back and he was shit as a striker.
I think
Oh,
everyone.
we love
All right, so
Virginia
Raziak's
Pele.
got a
Come
place
on,
there,
man.
so we need to
love
find the next
Virginia
one.
Pele.
What about
So
Andy
Raziak-
Booth? What do we think about Andy Booth?
Ooh, he was
Shit.
Oh,
He was
quality.
shit.
Oh, he was actually. If I wasn't going to say Doherty,
He's in the
Andy Booth
conversation
is
of
my
the worst,
second.
isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Andy Booth was horrible.
Why don't we let the comments decide who's our last striker then? Who's the
Simon
last
said
striker?
Andy Booth too. Shout
Andy
out to-
Booth,
Harvey.
Rebrov, or who's one more option?
I think you got to go with
Vincent Janssen. Should we say
Janssen? I
Vincent
think you
Janssen?
got to go with Janssen or
Raziak.
Reziak.
What's
No,
his
Raziak's
name?
in there already.
It was-
He's already
it
got a
was the
spot.
we're
Spanish
adding
geezer who scored
over
the
and
goal
above
in the
Raziak.
Yeah, so we've
semi-final.
got hold on. We got Raziak, right? So we need one more spot.
Postiga?
For me, it's between Janssen, Rebrov.
Oh, held the
and
Postiga,
Andy
guys. Held the Postiga.
Booth. Or Postiga, yeah.
Oh, I remember watching him score a goal against fucking Wickham.
There's a lot of people saying
50
Andy
yards
Booth.
out.
A lot of people
There's
saying
a lot
Booth and
of people
Raziak.
saying There's a lot of
Booth
people
and
saying
Raziak, I
Yeah,
think, is winning
players
it.
have their moments, but that doesn't mean they're good. Like you have one moment doesn't mean you're fucking good, right?
What do you
Actually,
guys
Fraser
think?
Campbell
Andy
was
Booth
shit
and
as well.
Raziak?
Oh mate, he was
Dynamic
terrible.
duo?
But you know what? This is going to be the big question now. This is the big question. Who is the manager?
Worst manager? Worst
going Christian. I'm going
Yeah.
Christian
Chris
Gross.
Adams.
Christian Gross.
Christian Gross.
Gross, yeah, Gross.
Christian Gross.
Jack
Christian Gross.
Santini.
Or Santini, yeah, or Santini,
Santini
yeah.
was there for 6 games. We can't base it on
go.
6 games. We can't base it on 6 games.
That's how
Sure
shit he
you
was.
can. That's the reality. He only could get 6 games. That's how bad he was.
Okay, let's. Paul Anderson has said Nuno. So if you're going to do this on 6 games,
Nuno
Nuno's
did
got
9 games.
Oh mate, now
No,
we're
10.
going.
10.
He did 17 in total, including all the cup games and whatever.
There you go.
That
I'm
mate, you
gonna
know
go
what?
for Santini.
Mate. I loved that. I wouldn't say I loved him, but when him and Ray Clemens had the,
I think you got to
The
go
team.
with Santini.
I'm going. I'm still. Nothing could deter me from ever saying anything other than Christian Gross.
So who are we going for the manager then? And then we'll say the whole team.
Let's vote.
I would-
Everybody
I
on,
would say
everybody on
let's do
3.
chairman.
Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Santini.
Santini.
Gross.
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 Oh, Steve, what's that? Wait a minute. We got. Wait a minute, Danny.
It's a
Danny.
split.
Free.
You did this, Danny. You have got the deciding vote
It's a
because
split.
we got Stel and Brian saying Santini. You
I
got
said
me
Santini
and
as well.
Sean.
Oh, see,
I
it's
said
3.
Santini
It's 3.
as well, yeah.
It's Santini.
I said
Okay,
Santini as well.
so let's have some fun. And if anyone goes against me on this one, then you're a fucking idiot. Who's the chairman?
The worst chairman.
I literally think.
Actually, you answer that, Brian. Who's the worst chairman?
Tell us, Brian, how you feel about it.
No, well, if you look at it, Scott, Levy.
But Brian, he's built us a nice stadium.
Oh yeah, I forgot. But still, and the training
Sugar
ground.
was pretty
And the
bad.
training ground. Listen,
Sugar was pretty bad.
The training ground has literally made most of our fucking players literally poofters. They don't really care about playing football because they're not like, they have no energy whatsoever. The training ground is the reason why they're
this
shit.
is where the show goes wonky. This is, I mean,
Sorry, did I say too much there with the poofters thing?
Yeah, I mean that you could have chosen a billion other words. You could have said.
Well, they just made them pussies. They're not fucking willing to work.
Okay, that word's better. Pussies is better.
And pussies is the same idea.
No, they're not.
Why not?
Okay, so in English, when you're talking about gay people,
yes.
Okay, I apologize for that if that was misunderstood. I just mean players who aren't willing to give fucking a shit about
Edit that tomorrow. Edit that bit out tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't need to edit it. People know that I'm not like that's not who I am.
Fuck it, keep it there.
It's not an issue. I just think that it's blatantly obvious about that situation. So anyway, I apologize if I offended anybody.
So do you know what? There's a few people saying Scott or whatever.
Brian,
go on, Danny.
Oh no, go on. I was going to say, so have you decided as Levy is the worst?
Oh yeah, well, without hands down, mate.
Okay, so do you want to go through for everyone?
Alan Sugar for sure.
The whole team.
So Brian's doing that to get a rise from me very quickly. I just need to address this, then we'll deal with the team. Alan Sugar did a lot wrong. But I tell you,
he did everything wrong.
Mate, do you know what? If it wasn't for Alan Sugar, Brian, I wouldn't have met you. The only person I would know in this whole thing right now is Stel.
If it wasn't for Levy, we wouldn't have gotten in the Champions League.
Mate, but no, we wouldn't have got into. Mate, forget what Levy getting us into Champions League.
I'm just gonna counter it.
If Sugar hadn't have come, there would have been no Levy to take us into the Champions League. Tottenham, if we'd lost that FA Cup, and if Sugar hadn't bought the club, there would be no Tottenham.
If we didn't have Levy, we wouldn't have Pochettino.
Mate, but you're still missing the point.
No, you're missing the point.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is, if Sugar hadn't have come, there would be no growth of Tottenham. There would be no takeover. Tottenham would have ceased to exist.
Okay.
Done. So it doesn't matter if Levy
can we not get past that and ask the same question about
the
other
other things I'm about to say is also you got to remember it's nothing compared to our lovely shiny new stadium now. He rebuilt the Paxton, and you got to remember he did this with his own money. He didn't take loans out. This was Alan Sugar's own money. Okay. He also brought in Jurgen Klinsmann, who at the time was the pinnacle of world.
Can I ask you a simple question, Brian?
Yeah.
And he was my hero, Klinsmann.
Do we get into the Champions League places on a regular basis without Daniel Levy?
Yes, but no, you're missing the entire point.
You're missing the point. Answer the question.
You're missing the point.
Answer the question.
But there would be no.
You're sleep drunk, Brian. You're sleep drunk, Brian.
Answer the question.
You're missing the question. You're missing it.
Wait a minute, Sean, which one's missing it? Ireland or Daigle?
Ireland is. Sorry, Bubba. You're sleep drunk, man.
I know, of course. I'm literally taking the piss, by the way.
Thank God. Jesus, Brian.
But answer the question with good reason. And this is the reason I'm asking you this. It's not that I disagree.
No, you're trying to get me to say something good about Parasite.
I'm not. I'm only asking you so that you reaffirm your understanding of the situation and can explain it well. That's the only reason I'm doing it. It has nothing to do with me disagreeing with you. I actually completely agree. But the point is, there's a point in that. Would we have gotten Pochettino without Daniel Levy? And you got
to remember as well. We only got Pochettino because Van Gaal went to United and he wanted Van Gaal.
Totally true. So you've countered it. Thank you for countering it. That's my point. You can people who think that what Daniel Levy's done is genius will come up with these ideas and say that this is true because of these things. The reason I'm asking you these questions is because hear me out.
Yep.
Let me finish. I'm trying to get you to understand for good reason how to strongman your argument to say, here's why, and there's evidence for it. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not in any way suggesting you're wrong. I'm showing you that these are the questions you're going to be asked and how you respond to them because of what you know. That's what's important. So when I ask you them, whatever, it's not because I disagree. These are the things people are going to ask you in an argument. And so you've answered them very well.
I'm now
I have no problem with that.
Hold on, can I say one quick thing?
Go on, Sean.
Okay, AG, I want to answer a question. Yeah, AG, that one right there.
Yep.
Sugar might have made money out of this, but the money that Levy has loaned out against us, when he sells the club, that goes into his pocket. All 3.6 billion of it.
So also what I wanted to add to this, what is he doing? But what I want to say about this is it's not my love for him. It's not, I don't love Sugar. Believe me, I was one of the protesters to get him out. He did a hell of a lot, and I mean a hell of a lot wrong. A hell of a lot. There's no doubt about that. But people, you can't, friends, but you literally, you can't say this bad thing. I don't love him. He just deserves respect for a few things he did do. He did a hell of a lot wrong.
Okay, so Brian, I want again. I'm going to be the devil's advocate because that I think it's important to do that when it comes to arguing about position. Levy has done a hell of a lot wrong. Well, I think everybody here will agree with that. Anybody who's watching the stream, everybody who knows what we do and our position on how we think about Levy and all the things, he's done a hell of a lot wrong. But there are some things you have to agree that he's done right. They're very few and far between, but he
did him on our dime, Brian. That's why.
Sorry, what?
He did him on our dime.
No. Look, I'm not. Look, I'm. This is not me saying that what he's done is right or that it's okay. I'm just saying we have to be reasonable as humans, as people who try to consider what's right or likely true based on the evidence. We have to look at it and say, and we had this conversation recently, I think in a couple streams ago, where I was like, when we talked about the statement, he admitted and the club admitted that they have gotten recruitment wrong. That is the first time we've seen that from the club. Again, I'm not suggesting that means that they're going to change how they deal with things and function when it comes to the market and in making better decisions. But it's the first time that they've said we've gotten recruitment wrong for a very, very long time. We have to accept that and say that, okay, they've done everything wrong. Otherwise, it's a positive in that they're admitting a fault in that situation. Not to say that that's going to change their position, but it's the first time that they've done it. I think that's important. And I think that's something, if you are like you and like me saying we want them to make different decisions and make better decisions, that's a starting point to say, yeah, you've done this wrong. And we've been telling you this for a very long time. Stop doing it wrong. Here's how to do it right. So I think that it's a positive in that sense. If that makes sense, I would love your guys' thoughts.
I'd love Stel come in on this one.
Yeah. What with the chairman?
Yeah, with Sugar, with what your aspect of it is.
With what I just said too. Like, think about it. Like, look, I'm not in any way suggesting that the chairman and the board are doing great things. I think that they've done mostly wrong and they're trying to figure out what to do, and they failed most of the time at it. But what I am suggesting let me finish. Yeah, and I want it, but there's a couple things that they've said that they've admitted that they fucked up. That for me is a new thing. Again, I'm not suggesting that means that they actually believe the things they're saying. It's probably bullshit, because that's what we know about this fucking these people who are running the club. But I think it's something we should consider. But go on, Stel. I'm looking forward to your position.
To counter that, Sir Alan Sugar, he admitted that he fucked up, so he sold the club to someone that he thought could do a better job. Mike Ashley admitted he fucked up, and he said, if anyone wants to buy it off me, take it. And someone came along and sold it.
And of course, I want that to happen too, Stel.
So that would be kind of my counter to it. But for me,
I don't think that's a counter. I think that we're not going to see Daniel Levy sell the club for that reason the same way they did, or
because they won't sell the club because they've turned it into such a successful business.
No, they're making too much money. Making too much money.
They probably won't sell it. But for me, the worst owners we've had, I would say, are definitely Levy and Enoch, because we don't win trophies anymore. Like you guys are quite not you guys, but
still, I completely agree with that.
By the way, AG, who made
So
this
I
comment.
completely agree with you on that.
AG, who made this comment, is going to come on and have his
Let's bring him on.
viewpoint.
Bring him on.
Listen, I'll tell you what it is, guys. I remember being a kid, not knowing much about football, 8, 9 years old, and seeing, well, yeah, younger than that, but I remember my granddad, my uncles, everyone dancing and partying in the streets because we won the UEFA Cup, and they were going crazy. Back then, the UEFA Cup was a big thing. I remember 91 when we won the FA Cup and when we beat Arsenal at Wembley to get there. I remember how ballistic we went, and I remember when we beat Leicester to win the Worthington Cup, and I remember the scenes in North London. That's all gone. That has all gone under Levy, and because of it, and this is just as a football fan, not as a appreciation of the direction football's gone in and appreciate the infrastructure and the business we've become. I don't like them because they've had their chances to bring us silverware, and in each opportunity they've said, "Nah, we're not going to back the manager." So. And you know what? Yeah, they've come out and they said, we've realised, but they always do that when the pressure's on. They always come out and say it. If Brian,
it's propaganda.
Your argument will have strong legs if Conte gets backed. If Conte doesn't get backed, your argument collapses. So your argument pins on what happens under Conte, really.
Yeah, and still, if you ask anybody about my argument, I've literally put it on that, and I've said it's
going to come to that. It will.
Yeah, no, the only reason anything I've said and what I think is maybe true or what I would like to see happen comes literally down to being backed. If he's not backed, I'm 100%, absolutely 100% on the same page. I mean, not that I'm not on the same page because I think we're very close, but I'm willing to give this moment a moment. I'm willing to say this might be a difference because of the position that the chairman is in. That's it. Otherwise, I completely agree with you guys. I'm in no way in disagree.
Did you hear what Mickey Hazard said when he came on our show and did when I asked him the question on our show, and I said to him, and bear in mind, Mickey Hazard, not only is he a Spurs legend, not only does he love Tottenham inside out, he actually is an ambassador for the club. So he has to be careful what he says, okay? And I asked him the question, what do you think about the ownership and, you know, how some fans might not be so happy? And this was his answer. And I think he actually backs what you say. He said, Daniel Levy will be judged on the next 3 to 5 years. And that started
100%.
Last year.
Yep, 100%.
And that started last year. That's
just want to very quickly say Sean had to drop off because he was
cheers, Sean.
In. So Sean, we're going to rearrange that chat with you.
Sorry, Stel, for interrupting you, but yeah, just
no, go for it.
No, Stel, it's all good. It's back to you, buddy.
Yeah, no, that was it. Mickey Hazard said, like, he's lost 1 year, he's got 4 years left. His legacy will be determined by this. How we judge him will be determined now.
Oh, Cody's back.
He's got no more excuses.
He's literally, Stel, and I know you agree with this, and I think we're absolutely on the same page. He's put himself in a position because of
I want him fucking out.
I agree, but he's put himself in a position because of his failures, because of his ineptitude when it comes to understanding football and what's good for the club football-wise. He's put himself in a position where if he doesn't get it right, and that means obviously backing arguably one of the best managers. Right. He's fucked himself completely, which is good for us and for the club, despite it being really bad for the club.
Yeah, it's a win-win from here
for a period of time. Yeah, and I think we're on the same page there. Would you agree?
Brian, can I just add to that, right? Can I just add to that?
Yeah, add away for sure.
I think as well.
Danny,
can I see your face other than this fucking guy? You're making me feel weird about it.
What's that?
Just, dude, you're.
I'm looking at the in-betweeners, dude.
Go on.
Let me. I can't change my picture right now.
It's fine. Go on, mate. It's fine.
Either this or this.
Jesus, why'd you do that?
Fuck you prick. No, I was gonna say, look, it's the fact that he's done what he's done, right, by building this stadium and all this training ground and making us be competitive in terms of having the best kind of facilities in the world, right? When you do that, you're immediately putting your spotlight on you as well, right? And you're basically saying, like, now
back it up.
You're now, it's like you're saying, right, we've got one of the best in the world, better than some of the biggest clubs in the world, right? And you're going to have a team that like 14th in the table. You can't have that. and also for the sponsorships, for the money he wants to make. And I agree with what Stell said that Mickey Hazard said. Right, the next 4 to 5 years. Even I think in January, this year in the summer is really when we're going to see what Levy's about. And if he doesn't back him, then I think there's going to be riots. In my honest opinion,
I think riots, and I also think and I think that's 100% true. But I also think that despite the riots, it's going to be a scenario where he has nowhere to go, and that'll be the first time I think for him in his own head. Despite we've all seen it, we all know that he has nowhere to go because he's continuously been a fucking douche canoe. This will be the first moment where he'll realize, fucking hell, I got nothing else I can do. That's a massive moment. I know that that's wishful thinking for some people, and I get why, because it's kind of oh, whatever, he's loaded, he'll do whatever he wants. As soon as his financial bottom line is in question, and this is what will happen in this scenario, he will have to make a different decision, and he'll be bad at it because he's bad at making a difficult decision that is financially suitable for him, but also is useful emotionally for the fans. He's fucking himself completely. He's massively.
Let Cody's come back in. Let's
go on, Cody. Go on, Cody.
Listen, full respect to everyone and their opinions and everything like that, but you motherfuckers are underestimating Daniel Levy yet again. I honestly, I can't believe it, because it's almost like it's a finite conclusion that there's only going to be one of two outcomes that are going to happen. This guy is a professional fucking worm. And he is slippery as fuck. If you think that Tottenham fans are going to unite, because that's what it will take. It will take full unity. I don't even know if Conte could cause that, because there are just so many fans who it doesn't really matter what the club do. It doesn't really matter what the team accomplishes. It doesn't matter the decisions
I need to interrupt
that get made.
Yeah, we're going to interrupt you.
Hear me out. I need
no. Before you do that,
we'll bring in JG in a second. Let me ask Cody this question.
Give us 2 seconds, brother. We'll be bringing you in.
Let me ask Cody this question, because I think it matters, and I think exactly what you just said is 100% important. Do the fans respond, and do the fans' response affect what his decisions are? And I think that's key, right? And that's what the protests are about. That's how do we affect the club? How do we make a difference in this situation? And I'd ask you, Cody, do you think that him failing at properly backing Conte and saying, whatever you need in this transfer window, I will make sure you get it, and he gives it to him? If he doesn't, do you think all of the Spurs fans, or not all of them, but enough of them to say that we won't be in the same situation? Most Spurs fans are going to go, "That's fuck, dude. What do you mean? How is this functional?" I just think there's the back against the wall scenario that he's in means that he has to back Conte. If he doesn't back Conte, he fucks himself completely, and the club, and the perception of him, and that matters more to him than anything. His ego and the perception of him, and what the success of the club is. If he doesn't get it right in this situation, he's fucked. And
Brian,
I think that matters. Yeah,
I think.
Okay, we're just sorry, Cody. Just want to say before, as soon as Cody finishes answering this question, we've got a new guy coming on AG who's going to talk about bring in AG his views. So. And it's AG's first time, so it's going to be wicked to have a new person on. He's going to be talking about Alan Sugar. So,
Brian
Cody,
Daigle.
after you.
Okay,
yeah.
so Brian Daigle. Can I? Once Cody's finished, can I just ask Cody one thing?
Yeah, we're going to bring AG in after he finishes.
Let's go through the process.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
go on, bro.
Here's what I'll say, and I'll try and keep it quick. I think that a lot of people feel like Daniel Levy has been pushed to the edge of a cliff, and there is a lot of room between where the position that Daniel Levy finds himself in compared to the position that, say, someone like Mike Ashley finds himself in. This is not something where I don't feel like if he does end up screwing this up, that it's going to be like a snap your fingers, goodbye Levy, whatever you say. This is this is going to be a war. It's going to be a war of attrition, and I really hope it doesn't happen. I'm sure all Spurs fans can agree. The most positive outcome is that Conte gets.
1 second, bro. I just need to block someone. You little bastards. Brian, can you just very quickly block that prick that's just come in the chat before I say something really stupid?
I can block
before I literally blow my fucking before I blow my fucking top.
Bryce blocked.
No, we've got him. We've got him. I was done anyway, but yeah.
I'm just gonna go for a
cigarette. I'm just gonna go for a cigarette.
Go for a cigarette. And Cody, I get it, right? Like I understand that it isn't as simple as this will happen and this thing will happen. Like, because of course there's levels of sort of response and reaction to different situations. Completely understand that. I just think when it comes to what we'll see from Conte, what we'll see from Levy responding to the fact that he put himself in this situation. The reason that Spurs and Conte will be successful or not successful will be literally come down to that relationship. And Conte is the only fucking manager who will literally just say like, dude, fuck you, man. You're an idiot. You fucked it up. I'm out. And Levy will be like, oh God, you know what I mean? Like he's put himself in that position. Nuno is not going to do that. Even Mourinho is not going to do that to some extent. Mourinho is going to say it vaguely in the media. Fucking Conte is just going to say to Levy, like, you said you were going to do this. You didn't do that. Fuck you. Get out. I'm out. You're a cunt. You said you were going to do this. You didn't give me what you were supposed to give me. This is not what we've agreed upon. That is the thing that Levy has never or rarely ever had in his career. And I think that's the difference. And I don't know if that'll come to fruition. I hope it does. I think it should, because I think, that's what we need. That's what the players need. That's what the club needs. We need a fucking bottom line. This is who we are. This is why this is who we are. And he's the manager to potentially do that. I'm not saying he's going to, but he's the most likely to.
Let's get AG on here.
Yeah,
still in the back?
Yep, no, he's there. What's up, AG?
Hello, guys.
What's up, AG?
Nice to meet you, finally.
Welcome to the channel. Sorry for keeping you in the background.
Hello, AG. Can I quickly ask Cody something?
No. Let's get AG's thoughts here quickly. Go on, AG.
Cool.
No, I'm just listening to what you're saying about Levy. Like, guys, Levy does not do whatever he wants. He does not own the club. He owns a small part of the company that owns the club. And so he has to answer to everyone else. I just find I am absolutely distraught with the way that he has managed our club. He should be nowhere near managing the football side. But he is not the be-all and end-all. He does not do what he wants. He has to answer to Joe Lewis. He has to answer to
sorry, AG, I have to interrupt you there. I think that's I have to interrupt you. I think that's a little horseshit. I think, and I'm not being a dick about it.
Brian, just block. Whoa.
Hang on.
No. There's someone else now doing KKK shit. Can you block this fucking prick?
Yeah, I can.
I don't need this coming on the channel, mate. Anyone black or Jewish on this feed, this is not. We apologise completely. There are pricks that are trying to get in, and that's all we're going to say. That's racist dark, motherfucker.
Weird shit. Like,
sorry. Before you go back, mate. Just want to say thanks for coming on the channel, mate. Much respect to you. Happy to have you on, and sorry for interrupting you there. Off you go, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, AG. My point is that I just think that I think that the control of the club comes down to Levy because he's been given it by the owner. Lewis doesn't give a fuck as long as they're profitable.
He was given assets. He was given.
Sorry, you're cutting off. I missed that. Say that again.
Do the best you can. Sorry, he was given control of the asset, right? So he was in the group. He was said, right, you're my analyst, you're my accountant. You're very good at this stuff. They bought a part of Rangers and they bought a couple of Slavia Prague, I think, as well. They said, okay, you take care of that bit. And in that bid, as an investment fund, they bought it for whatever 60 million. It's now worth almost 2 or 3 billion.
Mate, this
So
racist
they think
motherfucker.
Levy has done a fantastic job.
Wait, just quickly, Eugene's. Sorry, AG. I'm sorry, we got.
That's the point.
Brian, ignore what's going on in the chat.
What I want to do is make Eugene admin as well, so we've got more people monitoring
Brian,
this shit.
Brian, listen to me. Turn off all comments. Turn off all comments.
Yeah, just don't get involved.
No, for the rest of the show, just turn off the comments.
I don't know how to do it.
I admit, Brian,
it's in the settings. It's in the settings. It's in the settings.
I apologize to you. I made a harsh comment too.
No. AJ, sorry, mate. We've just got a racist motherfucker in here right now.
If you go in the settings in the back end, you can turn off comments.
Yeah,
because he's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep doing it.
Go on, AJ. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Just make some more people
figure it out. Brian will figure it out.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
So,
go on, AG. Sorry, brother. Go on. I'm not going to interrupt again. Go on.
Look, my point with you guys is not that I disagree with you. Or
well
that,
done. It's done. Good.
You misunderstand. I'm a season ticket holder, like Stel, like many of you. My point is, there's no point having a massive go at Levy. He's not the guy. The guy, we're like Man United. They love him because they've made him so much money. They love Woodward because he's made them so much money. They love Levy because he's made them so much money. And what they don't know is that it wasn't to do with Levy. He's made terrible decision after terrible decision. But just the circumstances meant that happened. And I agree with Brian, by the way, in one way, that the whole Premier League has Alan Sugar to thank for the Sky deal, because that was the start of all the team money. So all money sort of stems from that. But Alan Sugar never put his own money in, and that's bullshit. He never did. He could have easily done it. Blackburn bought the league for like 2 million. Alan Sugar could have done that with his hands closed. And he didn't. He didn't. He made money out of us, and he complained about it the whole time. And he sold us to a bunch of vultures.
Okay.
Right, so I don't know why you celebrate him, because he sold us to guys you hate.
So, it's not. So we're going to bring Shane Black in a sec. It's not I celebrate him, AG, and I can understand why you're thinking that. Sorry, say again. Say again, AG.
Well, Alan Sugar sold us to guys that you hate so much.
Yep. Well, do you know what it was
Sugar
as well?
Sold us to the vultures.
Yep.
You hate. So why celebrate them?
So I don't celebrate them. I don't. There may be a bit of a lag there, AG. So I'll say it's not that I celebrate them.
You celebrate Alan Sugar.
I don't celebrate him. I don't celebrate him at all. I don't celebrate him. What I say. So wait, AG, let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I was saying, and then Still, I think he's on your broadband. So literally, AG, I'll wait till I finish now. So I don't celebrate is the wrong term, completely the wrong term to use for it. So what I say is, obviously Tottenham would have been out of existence without him coming in. So that's the first thing. That's what you got to remember. Everything that we see. Don't get me wrong. What Levy's done with the stadium, whatever. That's the stuff I'll give him credit for. But what? Robert Maxwell was there. But what happened? He's come in.
It's just not true. But okay.
Well, it is. So he's come in, and then the abuse when he sold the club, the abuse he was getting, and I'm not just talking him and people going Sugar out. We want Sugar out. I'm talking the abuse his family got, the abuse anyone close to him was getting is abhorrent. Was abhorrent, and like I said, my hatred for Levy, I have a big hatred for him. but I do not condone any violence or discrimination to his family or anything like that. I just despise what he's doing with the football club. I
No,
mean
that,
him no
that was
harm.
never
So there's nothing on that note. What I'm simply saying is with Alan Sugar, he came in, he did what he did. Don't get me wrong, like I said to you, there is loads he did wrong. I was protesting for him to get him out. So I got my wish. I just wish it hadn't have been to Levy. But like I said, there is tons and tons and tons that he did wrong. The bad completely outweighs the good. But people just keep saying he was awful, he was terrible, he was this, he was that. And then you've got to credit him with some things, like I credit Levy with the stadium, like I credit Levy with the, because believe me, when I came back to England recently and I saw that thing, and you go inside that stadium, it is a work of art. It is a work of art that you cannot deny. But with the good that Sugar has done, and it was very minimal compared to the bad, that has to be spoken about. And every time I hear people go, "Oh, Sugar was this, Sugar was that," they never mention the things that he does deserve some praise for.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Let
Brian,
me just bring Shane in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say let's bring Shane B in.
I think we brought him at the same time you do. What's up, Shane?
Hi guys, how are yous? I'm okay.
Mate,
welcome to the channel, Shane.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Shane.
Hi, AG.
Mate.
Hi, Stelius. Brian
Hey,
Allen.
Shane.
Brian Dale.
Thoughts on the conversations we're having at the moment?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go to work. And Brian Daigle's just covered most of what I was going to say. Levy has done some things good, like the stadium, like the training grounds, Hotspur Way. But other than that, he's just been a failure. And AG's just gone.
He has. I think he had some lagging, but
okay.
Let's just say, AG, thanks for coming on, buddy. It's always good to have some new people on. Appreciate it. So yeah, go on, Shane, as you were saying.
Yeah, Levy's just done so much wrong. That's why we got to get him out. A leopard doesn't change his spots. So, you know, this we'll see with this upcoming transfer market. Transfer window. If he is actually changing his spots a little bit and gives Conte what we need. And what we need is a centre forward, a creative midfielder, and a centre back. So three spine of the players.
Shane, what's your views on Sugar? Sorry, AG, we're just talking to Shane about it, about his thoughts. So we'll go around the table about Sugar. We'll go around the table. No worries, buddy. No worries. Just there seems to be a bit of a lag. So wait till people finish what they're saying, and then we'll keep going back and forth. But Shane, go on. So talking to Sugar, what's your memories and outlook of Sugar?
See, I was only a kid. I was only very young when Sugar was around.
Okay.
And I didn't really. I supported Tottenham back then, but yeah, living in Australia, it was difficult. We didn't get all the games. You just sort of got match of the day sort of thing.
Shane, you're similar to me. I'm in Canada. You know, obviously Brian's in Canada too, but Brian used to live in the UK. Our experience of not just the football club, but behind the club and what was going on is quite different. All we want to do is just watch the game, right? Like, to add to that, if you don't mind, Shane.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sugar, you know, in some ways he saved the club from bankruptcy, but yeah, in the end he had to go. There's no two ways about it. He had to go.
There we go. Still, Still had his spoke. We'll go to Danny afterwards, but still, have you had your outlook on Sugar? Whether what AG is kind of saying, whether it's in between me and him, and you're mute.
You're muted, Betty. Yeah, turn your mic on.
Yeah, sorry. There's two things I want to say. One, Alan Sugar was a bit unlucky in the sense that he took over the club literally 2 years before the Premier League launched and football changed. He literally took over Spurs just as the corporate animal of football began. And I think that changed the landscape for football, and not just for the game, but for him. And, you know, very few clubs benefited in that period. Everton, a super club, collapsed. Leeds United collapsed. Nottingham Forest collapsed. Sheffield Wednesday collapsed. These are massive clubs back then. Tottenham somehow stayed relevant-ish, you know, because football just changed. So he was.
Did they get lucky, Stahl? Do you think? Did they get lucky?
Some clubs hit form at the right time. Some clubs make good decisions. A lot of, I think, it's like anything. It's like,
I feel like we got lucky a bit. If I'm
it's like the ESL, the promise of all these wonderful things. Then look what actually ended up happening, and it's going to come back. The Premier League was kind of like that, and Spurs are one of the clubs that just almost ended up becoming like, you know, Nottingham Forest, Sheffield Wednesday. I mean, those clubs they're not even championship clubs anymore. So I think he was unlucky with that. The other thing I was going to say, in his reply to AG, he says that Daniel Levy owns a small share of the business that owns Spurs.
15%.
So he owns like 25-30%. But
no, I think it's less. But yeah, it's enough.
He owns just under a third. But the property company, their real money maker, Tavistock, that is 50-50 owned between Levy and Lewis.
Sorry, Stel, I just want to say one thing and then you go back. AG, you keep trying to come back in and it seems to be a connection issue. So listen, we would love to have you back on the channel again, and you're always welcome, but it keeps cutting in and cutting out. So maybe when you get a better connection, come back, and we'd love to have you on, and thanks for coming on. Sorry, Stel, back to you, brother.
Yeah, so the Tavistock Group, the property empire, Levy and Lewis, they equally own that. So yeah, Lewis owns more of Tottenham, but the land that Tottenham Hotspurs built on is owned by Tavistock. Levy owns half the land Spurs is built on. His influence is far bigger than what the shareholders' agreement of Tottenham says. Levy, yeah, on paper, he only owns 25% of Tottenham, but the bigger picture, Levy has a massive say and a much bigger control than what the illusion of a shareholder document.
Stel, could you do me a favor and do everybody a favor? Because I think this is an important thing. What you've just said, I don't know enough about that, but yeah, I would like to know more about it. So if you could, you know, provide a link or something to show, like, here's how it's bears out. This is the ownership. This is the influence. This is what's happening.
Brian, it's simple. Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis are business partners. They've been business partners for over 30, 40 years. The property empire is a 50-50 split. Tottenham, Lewis owns a bit more, but they're best buddies.
I get that.
My argument is this: Levy doesn't do what Lewis says to him. He doesn't.
Okay, and again, I don't know that whether that's true or not, and you know, I think that maybe what you're saying is likely true, but what I would like to understand, I think most people who are trying to figure out the reason or what is going on at the club and what the ownership is and why they make certain decisions. If Levy owns, like you said, a third of the club, right? Hear me out. If Levy owns a third of the club, and he's making these decisions, and I think there's a certain amount of trust likely from Joe Lewis that he has accepted that what's going to happen with the club and the football, he's going to allow Levy to make those decisions. So despite it being he owns the 30% of it, he owns 100% of the decision making. That's awesome. Obvious. Okay. That's obvious, isn't it?
Okay, let me. This is the bigger picture.
Go.
Spurs have acquired, Tavistock, their property company, has acquired 75 acres of land around the stadium. They're going to develop it into commercial lets, restaurants, bars.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Not Levy land behind the South Stand, land in the Tottenham area. The reason they're going to get the planning permission is because they've got the clout of being the biggest business in Tottenham, the football club. They're going to use their reputation and the clout of the football club.
Of course they're going to do that.
So Lewis needs Levy. He needs him for the property company. But to cut the long and short of it all. Without Levy, Lewis is stuck, and without Lewis, Levy's stuck. They're business partners.
They rely on each other for sure.
Correct. And to answer your question, why did they make these decisions? Go back to the statement that they put out when they first bought the club. ENIC is an entertainment and media investment company whose sole purpose is to find opportunities for undervalued assets to make a far bigger, more valuable income-generating asset. That's what they said when they bought Spurs. We see this as a business opportunity where we can increase value. They never said to bring back the glory days and the success of the 80s and the 60s. That wasn't in their mission statement when they bought Spurs. That's why they make the decisions they make. We're a business to them.
No, I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I don't even think they've hidden that, by the way, at all. Still, I think they've literally said, like, this is a business. This is what we're trying to
Brian,
do. To make money.
You and I know, though, there's a lot of fans that will say, "Oh, but look what they've done for the club."
No, I agree. I agree. It's nonsense.
But what's happened now is a lot of fans have said, "You know what? We've had enough. We've had enough, Levy."
Let's see what Danny's got to say. Danny's been quiet for ages. Sorry,
for
Brian.
Sure. Just if I could quickly say, before we bring Danny in, that is their point. They can say that, they can do that, and they know they can say and do that without anybody complaining enough for it to make a change. And that's obvious. But the situation we're in now, or at least the point we're trying to make, is that maybe we can say in that moment, "Hey, that's not good enough. We want this." It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but that's the point. Like they're in a position where they have in their own mind a reasonable place to say this is what we think should happen. In our own mind, we're like, no, that's not what this football club is about. It's a really fucked up situation. Anyway, Brian, go on. You were going to bring back Danny.
I think
Danny, where are you with the fucking?
Sorry, Brian. Sorry, guys. Someone just put a comment saying Stelios Levy doesn't own Tavistock.
That's Eugene.
Eugene, he's a 50-50. Eugene, he's a 50-50 partner in the property company. He owns 50% of the Tavistock group.
I don't know. I don't know those details.
It's a group, not a company.
I mean, a group and a company. I mean,
okay, sorry. Whatever the property, whatever the property, their bread and butter, whatever the property or the real estate company is, between Lewis and Levy, they are 50-50 partners in that.
What I think we should do in this conversation. Hear me out for a sec, Cody, and then I'll let you roll.
Danny, Danny, wait a minute, Danny, are you still with
Cody go. Let me say this.
Okay, brother.
What just quickly.
Thanks,
what
Brian.
I think we should do is just determine what's likely true based on evidence, not speculative sort of like, oh, this might be true. If what you've just said is true because you know it's true based on you can look it up and it's obvious. Awesome. Let's go with that. But let's all make sure that we're coming from an honest position, not something that suits our bias. I just want to put that.
I know it's true. Levy went to Cambridge and studied property development.
Yeah, but just because you say that doesn't necessarily mean what you said.
No, that's
is true.
He did go to Cambridge and he did study.
No, I know that, but that doesn't make the thing that's being claimed true.
No, but Brian, what I'm using that to show you, his career path was always property. It's what he studied.
Sure. But that doesn't mean the claim is true. Just because you've said that.
I know he owns 50% of the property company. I was always under the belief that Tavistock was the name of the property company.
Okay.
If that's not named the property company,
I don't know that.
Enough.
I don't know that at all. But I would love to see if that's true and somebody to provide evidence for it with with data.
I think honestly, the best piece of evidence we can get for this information is if Stelios can flash his coach's badge. When he says that,
poor Stel getting asked to flash his coach's badge all the time.
Yeah, Portuguese, you're correct. It is the Northumberland Park regeneration. That's what the project is in Tottenham that they're building.
Yeah, and again, Stel, I'm not discounting everything.
I'm going to find the name of the property company now.
I'm not discounting.
He's a coach.
Just so you know, Stel, I'm not discounting what you've just said. I like to see data that's good data, not things that are being said by somebody that I don't necessarily know if they know what's true or not.
Hey,
not to say that they're lying.
Hey,
Can you share your
coach?
Cody, what?
He's a coach.
Okay, so one second. I need to hear Danny's voice. Danny, what have you got to say about this?
Danny, where the fuck are you?
Yeah, Danny, can we see the real you, or are you unable to?
Stel's the coach.
Where's the bun?
He's letting his hair down, literally, by the looks
I'm
of
coming
it.
back in a sec. I'm coming back.
Come on in there, Dan.
Okay,
Come
so
on there,
when he
Dan.
comes back, he'll have the mic. Shane, what was you just saying before, buddy?
Stell's a coach. Oh no. I was gonna.
Nice one, Shane. Nice one, Shane.
Travis Stock's not a company, or it's a business enterprise.
Okay.
A company and a business enterprise, two different incorporated sort of things. And yeah, as they are gentrifying the Tottenham local area.
In 17, gentrifying in 17.
Yeah. You know, we all know about Levy Land at the back, but they own shops and businesses all along the high street.
Okay. Do we have a problem with that? Is that an issue for people? And why?
I think it's an issue because they are more interested in what's going on outside than the what's happening on the pitch. It's profit before glory.
Yeah, look, I'm not suggesting that I think that way. I completely agree. I only asked the question because I think it's the question that people are going to ask. Is what Spurs and Tottenham as an organization, as a business, are doing, and how is it good for the community? And then what is valuable from a club perspective? What do we all want to see on the pitch? That's the balance, and that's the thing that we're I think everybody who's a Spurs fan in the last 2 or 3 years, or not even longer than that, 5 or 6 years, what are we doing here? What's the point of this? Are we going to try to win things because the football club is the most important thing? Or is this conglomerate that now owns Tottenham Hotspur trying to make a shit ton of money, which we all know that's the case? How much are we willing to accept and to say, I'm okay with it going this far, but if it goes this far, that's too far. That's sort of the struggle, right?
Okay, yeah. Also, AG, I'm going to bring you back in now, but obviously, if it lags again and it cuts off, just come on another time, because I really want to hear what your response was to what I had to say. So I'll bring you in now, brother. But if it cuts out again, that will get you on another.
You know what,
show
AG? If it cuts off again, fuck off. How about that? No, just fucking with AG.
Very charming, mate. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not charming. I'm just having a laugh.
No, that was a joke. But go
I
for it.
know, mate.
So yeah, go on, AG.
I know you know.
Good.
Floor's yours,
Brian,
AG.
What issue do you have with what I was saying about sugar? Because I don't think I'm wrong.
I'll repeat. Like I said to you.
Can I answer the question, Brian, for you?
Yeah, go on, Danny. You try.
I think AJ. Sorry, I think what Brian was trying to say, mate, is the fact that the main benefit that Sugar had was without him, there's no Tottenham. Simple as. It's as simple as that. Like without him buying the club in the way that we were. No. Let me just finish it. Let me just finish it. Let me finish it. It's not bullshit, because without him buying the club, and because he did buy the club, that is how it ended up, right? It ended up with him buying the club, right? But if he didn't buy the club and no one bought it, we would have gone into administration. We would have collapsed, right? Simple as that. But that's what Brian's trying to allude to, is that he helped us on that path of not becoming no Tottenham Hotspur. That's what he's trying to say.
No, he didn't help us. He set us back 10 years. And Levy set us back 30 years.
But those 10 years that he set us back wouldn't have been there, and those FA and the cups that we won under him wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for him buying the club to save us.
There were other offers. God, there were other offers for the club. We were in distress. Roman Abramovich, when he wanted to buy Chelsea, right? He wanted to buy Tottenham first. The reason he bought Chelsea was because they were in distress and they were cheaper.
No, Daniel Levy stopped him buying Chelsea. Daniel Levy stopped him buying Tottenham. Daniel Levy stopped him buying Tottenham Hotspur.
Roman Abramovich wanted to buy Tottenham before Chelsea.
Yes, but Daniel Levy was the owner then. Levy was the chairman.
Because they were in distress.
Yeah, but Levy was the chairman, AG. You're talking about a different period. Levy, Roman Abramovich bought Chelsea in 2000, wasn't it? Or 2001?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Levy was the owner. Levy was the chairman of Tottenham then, right? You're talking about two different arguments. We're talking about Sugar's time, and you're talking about Roman Abramovich. But Daniel Levy was already the chairman of Tottenham when Roman Abramovich tried to buy Tottenham.
What is the point you're trying to make to me?
We're trying to say, he's trying to say, because you're having your point is what you're trying to say is that why is Brian as praising and celebrating Sugar? He's not praising and celebrating him. He's just saying that he did a good thing, like say Daniel Levy's done with the stadium, in the fact that keeping us afloat and keeping us at Tottenham Hotspurs. Because without him, we wouldn't have been Tottenham Hotspurs.
No different than Daniel Levy has done, and that's my point. That Brian has to understand that he's celebrating.
I'm not celebrating, AG. You've got to stop using this word. I have never once have I celebrated Sugar. Never once.
But what hold on, bro. Let me ask a question, AG. Why do you think Brian's celebrating? Why do you,
Guys, one at a time, please.
Can I ask a question quickly? AG, why do you think Brian is celebrating Sugar? Why do you think he's celebrating Sugar?
I don't think he is. I've heard him say. Sugar was a great chairman.
Yeah, no, but
I've never said he was a great chairman.
I've never once
go back on any stream that I was on. I have never once said he was a great chairman. What I have said, and the point you keep missing out, is I keep saying again and again. Wait, AG, let me. No. So
I'm not going to say. I'm not something which isn't true, but I have seen you on streams, and I have actually talked to you in the comments on streams where you say Sugar was a great chairman.
I've never once.
I've argued.
I've never once in my life said he was a great chairman. What I have said time and time again, and I've got so many people that will back me on this.
He's never said that.
Is believe me, when it comes to
Brian, I can probably find it.
Brian's never said anyone's a great chairman.
If you can find the words where I said Sugar was a great chairman. Listen, man.
AG, we got to be honest here. Like, you know, and this is the bottom line. You hang on. Okay, make the bet. AG, stop for a second, okay? When it comes down to making a claim, you've made a claim that Brian is here. No, don't interrupt me. I'm trying to make a point here, and you know, I hope that you'll allow me to make this point. If you're going to make a claim that another person has said a certain thing, and you think that thing like fits your narrative or fits the position that you have, you need to provide evidence for that. I have never heard Brian say the thing you've said that he's said. If he has, and you've been on a stream, or there's a moment where you know that it's happened, please provide the evidence for that. Otherwise, this is a fucking pointless conversation. You're not adding anything to what we're talking about. It's useless. Like it just is. No, I'm just saying it's fucking useless.
I just want to say I have heard the coach say it.
No, but I was like, no. Listen, do you know what? Out of everyone on this panel, there's someone that's known me for 30 plus years. And it is still. Have you once in our 30 years of knowing each other, whether it be on streams, in chats, on social media, or on anything, ever heard me say the words "Sugar was a great chairman"?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I can't hear AJ when he speaks. No, you've always said that he's. You've always said that
AG. Wait for a second for people to speak, please.
No, you've always said, and I'm being honest. I'm not defending Brian. I'm just being honest. Brian's always said that Alan Sugar he saved the club financially, and that's always been his argument. And that he gets too much stick, and if it wasn't for Sugar, there wouldn't be a Tottenham.
Yeah.
That's reality, though. That's evidentially fucking easy to look at and say that's true. Doesn't mean he's a great chairman, AG. What's that?
Can you explain
No,
why
no,
it's
of
not
course
reality?
I'm not saying that. I actually agree with Brian on basically.
He's saying he
90%
agrees with
stuff,
Brian.
but Alan Sugar was not a great parent, and he did not save Tottenham. Anyone could have saved Tottenham. It was an asset in
But they
distress.
did.
for
No
God's
one
sake.
did. He did.
He
He
actually did it,
That's
though.
the point. That's the point.
Evidentially,
Loads of people could,
like
but
it
they
or
didn't.
not, that's what happened.
He was the one that saved
AJ,
That's the
AJ,
reality.
if one minute, if anyone could have saved AJ, AJ, if anyone could have saved Tottenham, why didn't Irving Scholar?
I don't even think that matters.
Because you
But
didn't
None
have
of
the
that
fucking
matters.
money
None
to
of
do
it.
They're hypothetical
Hang on.
situations.
I'm just going to end this conversation quickly because this is stupid. We're literally arguing something that doesn't matter. The point is that something happened. Brian agrees that that thing that happened was a good thing for the club. No, AG, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, or I'm going to cut you off. No, don't interrupt me, or I'm going to cut you off. Seriously, shut up for a second. The point is that Brian made a point. Dude, seriously, shut the fuck up while people are talking. Brian made a point about a specific thing because it was based on evidence and what actually happened. And he pointed it out and he said, this is true. This was good for the club. This is why Spurs didn't go through some fucked up shit. You said, AG, which I agree with, that there's a lot of different people who could have done that same thing. Sure. Yeah, that's true. And there's a lot of different people who could have done that same thing. That doesn't matter. The reality is that Sugar did it. So Sugar did it. Eventually, we have to look at it and say Sugar fucking did some things that made our club, who was just about to fucking fail miserably, not fail miserably. We have to take that and be honest about it and say, okay, sweet Sugar. Doesn't mean that we're fucking happy about him or that he's a good chairman. Sweet Sugar. Yeah. Doesn't mean that we're still. Doesn't mean that we fucking like the guy or that we think he's a good chairman or that he was the best chairman we've ever had. It's not. Don't fucking interrupt me. I'm in the middle of something. It just me. Jesus Christ, shut up. I'm in the middle of fucking saying something. Holy fuck! I'm muting you right now.
It's the lag. It's the lag.
I'm muting you. I'm muting you, AG, because you're pissing me off. The point is,
unmute him. It's fine. It's a lag that's annoying.
No. It doesn't have to do with the lag. It just means that he doesn't like what he's hearing. The point is, and the reality is that the only thing that you can say, evidentially speaking, is that when this one thing happened, and the result of that one thing happening, which was Sugar doing what Sugar did, is that we ended up not going down and not being fucked completely. Despite what Sugar is and whether we like him or not, and whether he's a good chairman, doesn't fucking matter. And this is Brian's point. The thing that he did in that moment meant we didn't go fucking down and we weren't fucked. That's it. Doesn't mean he likes Sugar. Doesn't mean he thinks Sugar's fucking a genius. It just means that in that moment, Sugar did a thing that fucking saved us. That's it. That's it. Like, that's all you're saying, right, Brian?
That is it. I mean, I don't know how many times on
could I have said it any fucking better than that? I mean, come on.
That was quite good.
So this is the thing. I'm kind of being accused of something, then being told he's in agreement with me, and then I'm literally, which I'm finding hard to understand. I know there's a huge lag. So yeah. I mean, obviously we're into the 4.5 hour mark of the stream.
Which is absurd, by the way. We've never done a stream this long on this channel, so
and that's the thing. I mean, I have never, in these words, and listen, people are saying now, like, obviously there's a couple of people in the channels that are saying, and Brian, don't go mad.
Somebody just said I was rude, but
yeah, but no, listen, we've been doing the stream for a long time, and literally, when it comes to Brian's job with these sound engineers, believe me, these kind of things piss him off more than life itself. And literally, what has happened here is, AG, complete respect for you coming on and everything.
Cheers, AG, by the way. I'm not taking the piss.
And Brian does not mean it. He just gets very wound up, like he snapped.
I mean everything I said.
No, but you know what I'm trying to say is you snapped because of what was going on, and you were trying to have your say, and it kept if it hadn't been a lag, it would have been a normal conversation. But then obviously, and there's stuff now going on in the chat. So can people, Truth, Scott M, and whoever is in that, just stop arguing, mate. We're literally We're all here to have a good time. There is no need for arguments in the chat, mate. I mean, literally, mate. I'm almost going to play Stells. This show has gone to absolute shit, absolute gutter.
I just, AG, just give me a minute with AG for a second, if you don't mind. AG, I just want to, if you guys don't mind.
No, Brian.
Go on. I'll let you speak.
Brian,
I'll let you speak. You go first.
Show, sorry for.
Don't apologize, mate. Don't apologize.
No, just get a better internet connection. Don't use Stell's one.
AG, just get. Yeah, for sure. AG, just give me a sec. I am in no way.
I'm on holiday. I'm on phone.
Fantastic. If you give me one moment, I just want to say thank you for being here, and I appreciate your position, your opinion. I hope you don't think that I'm being a dick. If you do, I'm sorry for that. That's not my intention. I just have strong opinions, and I think my opinions are better than yours. Obviously, I'm taking the piss a little bit there. Thank you for coming on. And there's people in the comments who think I'm being an asshole. I hope you don't think that's the case. We disagree. That's fine. It's fine to disagree. It's actually not a problem to disagree with other people and to still like them. Stell and I have disagreed probably on most things in our lives. I think he's all right. Like we still get on. Like it's not a thing. It's not a big deal.
How do I always get drawn into everything?
Mate, I think it's us Southgate boys.
I swear to God, it's a Northumberland thing. It's a Northumberland
Stell, you know what I mean, though. It's just a good example. I think it's a good example. I love you, Stell. Thank you for being here. I hope you're not offended in any way. And for the people in the comments who think I'm not being a bad person, or I'm being a bad person, or being aggressive, I am probably being aggressive. I'm generally like I easily get pissed off if people don't agree with me.
We just disagree on massively.
What's that? Say that again.
What
did you disagree on
massively? Just for the record.
I just think we disagreed on what you thought about Brian's position on sugar and how you approached that disagreement. I think that was it. Like, which isn't even a big deal.
Okay, fair enough.
AG,
the lag is so difficult. I realize how much of it a lag.
AG, if you turn your camera off, AG, no, wait. If you turn your camera off but leave the audio on, the lag will be better.
And Stell's a professional at this, so he can vouch for it.
I believe
this is Stell's life.
I don't think it matters now.
You're not an asshole, just a bit drunk and rude.
I apologize. How do I do that, Stells?
Cheers. AG, honestly, AG, I just want.
I understand. I have.
No, you finish, please.
Sorry. Yeah, my lag's bad, so it's bad for your show. Sorry.
It's all good. I think honestly, I think that lag has contributed to a bad conversation.
Yep.
I think unfortunately, I think AG, I think you're a good dude, and thank you for being here. Really,
I'll tell you what, AG, you said you're on holiday. When you come back from holiday, reach out to me, and then we'll get you on when you're at home, and we'll have a proper conversation. No, I'm being serious, AG. We'll get you on the show when there's no lag.
Yeah.
And we'll just have a easy discussion, or not an easy, a debate. And have it.
Just opinions. We'll talk about opinions. It's great.
Exactly.
Can't hear a damn thing, motherfucker.
Just a quick shout out before we sign off, because we have to sign off. This is 4.5 hours in.
Just to remove AG, because obviously the lag is really, really better, and we're going to wrap up. So AG, okay, I didn't do that. But yeah, AG, come and join us when you're back home, mate. Go on, Brian.
Cheers, AG. Appreciate it. I just want to go through quickly a few comments from some of the people that who've been here. Aaron Dubs, Portugueser, Sam Houston, Daza Hotspur, Gogama, Ben Thornby, Paul Brown, The Truth Sets Free. Just some wonderful people here. Mr. DP. I'm maybe a bit drunk. That's probably true. I've had a few drinks. I'm not, drunk. But yeah, I'm not an asshole. Wow. Maybe.
No, I can vouch.
Depends on who you ask. But yeah, everybody who's been here tonight, this is a ridiculous stream. It's absurd. Normally our Friday nights, where like Brian and I are like, it's an hour and a half in, we're done.
2 hours, 2 hours maximum. And
but this has been a lot of fun. And of course, we've had some great people come on. We've had Cody Mack, who's obviously one of our favorite people, fellow Canadian, living not too far from us. the one and only Danny Kariakou, who's been with us for some time. And what time is it for you? It's like 4 a.m., right? 5 a.m.
4:30 in the morning.
You're a madman. Absolute pleasure, brother, to have you here.
It's been a pleasure, man. It's been a good show.
You're just epic. You're a wonderful human. Appreciate you being here. And of course, Stel, who just for whatever reason keeps tapping the fucking screen.
He's fingering the fuck out of his camera.
No, do you know what it is, mate? Honestly, Stel has been doing like a Zoolander model shoot with his poses, with where he's been by the camera today. He really has. He's been like,
no, mate, like that is because I'm typing on the phone, and then when I can't hear you, I've got to like go in close to hear.
I do want to give Stel a great shout out for his participation in tonight's stream. Stel, it's been a pleasure.
I get a fucking participation certificate. Everyone else
I got
it.
No. I actually have a little ribbon.
Cody, you're great. Danny, you're great. Stel, thanks for participating.
I have a little ribbon for you. I have a little ribbon for you.
He gets a coach badge.
He gets a ribbon.
Sure, you know what?
It's a participation ribbon. It's not even a third place ribbon. It's a participation ribbon.
Hey, Ryan Ireland, you need to respect Stelios. He brought to our attention that Ryan Mason doesn't have his coach's badges. I fully expect Stelios.
Do you know what? I think it's time
report Ryan Mason to the coaches.
I think it's time we sign off. So Stel, tell everyone where they can find you.
No, I'm looking for my coach's license. 1 minute.
Oh Jesus! But as we go to the 8th
hour, get through it, mate. We're gonna skip you otherwise.
Police are coming for you, Ryan.
Stel, do your plug. Do your
tell
plug.
Tell everybody about our channel or your channel. Sorry. I'm taking the piss still. It's fun. Go on, tell us. All right, skipping you. Fuck off, Cody. What are you up to, buddy?
Stel. I think his Winchmore.
Stel's taking the piss at the
his partner's green lag has clicked in.
I'm waiting for you lot to shut the fuck up so I can speak.
Go on then.
Off you go, Stel.
Monday, 8:30, Tottenham away. Done.
Okay.
Tune in, motherfuckers. It was a great podcast with Brian and I were on it. It's pretty good when Stel's on it. Cody Mack,
the king of Twitter.
There's not a heck of a lot to say, but Cody Mack, I'll let you do you.
Yep. No, I'll see you guys around. Find me if you find me.
Fucking hell, brilliant.
I love that. I was going to say something like that.
If you're gonna get any more fucking vague and amazing, that's perfect from Cody Mack. The bun in the one and only Mr. Danny Kariakou. You know, you do what you do. You're in and out of life. You're a busy motherfucker. Great to have you on tonight.
In and out of life.
Give us a little bit, or was that enough?
No, yeah, that I mean, you know me. When I want to be, I'm a slag. When I'm not, I'm just completely busy and booked up, mate. Street corners and all sorts of shit. But
street corners.
Yeah, so yeah, you'll find me when there's a good opportunity, good moment. That's when you'll find me.
I think we got lucky tonight, mate. It's been a pleasure to have you on. So you're
man.
always welcome.
You know what? I've got a big shout because if there's any message to put to just end this is just the best from we done our worst 11.
Honestly, I wish I had that title for this stream.
Do you know what? That's what when we used to name
should be the title for the stream.
Mate,
been fun tonight. Learned fuck all. But
that would have been brilliant, sir.
Cheers, Dazza.
Right, obviously, we just want to thank everyone that's been in the streams. We apologize for the idiot that tried to the racist.
Don't even bring it up, Brian. Don't even give him fucking time.
Okay, so I forget taking that back. Or
don't even give him time. Fuck those people. They're idiots.
Yeah. Everyone have a great weekend.
Yeah, have a great weekend. Come on, you fucking Spurs. We're gonna go against the Burnley team that's probably gonna whoop our asses because we're we're just shit. Let's be honest about it. But fucking that's the whole point. Just have a good time. It's all about Spurs. Cody shows up with the glasses. Absolute pleasure, guys. We'll see you soon. Come on, you Spurs.
Leave you out.
Come on, you Spurs. Leave you out.